Borders Audio and Recorded Books present Forrest Gump by Winston Groom, narrated by Mark Hammer, and produced in the studios of Recorded Books, LLC. This work is copyrighted 1986 by Perch Creek Reality and Investments Corporation. This recording is copyrighted 1995 by Recorded Books, LLC. Winston Groom opens this novel with a quote from John Dryden. "There is a pleasure sure in being mad, which none but madmen know." And now, Forrest Gump.
Chapter 1. Let me say this. Being an idiot is no box of chocolates. People laugh, lose patience, treat you shabby. Now, they says folks supposed to be kind to the afflicted, but let me tell you, it ain't always that way. Even so, I got no complaints, 'cause I reckon I done live a pretty interesting life, so to speak. I've been an idiot since I was born. My IQ is near 70, which qualifies me, so they say. Probably, though, I'm closer to being an imbecile, or maybe even a moron, but personally, I'd rather think of myself as like a half-wit or something, and not no idiot. 'Cause when people think of an idiot, more than likely they be thinking of one of them Mongolian idiots, the ones with their eyes too close together, what look like Chinamen and drool a lot and play with theyselves. Now, I'm slow, I grant you that, but I'm probably a lot brighter than folks think, 'cause what goes on in my mind is a sight different than what folks see. For instance, I can think things pretty good, but when I got to try saying or writing them, it kind of come out like jello or something. I'll show you what I mean. The other day, I'm walking down the street, and this man was out working in his yard. He'd got himself a bunch of shrubs to plant, and he says to me, "Forrest, you want to earn some money?" And I says, "Uh-huh." And so he sets me to moving dirt. Damn near 10 or 12 wheelbarrows of dirt in the heat of the day, trucking it all over creation. When I'm through, he reached in his pocket for $1. What I should have done was raise Cain about the low wages, but instead, I took the damn $1, and all I could say was thanks, or something dumb sounding like that, and I went on down the street, wadding and unwadding that $1 in my hand, feeling like an idiot. You see what I mean? Now, I know something about idiots. Probably the only thing I do know about, but I done read up on 'em. All the way from that Dostoevsky guy's idiot, to King Lear's fool, and Faulkner's idiot, Benji, and even old Boo Radley in To Kill a Mockingbird. Now, he was a serious idiot. The one I like best, though, is old Lenny in Of Mice and Men. Most of them writer fellas got it straight, 'cause they're idiots always smarter than people give 'em credit for. Hell, I'd agree with that. Any idiot would. Hey. When I was born, my mama named me Forrest, 'cause of General Nathan Bedford Forrest, who fought in the Civil War. Mama always said we was kin to General Forrest's family some ways. And he was a great man, she'd say, excepting he started up the Ku Klux Klan after the war was over, and even my grandmama say they's a bunch of no-goods. Which I would tend to agree with, 'cause down here the grand exalted pish-posh, or whatever he calls himself, he operate a gun store in town, and once, when I was maybe 12 years old, I were walking by there and looking in the winder, and he got a big hangman's noose strung up inside. When he seen me watching, he done throwed it around his own neck and jerked it up like he is hanged, and let his tongue stick out and all so's to scare me. I done run off and hid in a parking lot behind some cars till somebody called the police, and they come and take me home to my mama. So whatever else old General Forrest done, starting up that Klan thing was not a good idea. Any idiot could tell you that. Nonetheless, that's how I got my name. My mama is a real fine person. Everybody says that. My daddy, he got killed just after I was born, so I never known him. He worked down to the docks as a longshoreman, and one day a crane was taking a big net load of bananas off one of them United Fruit Company boats, and something broke, and the bananas fell down on my daddy and squashed him flat as a pancake. One time I heard some men talking about the accident, say it was a hell of a mess. 1/2 ton of all them bananas and my daddy squished underneath. I don't care for bananas much myself, except for banana pudding. I like that all right. My mama got a little pension from the United Fruit people, and she took in boarders at our house, so we got by okay. When I was little, she kept me inside a lot, so's the other kids wouldn't bother me. In the summer afternoons, when it was real hot, she used to put me down in the parlor and pull the shades so it was dark and cool, and fix me a pitcher of limeade. Then she'd sit there and talk to me. Just talk on and on about nothing in particular, like a person'll talk to a dog or cat. But I got used to it and liked it 'cause her voice made me feel real safe and nice. At first, when I was growing up, she'd let me go out and play with everybody, but then she found out they's teasing me and all, and one day a boy hit me in the back with a stick while they was chasing me, and it raised some fearsome wilt. After that, she told me not to play with them boys any more. I started trying to play with the girls, but that weren't much better, 'cause they all run away from me. Mama thought it'd be good for me to go to the public school, 'cause maybe it would help me to be like everybody else. But after I'd been there a little while, they come and told Mama I oughtn't to be in there with everybody else. And they let me finish out first grade, though. Sometimes I'd sit there while the teacher was talking, and I don't know what was going on in my mind, but I'd start looking out the window at the birds and squirrels and things that was climbing and setting in a big old oak tree outside. And then the teacher'd come over and fuss at me. Sometimes I'd just get this real strange thing come over me and start shouting and all. And then she'd make me go out and sit on a bench in the hall. And the other kids, they'd never play with me or nothing, except to chase me or get me to start hollering so's they could laugh at me. All except Jenny Curran, who at least didn't run away from me, and sometimes she'd let me walk next to her going home after class. But the next year, they put me in another sort of school, and let me tell you, it was weird. It was like they'd gone around collecting all the funny fellers they could find and put 'em all together, ranging from my age and younger to big old boys about 16 or 17. They was retards of all kinds, and spasmos, and kids that couldn't even eat or go to the toilet by themselves. I was probably the best of the lot. They was one big fat boy, must have been 14 or so, and he is afflicted with some kind of thing made him shake like he's in an electric chair or something. Miss Margaret, our teacher, made me go in the bathroom with him when he had to go, so's he wouldn't do nothing weird. He done it anyway, though. I didn't know no way of stopping him, so I'd just lock myself in one of the stalls and stay there till he's through, and walk him back to the class. I stayed in that school for about 5 or 6 years. It wasn't all bad, though. They'd let us paint with our fingers and make little things, but mostly it was just teaching us how to do stuff like tie up our shoes and not slobber food or get wild and yell and holler and throw shit around. There wasn't no book learning to speak of, except to show us how to read street signs and things like the difference between the men's and the ladies' rooms. With all them serious nuts in there, it would have been impossible to conduct anything more than that anyway. Also, I think it was for the purpose of keeping us out of everybody else's hair. Who the hell wants a bunch of retards running around loose? Even I could understand that. When I got to be 13, some pretty unusual things begun to happen. First off, I started to grow. I grew 6 inches in 6 months, and my mama was all the time having to let out my pants. Also, I commenced to grow out. By the time I was 16, I was 6'6" and weighed 242 pounds. I know that 'cause they took me in and weighed me. Said they just couldn't believe it. What happened next caused a real change in my life. One day, I'm strolling down the street on my way home from nut school, and a car stopped alongside of me. This guy called me over and asked my name. I told him, and then he asked what school I go to and how come he ain't seen me around. When I tell him about the nut school, he asked if I'd ever played football. I shook my head. I guess I might have told him I'd seen kids playing it, but they never let me play. But like I said, I ain't too good at long conversation, and so I just shook my head. That was about 2 weeks after school begun again. 3 days or so later, they come and got me out of the nut school. My mama was there, and so was the guy in the car, and 2 other people what looked like goons, who I guess was present in case I was to start something. They took all the stuff out of my desk and put it in a brown paper bag and told me to say goodbye to Miss Margaret, and all of a sudden she commenced to start crying and give me a big old hug. Then I got to say goodbye to all the other nuts, and they was drooling and spasmoing and beating on the desks with their fists. And then I was gone. Mama rode up in the front seat with the guy, and I sitting back in between them goons, just like police done in them old movies when they took you downtown. Except we didn't go downtown. We went to the new high school they'd built. When we got there, they took me inside to the principal's office, and Mama and me and the guy went in while the 2 goons waited in the hall. The principal was an old gray-haired man with a stain on his tie and baggy pants, who looked like he could have come out of the nut school himself. We all sat down, and he begun splaining things and asking me questions, and I just nodded my head. But what they wanted was for me to play football. That much I figured out on my own. Turns out the guy in the car was a football coach named Fellers. And that day I didn't go to no class or nothing, but Coach Fellers, he took me back to the locker room, and one of the goons rounded me up a football suit with all them pads and stuff, and a real nice plastic helmet with a thing in front to keep my face from getting squished in. The only thing was they couldn't find no shoes to fit me, so I had to use my sneakers till they could order the shoes. Coach Fellers and the goons got me dressed up in the football suit, and then they made me undress again and then do it all over again 10 or 20 times till I could do it by myself. One thing I had trouble with for a while was that jock strap thing, 'cause I couldn't see no real good reason for wearing it. Well, they tried explaining it to me, and then one of the goons says to the other that I'm a dummy or something like that, and I guess he thought I wouldn't understand him, but I did, on account of I pay special attention to that kind of shit. Not that it hurt my feelings. Hell, I've been called a sight worse than that. But I took notice of it nonetheless. After a while, a bunch of kids started coming into the locker room and taking out their football stuff and getting into it. And then we all went outside, and Coach Fellers got everybody together, and he stood me up in front of them and introduced me. He was saying a bunch of shit that I wasn't following real close, 'cause I was half scared to death, on account of nobody had ever introduced me before to a bunch of strangers. But afterwards, some of the others come up and shook my hand and say they's glad I'm here and all. Then Coach Fellers blowed a whistle, what like to make me leap out of my skin, and everybody started jumping around to get exercise. It's a kind of long story what all happened next, but anyway, I begun to play football. Coach Fellers and one of the goons helped me out special since I didn't know how to play. We had this thing where you're supposed to block people, and they were trying to explain it all, but when we tried it a bunch of times, everybody seemed to be getting disgusted 'cause I couldn't remember what I was supposed to do. Then they tried this other thing they called the defense, where they put 3 guys in front of me, and I'm supposed to get through them and grab the guy with the football. The first part was easier 'cause I could just shove the other guys' heads down, but they were unhappy with the way I grabbed the guy with the ball, and finally they made me go and tackle a big oak tree about 15 or 20 times to get the feel of it, I suppose. But after a while, when they figured I'd learned something from the oak tree, they put me back with the 3 guys and the ball carrier, and then got mad I didn't jump on him real vicious-like after I moved the others out of the way. I took a lot of abuse that afternoon, but when we quit practicing, I went in to see Coach Fellers and told him I didn't want to jump on the ball guy 'cause I was afraid of hurting him. Coach, he say that it wouldn't hurt him 'cause he was in his football suit and was protected. The truth is, I wasn't so much afraid of hurting him as I was that he'd get mad at me and they'd start chasing me again if I wasn't real nice to everybody. And to make a long story short, it took me a while to get the hang of it all. Meantime, I got to go to class. In the nut school, we really didn't have that much to do, but here they was far more serious about things. Somehow they'd worked it out so's I had 3 homeroom classes where you just sat there and did whatever you wanted, and then 3 other classes where there was a lady who was teaching me how to read. Just the 2 of us. She was real nice and pretty, and more'n once or twice I had nasty thoughts about her. Miss Henderson was the name. About the only class I liked was lunch, but I guess you wouldn't call that a class. At the nut school, my mama would fix me a sandwich and a cookie and a piece of fruit, except no bananas, and I'd take it to school with me. But in this school, there's a cafeteria with 9 or 10 different things to eat, and I'd have trouble making up my mind what I wanted. I think somebody must have said something, 'cause after a week or so, Coach Fellers came up to me and said to just go ahead and eat all I wanted, 'cause it had been taken care of. Hot damn. Guess who should be in my homeroom class but Jenny Curran. She come up to me in the hall and say she remembered me from 1st grade. She is all growed up now, with pretty black hair, and she is long-legged and had a beautiful face, and there's other things too I dare not mention. The football was not going exactly to the liking of Coach Fellers. He seemed displeased a lot and was always shouting at people. He shouted at me, too. They tried to figure out some way for me to just stay put and keep other folks from grabbing our guy carrying the ball, but that didn't work, except when they ran the ball right up the middle of the line. Coach wasn't too happy with my tackling, neither. And let me tell you, I spent a lot of time at that oak tree. But I just couldn't get to where I would throw myself at the ball guy like they wanted me to. Something kept me from it. Then, one day, an event happened that changed all that, too. In the cafeteria, I'd start getting my food and going over to sit next to Jenny Curran. I wouldn't say nothing, but she was just about the only person in the school I knew halfways, and it felt good sitting there with her. Most of the time she didn't pay me no attention and talked with other people. At first I'd been sitting with some of the football players, but they acted like I was invisible or something. At least Jenny Curran acted like I was there. But after a while of this, I started to notice this other guy was there a lot too. And he starts making wisecracks about me, saying shit like, "How's Dumbo?" and all. And it's gone on for a week or two, and I was saying nothing. But finally I says, I can't hardly believe I said it even now, but I says, "I ain't no Dumbo." And the guy just looks at me and starts laughing. And Jenny Curran, she said to the guy to keep quiet, but he takes a carton of milk and pours it in my lap. And I jump up and run out 'cause it scares me. A day or so later, that guy come up to me in the hall and says he gonna get me. All day I was afraid terribly. And later that afternoon, when I was leaving to go to the gym, there he is with a bunch of his friends. I tried to go the other way, but he come up to me and started pushing me on the shoulders. And he's saying all kinds of bad things, calling me a stupo and all. And then he hit me in the stomach. It didn't hurt so much, but I was starting to cry, and I turned and begun to run, and heard him behind me, and the others was running after me too. I run as fast as I could toward the gym, across the practice football field, and suddenly I seen Coach Fellers sitting up in the bleachers watching me. The guys who was chasing me stop and go away, and Coach Fellers, he's got this real peculiar look on his face and tell me to get suited up right away. A while later, he come in the locker room with these plays drawn on a piece of paper, 3 of 'em, and say for me to memorize 'em best I can. That afternoon, at the football practice, he lined everybody up in 2 teams, and suddenly the quarterback give me the ball, and I'm supposed to run outside the right end of the line to the goalpost. When they all start chasing me, I run fast as I can. It was 7 or 8 of them before they could drag me down. Coach Fellers is mighty happy, jumping up and down and yelling and slapping everybody on the back. We'd run a lot of races before to see how fast we could run, but I get a lot faster when I'm being chased, I guess. What idiot wouldn't? Anyway, I become a lot more popular after that, and the other guys on the team started being nicer to me. We had our first game, and I was scared to death, but they give me the ball, and I run over the goal line 2 or 3 times, and people never been kinder to me after that. That high school certainly begun to change things in my life. It even got to where I liked to run with the football, except it was mostly that they made me run round the sides, 'cause I still couldn't get to where I liked to just run over people like you do in the middle. One of the goons comments that I am the largest high school halfback in the entire world. I do not think he meant it as a compliment. Otherwise, I was learning to read a lot better with Miss Henderson. She give me Tom Sawyer and 2 other books I can't remember, and I took them home and read 'em all. But then she give me a test where I don't do so hot. But I sure enjoyed them books. After a while, I went back to sitting next to Jenny Curran in the cafeteria, and there weren't no more trouble for a long time. But then one day, in the springtime, I was walking home from school, and who should appear but the boy that poured the milk in my lap and chased me that day. He got himself a stick and started calling me things like moron and stupo. Some other people was watching, and then along comes Jenny Curran, and I'm about to take off again, but then for no reason I know, I just didn't do it. That feller take his stick and poke me in the stomach with it, and I says to myself, to hell with this. And I grabbed a hold of his arm, and with my other hand I knocked him upside the head, and that was the end of that, more or less. That night, my mama get a phone call from the boy's parents. Say if I lay a hand on their son again, they's going to call the authorities and have me put away. I tried to explain it to my mama, and she say she understand, but I could tell she was worried. She tell me that since I'm so huge now, I got to watch myself 'cause I might hurt somebody. And I nodded and promised her I wouldn't hurt nobody else. That night, when I lying in bed, I heard her crying to herself in her room. But what that did for me, knocking that boy upside the head, put a definite new light on my football playing. Next day, I asked Coach Phillips to let me run the ball straight on, and he said, okay. And I run over maybe 4 or 5 guys till I'm in the clear, and they all had to start chasing me again. That year, I made the All-State football team. I couldn't hardly believe it. My mama give me 2 pair of socks and a new shirt on my birthday. And she done saved up and bought me a new suit that I wore to get the All-State Football Award. First suit I ever had. Mama tied my tie for me, and off I went. Chapter 2. The All-State Football Banquet was to be held in a little town called Flomaton, what Coach Fellas described as a switch up the railroad tracks. We was put on a bus. There's 5 or 6 of us from this area who won the prize, and we was trucked up there. It was an hour or 2 before we arrived, and the bus didn't have no toilet, and I drank 2 Slurpees before we left. So when we get to Flomaton, I really gotta go bad. The thing was held at the Flomaton High School auditorium, and when we get inside, me and some of the others find the toilet. Somehow, though, when I go to unzip my pants, the zipper is stuck in my shirt tail and won't come down. After a bit of this, a nice little guy from a rival school goes out and finds Coach Fellas, and he come in with the 2 goons, and they be trying to get my pants open. One of the goons say the only way to get it down is just rip it apart. At this, Coach Fellas put his hands on his hips and say, I suppose you expect me to send this boy out there with his fly unzipped and his thing hanging out? Now what kind of a impression do you think that would make? Then he turned to me and say, Forrest, you just got to keep a lid on it till this thing's over, and then we get it open for you. Okay? And I nod, 'cause I don't know what else to do. But I figured I'd be in for a long evening. When we get out to the auditorium, there's 1,000,000 people all sitting there at tables, smiling and clapping as we come out. We was put up at a big long table on the stage in front of everybody, and my worst fears was realized about the long evening. Seemed like every soul in the room got up to make a speech, even the waiters and janitor. I wish my mama could have been there, 'cause she'd have helped me, but she back at home in bed with the grip. Finally, it come time to get handed out prizes, which was little gold-colored footballs, and when our names was called, we was supposed to go up to the microphone and take the prize and say thank you, and they also told us if anybody has anything else he wants to say, to keep it short, on account of we want to be getting out of there before the turn of the century. Most everybody had got their prize and said thank you, and then it come my turn. Somebody on the microphone called out Forrest Gump, which, if I hadn't told you before, is my last name, and I stand up and go over and they hand me the prize. I lean over to the mic and say thank you, and everybody starts to cheer and clap and stand up in their seats. I suppose somebody told them beforehand I'm some kind of idiot, and they making a special effort to be nice. But I'm so surprised by all this, I don't know what to do, so I just kept standing there. Then everybody hush up, and the man at the mic, he leaned over and asked me if I got anything else I want to say. So I says, I got to pee. Everybody in the audience didn't say nothing for a few moments and just started looking funny at each other. Then they begun a sort of low mumbling, and Coach Fellows come up and grabbed me by the arm and hauled me back to my seat. Rest of the night he been glaring at me. But after the banquet is over, Coach and the goons done take me back to the bathroom and rip open my pants, and I done peed a bucket. "Gump," Coach say after I'm finished, "you sure got away with words." Now, next year wasn't too eventful, except somebody put out the word that an idiot got himself on the all-state football team, and a bunch of letters started coming in from all around the country. Mama collect them all and start keeping a scrapbook. One day, a package come from New York City that contained an official baseball signed by the entire New York Yankees baseball team. It was the best thing ever happened to me. I treasure that ball like a gold brick, till one day when I was out tossing it around in the yard, a big old dog come up and grabbed it out of the ear and chewed it up. Things like that always happening to me. One day, Coach Fellows called me in and take me into the principal's office. And there's a man there from up to the university who shook my hand and asked me whether I ever thought about playing football in college. He say they been watching me. I shook my head 'cause I hadn't. Everybody seemed to be in awe of this man, bowing and scraping, calling him Mr. Bryant. But he say for me to call him Bear, which I thought was a funny name, except he do look similar to a bear in some respects. Coach Fellows point out that I am not the brightest person, but the bear, he say that's plenty true of most of his players, and that he figures to get me special help in my studies. A week later, they give me a test with all sorts of screwy questions, the like of which I am not familiar with. After a while, I get bored and stop taking the test. 2 days afterward, the bear come back again, and I get hauled into the principal's office by Coach Fellers. Bear, looking distressed, but he's still being nice, he asks me have I done tried my best on that test. I nod my head, but the principal be rolling his eyes, and the bear say, "Well, this is unfortunate then, 'cause the score appears to indicate that this boy is an idiot." The principal be nodding his head now, and Coach Fellows is standing there with his hands in his pockets, looking sour. It seemed to be the end of my college football prospects. The fact that I was too dumb to play college football didn't seem to impress the United States Army none. It was my last year at high school, and in the springtime everybody else graduated. They let me sit up on the stage, though, and he give me a black robe to put on, and when it come time, the principal announced they was going to give me a special diploma. I got up to go to the microphone, and the two goons stand up and go with me. I suppose so's I don't make no remarks like I did at the all-state football thing. My mama is down in the front row, crying and wringing her hands, and I feel real good, like I actually done accomplished something. But when we get back home, I finally realize why she bawling and carrying on. They was a letter come from the Army, say I got to report to the local draft board or some such. I didn't know what the deal was, but my mama did. It was 1968, and there's all sorts of shit fixing to happen. Mama give me a letter from the school principal to hand to the draft board people, but somehow I lost it on the way there. It was a loony scene. There was a big colored guy in an army suit yelling at people and dividing them up into bunches. We was all standing there, and he come up and shout, "All right, I want half of you to go over there, and half of you to go over here, and the other half of you to stay put." Everybody milling around and looking bewildered, and even I could figure out this guy's a moron. They took me in a room and line us up and tell us to remove our clothes. I ain't much for that, but everybody else done it, and so I did too. They looking at us every place, eyes, noses, mouths, ears, even our private parts. At one point, they tell me bend over, and when I do, somebody jams his finger up my ass. That's it. I turned and grabbed that bastard and knocked him upside the head. There was suddenly a big commotion, and a bunch of people run up and jump on top of me. However, I am used to that treatment. I throwed them off and run out the door. When I get home and tell my mama what happened, she all upset, but she say, "Don't worry, Forrest, everything gonna be okay." It ain't. Next week, a van pull up at our house, and a number of men in army suits and shiny black helmets come up to the door, be axing for me. I'm hiding up in my room, but Mama come up and say they just want to give me a ride back down to the dashboard. All the way there, they be watching me real close, like I'm some kind of maniac. They was a door that lead to a big office where there's an older man all dressed up in a shiny uniform, and he eyeing me pretty careful too. They set me down and shove another test in front of me, and while it's one hell of a lot easier than the college football test, it still ain't no piece of cake. When I'm done, they take me to another room where these 4 or 5 guys sitting at a long table would start asking me questions and passing around what looked like the test I took. Then they all get into a huddle, and when they finish, one of 'em sign a paper and hand it to me. When I take it home, Mama read it and began pulling at her hair and weeping and praising the Lord, 'cause it say I am temporarily deferred on account of I'm a numbnuts. Something else occurred during that week that was a major event in my life. There was this lady boarder living with us that worked down to the telephone company as an operator. Miss French was her name. She's a real nice lady, what kept mostly to herself. But one night, when it was terribly hot and there was thunderstorms, she stuck her head out the door to her room as I was walking by and say, "Forrest, I just got a box of nice divinity this afternoon. Would you like a piece?" And I say, "Yes." And she bring me into her room, and there on the dresser is the divinity. She give me a piece of it. Then she asks if I want another, and she points for me to sit down on the bed. I must have ate 10 or 15 pieces of the divinity, and lightning was flashing outside, and thunder, and the curtains was blowing, and Miss French kind of pushes me and makes me lie back on the bed. She commences to start stroking me in a personal way. "Just keep your eyes closed," she say, "and everything will be all right." Next thing you know, there is something happening that had not happened before. I cannot say what it was, because I was keeping my eyes closed, and also because my mama would have killed me. But let me tell you this. It gave me an entirely new outlook on things for the future. The problem was that while Miss French was a nice, kind lady, the things that she done to me that night was the kinds of things I'd preferred to have done to me by Jenny Curran. And yet there's no way I could see to even begin getting that accomplished, 'cause what with the way I am, it's not so easy to ask anyone for a date. And that's to put it mildly. But on account of my new experience, I got up the courage to ask my mama what to do about Jenny, though I certainly didn't say nothing about me and Miss French. Mama said she'll take care of it for me, and she called up Jenny Curran's mama and explained the situation to her, and the next evening, lo and behold, who should appear at our door but Jenny Curran herself. She's all dressed up in a white dress and a pink flower in her hair, and she looked like nothing I have ever dreamed of. She come inside, and Mama took her to the parlor and give her a ice cream float, and called for me to come down from my room, where I'd run to as soon as I seen Jenny Curran coming up the walk. I'd a rather had 5,000 people chasing me than to come out of my room just then. But Mama come up and take me by the hand and lead me down and give me a ice cream float too. That made it better. Mama said we can go to the movies, and she'd give Jenny $3 as we walk out of the house. Jenny ain't never been nicer, talking and laughing, and I'm nodding and grinning like an idiot. The movie was just 4 or 5 blocks from our house, and Jenny went up and got some tickets, and we went in and sat down. She asked me if I want some popcorn, and when she come back from getting it, the picture done started. It is a movie about 2 people, a man and a lady called Bonnie and Clyde, that robbed banks, and there was some interesting other people in it also. But it was a lot of killing and shooting and shit like that, too. It seemed to me funny that folks would be shooting and killing one another that way, so I laughed a lot when that went on, and whenever I did, Jenny Curran seemed to squinch down in a seat a lot. Halfway through the movie, she was almost squinched down to the floor. I suddenly saw this and figured she'd somehow fell out of a seat, so I reached over and grabbed her by the shoulder to lift her up again. As I did this, I heard something tear, and I looked down, and Jenny Curran's dress is ripped completely open and everything is hanging out. I took my other hand to try to cover her up, but she started making noises and flail about wild-like, and me, I'm trying to hold on to her so she don't fall down again or come undone, and there's people around us looking back trying to see what all the commotion is about. Suddenly, a fella come down the aisle and shine a bright light right on Jenny and me. But being exposed and all, she commenced to shriek and wail, and then she jump up and run out of the show. Next thing I know, 2 men come and tell me to get up, and I follow 'em to an office. A few minutes later, 4 policemen arrive and ask me to come with them. They show me to a police car, and 2 get in front, and 2 get in back with me, just like it was with Coach Feller's goons, except this time we do go downtown, and they escort me to a room and jab my fingers onto a pad, and I get my picture taken, and they throwed me in jail. It was a horrible experience. I was worried all the time about Jenny. But after a bit, my mama showed up and come in, wiping her eyes with a handkerchief and twisting her fingers, and I knowed I'm in the doghouse again. There was some kind of ceremony a few days later down to the courthouse. My mama dressed me in my suit and took me there, and we met a nice man with a mustache carrying a big purse who told the judge a bunch of things. Then some other people, including my mama, say some other shit, and finally it was my turn. The man with the mustache took me by the arm so's I'd stand up, and the judge asked me how all this done happened. I couldn't figure out what to say, so I just shrugged my shoulders, and then he asks if there's anything else I want to add, and so I says, I got to pee. Because we've been sitting there almost half a day, and I'm about to bust. The judge, he leaned forward from behind his big old desk and peered at me like I'm a Mars man or something. Then the feller with the mustache speaks up, and following this, the judge tells him to take me to the toilet, which he does. I look back as we leaving the room, and see poor old Mama holding her head and daubing at her eyes with the handkerchief. Anyhow, when I get back, the judge be scratching his chin, and he say the whole deal is very peculiar, but that he think I ought to go in the army or something which might help straighten me out. My mama informed him that the United States Army won't have me, 'count of I'm an idiot, but that this very morning a letter done come from up to the university saying that if I will play football for them, I can go to school there scot-free. The judge say that sounds kind of peculiar too, but it's okay with him as long as I get my big ass out of town. The next morning, I'm all packed up, and Mama, she take me to the bus station and put me on the bus. I was looking out the window, and there's Mama, crying and wiping her eyes with a handkerchief. That's getting to be a scene I know too well. It is stamped permanent into my memory. Anyhow, they started up the bus, and away I went. Chapter 3. When we get up to the university, Coach Bryant, he come out to the gym where we were all sitting in our shorts and sweatshirts and begin making a speech. It about the same kind of speech Coach Fellers would make, except even a simpleton like myself could tell this man meant business. His speech short and sweet, and conclude with the statement that the last man on the bus to the practice field will get a ride there not on the bus, but on Coach Bryant's shoe instead. Yes, sirree, we do not doubt his word, and stack ourselves into the bus like flapjacks. All this was during the month of August, which in the state of Alabama is somewhat hotter than it is elsewhere. That is to say, that if you put an egg on top of your football helmet, it would be fried sunny side up in about 10 seconds. 'Cause nobody ever tried that, on account of it might get Coach Bryant angry. That was the one thing nobody wished to do, because life was almost intolerable as it was. Coach Bryant have his own goons to show me around. They take me to where I was going to stay, which is a nice brick building on the campus that somebody says is called the Ape Dome. Them goons escort me over there in a car and lead me upstairs to my room. Unfortunately, what might have looked nice from the outside was not true for the inside. At first it appeared that nobody had lived in this building for a long time. There was so much dirt and shit around, and most of the doors had been torn off the hinges and bashed in, as most of the windows are busted out too. A few of the fellers is lying on their cots inside, wearing very little 'cause it about 110 degrees hot in there, and flies and things be humming and buzzing. In the hall there is a big stack of newspapers, which at first I afraid they're going to make us read, it being college and all, but soon I learned they're for putting down on the floor so you don't have to step on all the dirt and shit when you walk around. The goons take me to my room and say they be hoping to find my roommate there, whose name is Curtis somebody, but he nowhere to be found. So they get my stuff unpacked and show me where the bathroom is, which look worse than what you might expect to find at a one-pump gasoline station, and they be on their way. But before they go, one of the goons say Curtis and me should get on fine, because both of us have about as much brains as an eggplant. I look real hard at the goon what said that, because I be tired of hearing all that shit. But he tell me to drop down and give him 50 push-ups. After that, I just be doing what I'm told. I went to sleep on my cot after spreading a sheet over it to cover up the dirt, and was having a dream about sitting down in the parlor with my mama like we used to do when it was hot, and she'd fix me a limeade and talk to me hour after hour. Then suddenly the door of the room done crashed in flat and scared me half to death. a fella be standing there in the doorway with a wild look on his face, eyes all bugged out, no teeth in front, nose look like a yeller squash, and his hair standing straight up like he done stuck his thing in a light socket. I figure this be Curtis. He come inside the room like he expecting somebody to pounce on him, looking from side to side, and walk right over the door that he just caved in. Curtis ain't very tall, but he looked like a icebox otherwise. First thing he asks me is where I'm from. When I say Mobile, he say that is a candy-ass town, and informs me he's from Op, where they make peanut butter, and if I don't like it, he gonna open up a jar himself and butter my butt with it. That was the extent of our conversation for a day or so. That afternoon at football practice, it be about 10,000 degrees hot on the field, and all Coach Bryant's goons running around scowling and yelling at us, making us exercise. My tongue hanging down like it was a necktie or something, but I trying to do the right thing. Finally, they divides up everybody and puts me with backs, and we start to run pass patterns. Now, before I come up to the university, they done sent me a package which contained about 1,000,000 different football plays, and I done asked Coach Fellas what I'm supposed to do with it, and he just shake his head sadly and say not to try to do nothing, just to wait until I get to the university and let them figure something out. I wish I hadn't taken Coach Fellas' advice now, 'cause when I run out for my first pass, I done turned the wrong way, and the head goon come rushing up, hollering and shouting at me, and when he stopped shouting, he asked me, don't I study the plays they send me? When I says, he commenced to jump up and down and flail his arms like hornets is upon him, and when he calmed down, he tell me to go run 5 laps round the field while he consult with Coach Bryant about me. Coach Bryant be setting up in a great big tower, looking down on us like the great God Bud. I'm running the laps and watching the goon climb up there, and when he get to the top and say his piece, Coach Bryant crane his neck forward, and I feel his eyes burning hot on my big stupid ass. Suddenly, a voice come over the megaphone for everybody to hear, say, Forrest Gump, report to the coaching tower. And I seen Coach Bryant and the goon climbing down. All the time I be running over there, I am wishing I were running backwards instead. But imagine my surprise when I see Coach Bryant smiling. He motioned me over to some bleachers, and we sat down, and he asked me again if I'd not learned them plays they sent me. I began to explain what Coach Fellas had told me, but Coach Bryant, he stopped me and saved me to get back in the line and start catching passes. And then I told him something else I guess he didn't want to hear, which was that I'd never even caught a pass at high school, 'cause they figured it hard enough to get me to remember where our own goal line is, let alone run around trying to grab the ball out of the air, too. At this news, Coach Bryant get a real odd squint in his eyes, and he'd look off in the distance, as if he was looking all the way to the moon or something. Then he'd tell the goon to go fetch a football, and when the football come, Coach Bryant himself tell me to run out a little ways and turn around. When I do, he throwed the football at me. I see it coming almost like slow motion, but it bounced off my fingers and fall on the ground. Coach Bryant be nodding his head up and down like he should have figured this out earlier. But somehow I get the idea he is not pleased. From the time I'm little, every time I do something wrong, my mama, she'd say, Forrest, you got to be careful, 'cause they're going to put you away. I was so scared of being put in this away place, I'd always try to be better. But I'm damned if there's a worse place they could have sent me than this ape dorm thing I'm living in. People be doing shit they wouldn't have tolerated even in the nut school. Ripping out the toilets, for instance, so you'd go to the bathroom and wouldn't find nothing but a hole in the floor to shit in. And they'd have heaved the toilet out the window onto the top of somebody's car driving past. One night, some big old goofball what played in the line got out a rifle and commenced to shoot out all the windows in somebody's fraternity house across the street. The campus cops come rushing over, but the fella dropped a big outboard motor he found someplace out the window onto the top of the cop car. Coach Bryant make him run a bunch of extra laps for doing that. Curtis and me ain't getting along so hot, and I never been so lonely. I miss my mama and want to go back home. The trouble with Curtis is I don't understand him. Everything he say got so many cuss words in it, time I get to figuring out what they are, I miss his point. Most of the time I gather his point is that he ain't happy about something. Curtis had a car, and he used to give me a ride to practice. But one day I go to meet him, and he cussing and growling and bent over a big drain grate in the street. Seems he'd got a flat tire, and when he go to change it, he put the lug nuts in his hubcap and accidentally knock 'em down into the drain. We fixin' to be late to practice, which was not real good to do, so's I say to Curtis, "Why don't you take one lug nut off each of them 3 other tires? And that way you'll have 3 nuts on each tire, which ought to be enough to get us to practice." Curtis stopped cussing for a moment and look up at me and say, "You supposed to be a idiot. How you figure that out?" And I say, "Maybe I am a idiot, but at least I ain't stupid." And at this, Curtis jumped up and commenced chasing me with a tie tool, calling me every terrible thing he can think up, and that pretty much ruined our relationship. After that, I decided I got to find another place to stay. So when we get off from practice, I gone down into the basement of the ape dorm and spent the rest of the night there. It wasn't no dirtier than the upstairs rooms, and there was an electric light bulb. Next day, I moved my cot down there, and from then on, it was where I lived. Meantime, school is done started, and they got to figure out what to do with me. There was a guy with the athletic department that seemed to do nothing but figure out how to get dummos to where they could pass a class. Some of the classes was supposed to be easy, such as physical education, and they enrolled me in that. But also I've got to take 1 English course and 1 science or math, and there's no getting around that. What I learnt later was that there was certain teachers that would give a football player a sort of break, meaning that they'd appreciate he is consumed with playing football and cannot spend much of his time on school. There was one of these teachers in the science department, but unfortunately the only class he taught was something called intermediate light, which was apparently for graduate physics majors or something. But they put me in there anyhow, even though I didn't know physics from phys ed. I wasn't so lucky in English. They apparently didn't have no sympathetic people over in that department, so they told me just to go ahead and take the class and fail it, and they'd figure out something else later. In intermediate light, they provided me with a textbook that weighed 5 pounds and looked like a Chinaman wrote it. But every night I take it down to the basement and sit on my cot under the light bulb, and after a while, for some peculiar reason, it begun to make sense. What did not make sense was why we were supposed to be doing it in the first place, but figuring out them equations was easy as pie. Professor Hooks was my teacher's name, and after the first test, he asked me to come to his office after class. He say, "Forrest, I want you to tell me the truth. Did somebody provide you the answers to these questions?" And I shake my head. And then he hand me a sheet of paper with a problem written on it and says for me to sit down and figure it out. When I'm through, Professor Hooks look at what I done and shake his head and say, "Great God Almighty." English class was another deal entirely. The teacher is a Mr. Boone, and he a very stern person who talk a lot. At the end of the first day, he say for us to sit down that night and write a short autobiography of ourselves for him. It's just about the most difficult thing I ever try to do, but I stay up most of the night thinking and writing, and I just say whatever come to mind on account of they told me to fail the class anyhow. A few days later, Mr. Boone start handing back our papers, and he criticizing and making fun of everybody's autobiography. Then he come to what I done, and I figure I'm in the doghouse for sure. But he hold up my paper and start reading it out loud to everybody, and he commences laughing, and everybody else is too. I told about being in the nut school and playing football for Coach Fellers and going to the All-State football banquet and about the Daft Board and Jenny Curran and the movie and all. When he's through, Mr. Boone, he say, "Now here is originality. Here is what I want." And everybody turn and look at me, and he says, "Mr. Gump, you ought to think about getting into the creative writing department. How did you think this up?" And I says, "I got to pee." Mr. Boone kind of jumped back for a second. Then he bust out laughing, and so's everybody else, and he said, "Mr. Gump, you are a very amusing fellow." And so I'm surprised again. The first football game was on a Saturday a few weeks later. Most of the time, practice had been pretty bad till Coach Bryant figured out what to do with me, which was about what Coach Fellers had done at high school. They just give me the ball and let me run. I run good that day and scored 4 touchdowns. And we whipped the University of Georgia 35-3, and everybody slapping me on the back till it hurt. After I get cleaned up, I phoned my mama, and she done listened to the game over the radio and is so happy she can bust. That night, everybody going to parties and shit, but nobody asked me to any, so I go down to the basement. I'm there a while when I hear this kind of music coming from someplace upstairs, and it's real pretty like, and I don't know why, but I went on up there to find out what it was. There was this guy, Bubba, sitting in his room, playing a mouth organ. He'd broke his foot in practice and couldn't play, and didn't have nowhere to go either. He let me sit on a cot and listen to him. We didn't talk or nothing. He just sitting on one cot and me on the other, and he's playing his harmonica. And after about an hour, I asked him if I could try it, and he says, "Okay." Little did I know that it would change my life forever. After I'd played around on the thing for a while, I got to where I could play pretty good, and Bubba was going crazy, saying he'd never heard such good shit. After it got late, Bubba says for me to take the harmonica with me, and I did, and played it a long time till I got sleepy and went to bed. Next day, Sunday, I went to take the harmonica back to Bubba, but he said for me to keep it, 'cause he got another one, and I was real happy, and went for a walk and sat down under a tree and played all day long till I run out of things to play. It was late in the afternoon, and the sun was almost gone when I begun to walk back to the ape dorm. I was going across the quadrangle when suddenly I hear this girl's voice shout out, "Forrest!" I turn around, and who should be behind me but Jenny Curran. She has a big smile on her face, and she come up and took me by the hand and says she saw me play football yesterday and how good I was and all. Turns out she ain't mad or anything about what happened in the movie, and says it ain't my fault. It was just one of them things. She asks if I want to have a Coca-Cola with her. It was too nice to believe, sitting there with Jenny Curran, and she says she taking classes in music and drama, and that she planning on being an actress or a singer. She's also playing in a little band that do folk music stuff, and tells me they're going to be at the Student Union building tomorrow night, and for me to come by. Let me tell you, I can hardly wait. Chapter 4. Now, there is a secret thing that Coach Bryant and them done figured out, and nobody's supposed to mention it, even to ourselves. They've been teaching me how to catch a football pass. Every day after practice, I've been working with 2 goons and a quarterback, running out and catching passes, running out and catching passes, till I'm so exhausted my tongue hanging down to my navel. But I getting to where I can catch 'em. And Coach Bryant, he say this gonna be our secret weapon, like a atom bomb or something. 'Cause after a while, them other teams gonna figure out they ain't throwing me the ball and will not be watching for it. Then, Coach Bryant say, we's gonna turn your big ass loose, 6'6", 240 pounds, and run 100 yards in 9.5 seconds flat. It is gonna be a sight. Bubba and me is real good friends by now, and he helped me learn some new songs on the harmonica. And sometimes he come down to the basement and we sit around and play along together. But Bubba say I am far better than he ever will be. I gotta tell you that if it weren't for that harmonica music, I might have just packed up and gone home. But it made me feel so good, I can hardly describe it. It's sort of like my whole body is a harmonica, and the music give me goosebumps when I play it. Mostly the trick is in the tongue, lips, fingers, and how you move your neck. I think perhaps running after all them passes has caused my tongue to hang out longer, which is a hell of a note, so to speak. Next Friday, I get all slicked up, and Bubba lend me some hair tonic and shaving lotion, and I go on over to the Student Union building. There's a big crowd there, and sure enough, Jenny Curran and 3 or 4 other people is up on stage. Jenny is wearing a long dress and playing the guitar, and somebody else has a banjo, and there's a guy with a bull fiddle, plucking it with his fingers. They sound real good, and Jenny seen me back in the crowd and smiles and points with her eyes for me to come up and sit in the front. It's just beautiful sitting there on the floor, listening and watching Jenny Curran. I was kind of thinking that later I'd buy some divinity and see if she wanted some too. They had played for an hour or so, and everybody seemed happy and feeling good. They was playing Joan Baez music and Bob Dylan and Peter, Paul, and Mary. I was lying back with my eyes closed, listening, and all of a sudden, I ain't sure what happened, but I'd pulled out my harmonica and was just playing along with 'em. It was the strangest thing. Jenny was singing Blowin' in the Wind, and when I begun to play, she stopped for a second, and the banjo player, he stopped too, and they get this very surprised looks on their faces, and then Jenny give me a big grin, and she commenced to pick up the song again, and the banjo player, he stopped and give me a chance to ride my harmonica for a while, and everybody in the crowd begun to clap and cheer when I was done. Jenny come down from the stage after that, and the band take a break, and she say, "Forrest, what in the world? Where did you learn to play that thing?" Anyhow, after that, Jenny got me to play with their band. It was every Friday, and when there wasn't an out-of-town game, I made $25 a night. It were just like heaven, till I found out Jenny Curran been screwing the banjo player. Unfortunately, it was not going so good in English class. Mr. Boone had called me in about a week or so after he read my autobiography to the class, and he said, "Mr. Gump, I believe it is time for you to stop trying to be amusing and start getting serious." He handed me back an assignment I'd writ on the poet Wordsworth. The Romantic period, he say, did not follow a bunch of classic bullshit, nor were the poets Pope and Dryden a couple of turds. He tell me to do the thing over again, and I'm beginning to realize Mr. Boone don't understand I'm an idiot. But he's about to find out. Meantime, somebody must have said something to somebody, 'cause one day my guidance counselor at the athletic department called me in and tells me I'm excused from other classes and to report the next morning to a Dr. Mills at the University Medical Center. Bright and early I go over there, and Dr. Mills got a big stack of papers in front of him, looking through them, and he tells me to sit down and start asking me questions. When he finished, he tell me to take off my clothes, all but my undershorts, which I breathed easier after hearing, 'cause of what happened the last time with the army doctors, and he commenced to studying me real hard, looking in my eyes and all, and bonging me on the kneecaps with a little rubber hammer. Afterward, Dr. Mills asked if I would mind coming back that afternoon, and asked if I would bring my harmonica with me, 'cause he'd heard about it, and would I mind playing a tune for one of his medical classes. I said I would, although it seemed peculiar even to somebody dumb as me. There was about 100 people in the medical class, all wearing green aprons and taking notes. Dr. Mills put me up on the stage in a chair with a pitcher and a glass of water in front of me. He's saying a whole bunch of crap I don't follow, but after a while I get the feeling he's talking about me. "Idiot savant," he say loudly, and everybody be staring my way. "A person who cannot tie a necktie, who can barely lace up his shoes, who has the mental capacity of perhaps a 6 to 10-year-old, and, in this case, the body of, well, an Adonis." Dr. Mills be smiling at me in a way I don't like, but I'm stuck, I guess. "But the mind," he says, "the mind of the idiot savant has rare pockets of brilliance, so that Forrest here can solve advanced mathematical equations that would stump any of you, and he can pick up complex musical themes with the ease of Liszt or Beethoven. Idiot savant," he says again, sweeping his hand in my direction. I ain't sure what I'm supposed to do, but he'd said for me to play something, so I pull out the harmonica and start playing Puff the Magic Dragon. Everybody's sitting there watching me like I'm a bug or something, and when the song's over, they still just sitting there looking at me, don't even clap or nothing. I figured they don't like it, so I stood up and said, "Thanks," and I left. Shit on them people. There is only 2 more things the rest of that school term that was even halfway important. The first was when we won the National College Football Championship and went to the Orange Bowl, and the second was when I found out Jenny Curran was screwing the banjo player. It was the night we were supposed to play at a fraternity house party at the university. We had a terribly hard practice that afternoon, and I was so thirsty I could have drank out of the toilet like a dog. But there's this little store, 5 or 6 blocks from the Ape Dorm, and after practice I walked on up there, fixing me to get some limes and some sugar, and fix me a limeade, like my mama used to make for me. They is an old cross-eyed woman behind the counter, and she look at me like I'm a hold-up man or something. I'm looking for the limes, and after a while she says, "Can I help you?" And I says, "Want some limes." And she tells me they ain't got no limes, so I asked her if they got any lemons, 'cause I was thinking a lemonade would do, but they ain't got none of them either, or oranges or nothing. It ain't that kind of store. I must have looked around, maybe an hour or more, and the woman be getting nervous, and finally she say, "Ain't you gonna buy nothing?" So I get a can of peaches off the shelf and some sugar, thinking if I can't have anything else, maybe I can make me a peachade or something. I'm about dying of thirst. When I get back to my basement, I open the can with a knife and squash the peaches up inside one of my socks and strain it into a jar. Then I put in some water and sugar and get it stirred up. But I tell you what, it don't taste nothing like a limeade. Matter of fact, it tastes more than anything else like hot socks. Anyhow, I was supposed to be at the fraternity house at 7 o'clock, and when I get there, some of the fellas is setting up the stuff and all, but Jenny and the banjo guy are nowhere to be found. I asked around for a while, and then I went out to get myself some fresh air in the parking lot. I saw Jenny's car and thought maybe she'd just get here. All the windows in the car is steamed up, so's you can't see inside. Well, all of a sudden, I think maybe she's in there and can't get out, and maybe getting that exhaust poison or something. So I open the door and look in. When I do, the light come on. There she is, lying on the back seat, the top of her dress pulled down and the bottom pulled up. Banjo player there too, on top of her. Jenny seen me and started screaming and flailing just like she done in the picture show, and it suddenly occurred to me that maybe she being molested. So's I grabbed the banjo player by his shirt, which is all he's got on anyhow, and snatched his ass off her. Well, it didn't take no idiot to figure out that I gone and done the wrong thing again. Jesus Christ, you can't imagine such carrying on. He cussing me, she cussing me, trying to get her dress pulled up and down, and finally Jenny say, "Oh, Forrest, how could you?" and walk off. Banjo player pick up his banjo and leave too. Anyhow, after that it were apparent I was not welcome to play in the little band no more, and I went on back to the basement. I still couldn't understand exactly what had been going on. But later that night, Bubba seen my light on, and he stopped down, and when I tell him about the thing, he say, "Good grief, Forrest, them people was making love." Well, I reckon I might have figured that out myself, but to be honest, it wasn't something I wanted to know. Sometimes, however, a man got to look at the facts. It's probably a good thing I was kept busy playing football, 'cause it was such an awful feeling, realizing Jenny was doing that with the banjo player, and that she probably hadn't even a thought about me in that regard. But by this time we was undefeated the entire season and was going to play for the national championship at the Orange Bowl against them corn shuckers from Nebraska. It was always a big thing when we played a team from up north, 'cause for sure they'd have colored on their side, and that'd be a reason for a lot of consternation from some of the guys, like my ex-roommate Curtis, for example. Although I never worried about it myself, on account of most of the colored I ever met be nicer to me than white people. Anyhow, we going on down to the Orange Bowl in Miami, and come game time, we is some kind of stirred up. Coach Bryant come in the locker room and don't say much, 'cept that if we want to win, we got to play hard or some such. And then we be out on the field, and they kicked off to us. The ball come directly to me, and I grab it out of the air and run straight into a pile of Nebraska corn-shucking niggers and big old white boys that weigh about 500 pounds apiece. It was that way the whole afternoon. At halftime, they was ahead 28-7, and we was a forlorn and sorry lot of guys. Coach Bryant come into the dressing room, and he be shaking his head like he expected all along that we was going to let him down. And then he started drawing on the chalkboard and talking to Snake, the quarterback, and some of the others, and then he called out my name and asked me to come with him into the hallway. "Forrest," he says, "this shit has got to stop." His face right up against mine, and I can feel his breath hard on my cheeks. "Forrest," he say, "all year long we been running them pass patterns to you in secret, and you been doing great. Now, we is going to do it against them Nebraska corn jack-offs this second half, and they will be so faked out they jockstraps going to be dangling around their ankles. But it is up to you, boy. So go out there and run like a wild animal is after you." I nod my head, and then it'd be time to get back on the field. Everybody be hollering and cheering, but I sort of feel there's an unfair burden on my shoulders. What the hell, though? That's just the way it is sometimes. First play, when we get the ball, Snake, the quarterback, say in the huddle, "Okay, we're going to run the Forrest series now." And he says to me, "You just run out 20 yards and look back and the ball be there." And damn if it wasn't. Score is 28-14 all of a sudden. We play real good after that, except them Nebraska corn jerk-off niggers and big old dumb white boys. They ain't just sitting there observing the scene. They's got some tricks of their own. Mainly like running all over us as if we was made of cardboard or something. But they's still somewhat surprised that I can catch the ball, and after I catch it 4 or 5 more times and the score's 28-21, they begin to put 2 fellers to chasing after me. However, that leave Gwyn, the end, with nobody much to chase him around, and he catch Snake's pass and put us on the 15-yard line. Weasel, the place kicker, get a field goal, and the score now be 28-24. On the sideline, Coach Bryant come up to me and say, "Forrest, you may be a shit for brains, but you has got to pull this thing out for us. I will personally see that you are made President of the United States, or whatever else you want, if you can just haul that football over the goal line 1 more time." He pat me on the head then, like I was a dog, and back in the game I go. The Snake, he get caught behind the line right at the first play, and the clock is running out fast. On the second play, he tried to fake him out by handing me the ball instead of throwing it, but about 2 tons of Nebraska corn jack-off beef, black and white, fall on top of me right away. I lying there, flat on my back, thinking what it must have been like when that net load of bananas fall on my daddy. And then I gone back in the huddle again. Forrest, Snake says, I gonna fake a pass to Gwen, but I am gonna throw the ball to you. So I want you to run down there to the cornerback and then turn right, and the ball be right there. Snake's eyes are wild as a tiger's. I nod my head and do as I'm told. Sure enough, Snake heaves the ball into my hands, and I be tearing toward the middle of the field with the goalpost straight ahead. But all of a sudden a giant man come flying into me and slow me down. And then all the Nebraska corn jerk-off niggers and big old dumb white boys in the world start grapping and gouging and stomping on me. And I fall down. Damn! We ain't got but a few yards to go for winning the game. When I get off my back, I see Snake got everybody lined up already for the last play, on account of we got no more timeouts. Soon as I get to my place, he calls for the snap, and I run out. But he suddenly throwed the ball about 20 feet over my head, out of bounds on purpose, to stop the clock, I guess, which only has 2 or 3 seconds left on it. Unfortunately, though, Snake done got confused about things. I suppose he thinking it third down and we got one more play left, but in fact it was fourth down. So we lose the ball, and also, of course, we lose the game. Sound like something I would have done. Anyhow, it was extra sad for me, 'cause I kind of figured Jenny Curran was probably watching the game, and maybe if I done got the ball and win the game, she'd try to forgive me for doing what I'd done to her. But that was not to be. Coach Bryant was mighty unhappy over what happened, but he suck it up and say, "Well, boys, there's always next year. Except for me, that is. That was not to be either." Chapter 5. After the Orange Bowl, the athletic department get my grades for the first term, and it ain't long before Coach Bryant sent for me to come to his office. When I get there, he looking bleak. "Forrest," he say, "I can understand how you flunked remedial English, but it will mystify me to the end of my days how you managed to get an A in something called intermediate light, and then a F in phys ed class, when you has just been named the most valuable college back in the Southeastern Conference." It was a long story that I didn't want to bore Coach Bryant with. But why in hell do I need to know the distance between goalposts on a soccer field anyway? Well, Coach Bryant looking at me with a terrible sad expression on his face. "Forrest," he say, "I regret awfully having to tell you this, but you's done flunked out of school, and there's nothing I can do." I just stood there, twisting my hands, till it suddenly come to me what he's saying. I ain't gonna get to play no more football. I got to leave the university. Maybe I never see any of the other guys no more. Maybe I never see Jenny Curran no more either. I got to move out of my basement, and I won't get to take advanced light next term like Professor Hooks have said I would. I didn't realize it, but tears begun coming to my eyes. I ain't saying nothing, I just standing there, head hanging down. Then Coach, he stand up himself and come over to me, and he put his arm round me. He say, "Forrest, it okay, son. When you first come here, I expect something like this would happen. But I told him then, I said, just give me that boy for one season, that's all I ask. Well, Forrest, we has had ourselves one hell of a season. That is for sure. And it certainly weren't your fault that Snake threw the ball out of bounds on 4th down. I looked up then, and there's little tears in Coach's eyes, too. And he's looking at me real hard. Forrest, he say, there has never been nobody like you ever played ball at this school. And there won't be never again. You was very fine. And Coach go over and stand looking out the window. And he say, good luck, boy. Now get your big dumb ass out of here. And so I had to leave the university. I gone back and pack up my shit in the basement. Bubba come down and he done brought 2 beers, give one to me. I ain't never drank a beer, but I can see how a fella could acquire a taste for it. Bubba walked with me outside the ape dorm, and lo and behold, who should be standing there but the entire football team. They's very quiet, and Snake, he come up and shake my hand and say, Forrest, I'm very sorry about that pass, okay? And I says, sure, Snake, okay. And then they all come up one by one and shake my hand. Even old Curtis, who's wearing a body brace from his neck down on account of bashing down one door too many in the ape dorm. Bubba say he'd help me carry my shit down to the bus depot, but I say I'd rather go alone. Keep in touch, he say. Anyhow, on the way to the bus station, I passed by the Student Union store. But it ain't Friday night, and Jenny Curran's band is not playing. So I say the hell with it, and catch the bus on home. It was late at night when the bus got to Mobile. I hadn't told my mama what had happened, 'cause I knew she'd be upset. So I walk on home, but there's a light on up in her room, and when I get inside, there she is, crying and bawling just like I remember. What had happened, she tell me, is that the United States Army has already heard about me not making my grades, and that very day a notice done come for me to report to the U.S. Army Induction Center. If I'd known then what I know now, I'd never have done it. My mama take me down there a few days later. She's packed me a box lunch in case I get hungry on the way to wherever we's going. There's about 100 guys standing around and 4 or 5 buses waiting. A big old sergeant be hollering and yelling at everybody, and Mama goes up to him and says, I don't see how you can take my boy, 'cause he's a idiot. But the sergeant just looked back at her and say, well, lady, what do you think all these other people is? Einsteins? And he gone on back to hollering and yelling. Pretty soon he yelled at me too, and I get on the bus, and away we went. Ever since I left the nut school, people been shouting at me. Coach Fellas, Coach Bryant, and the goons, and now the people in the Army. But let me say this. Them people in the Army yell longer and louder and nastier than anybody else. They is never happy. And furthermore, they do not complain that you's dumb or stupid like coaches do. They is more interested in your private parts or bowel movements, and so always proceed their yelling with something like dickhead or asshole. Sometimes I wonder if Curtis had been in the Army before he went to play football. Anyhow, After about 100 hours on the bus, we get to Fort Benning, Georgia, and all I'm thinking is 35-3, the score when we whooped them Georgia dogs. The conditions in the barracks is actually a little better than they was in the ape dorm, but the food is not. It is terrible, although there's a lot of it. Other than that, it was just doing what they told us and getting yelled at in the months to come. They taught us to shoot guns, throw hand grenades, and crawl around on our bellies. When we wasn't doing that, we was either running someplace or cleaning toilets and things. The one thing I remember from Fort Benning is that they didn't seem to be nobody much smarter than I was, which was certainly a relief. Not too long after I arrive, I get put on KP on account of I have accidentally shot a hole in the water tower when we was down at the rifle range. When I get to the kitchen, it seems the cook is took sick or something, and somebody point to me and say, "Gump, you's gonna be a cook today." "What I'm gonna cook?" I asked. "I ain't never cooked before." "Who cares?" somebody say. "This ain't the Sans Souci, you know." "Why don't you make stew?" somebody else say. "It's easier." "What of?" I asked. "Look in the icebox in the pantry," the fellow say. "Just throw in everything you see and boil it up." "What if it don't taste good?" I asked. "Who gives a shit? You ever eat anything around here that did?" In this, he is correct. Well, I commenced to get everything I could from the iceboxes and the pantry. There was cans of tomatoes and beans and peaches and bacon and rice and bags of flour and sacks of potatoes and I don't know what all else. I gathered it all together and say to one of the guys, "What I'm going to cook it in?" "There's some pots in the closet," he say. But when I looked in the closet, there's just small pots, and certainly not large enough to cook a stew for 200 men in the company. "Why don't you ask the lieutenant?" somebody say. "He's out in the field on maneuvers," come the reply. "I don't know," say one fella, "but when them guys get back here today, they're going to be damn hungry, so you better think of something." "What about this?" I asked. There was an enormous iron thing about 6 feet high and 5 feet round sitting in the corner. "That's a goddamn steam boiler. You can't cook nothing in there." "How come?" I say. "Well, I don't know. I just wouldn't do it if I was you." "It's hot. It's got water in it," I says. "Do what you want," somebody said. "We got other shit to do." And so I used the steam boiler. I opened all the cans and peeled all the potatoes and throwed in whatever meat I could find and onions and carrots and poured in 10-20 bottles of ketchup and mustard and all. After about an hour, you could begin to smell the stew cooking. "How's the dinner coming?" somebody asked after a while. "Well, I'll go taste it," I say. I unfastened the lid to the boiler, and there it was. You could see all the shit bubbling and boiling up, and every so often an onion or a potato would come to the top and float around. "Let me taste it," a feller asked. He took a tin cup and dipped out some stew. "Say, this shit ain't near done yet," he says. "You better turn up the heat. Them fellows will be here any minute." So I turned up the heat on the boiler, and sure enough, the company begun coming in from the field. You can hear 'em in the barracks, taking showers and getting dressed for the evening meal. And it weren't long afterward that they begun arriving in the mess hall. But the stew still wasn't ready. I tasted it again, and some things were still raw. Out in the mess hall, they begun a kind of disgruntled mumbling that soon turned into chanting, and so I turned the boiler up again. After a half hour or so, they is beating on the tables with their knives and forks like in a prison riot, and I knowed I had to do something fast, so I turned the boiler up high as it could go. I'm sitting there watching it, so nervous I didn't know what to do, when all of a sudden the first sergeant come busting through the door. "What in the hell's going on here?" he asked. "Where is these men's food?" "It's almost ready, Sergeant," I say, and just about then the boiler commences to rumble and shake. Steam begun to come out of the sides, and one of the legs on the boiler tore loose from the floor. "What's that?" the sergeant asks. "Is you cooking something in that boiler?" "That's the supper," I says, and the sergeant got this real amazed look on his face, and a second later he got a real frightened look like you might get just for an automobile wreck, and then the boiler blew up. I'm not exactly sure what happened next. I do remember that it blowed the roof off the mess hall, and blowed all the windows out, and the doors too. It blowed the dishwasher guy right through a wall, and the guy what was stacking plates just took off up in the air, sort of like Rocket Man. Sergeant and me, we is miraculously spared somehow, like they say'll happen when you're so close to a hand grenade that you aren't hurt by it. But somehow it blowed both our clothes off, except for the big chef's hat I was wearing at the time, and it blowed stew all over us, so's we looked like, well, I don't know what we looked like, but man, it was strange. Incredibly, it didn't do nothing to all them guys sitting out there in the mess hall neither. Just left 'em sitting at their tables covered with stew, acting kind of shell-shocked or something. But it sure did shut their asses up about when their food is going to be ready. Suddenly, the company commander come running into the building. "What was that?" he shouted. "What happened?" He looked at the two of us, and then hollers, "Sergeant Krantz, is that you?" "Gump, boiler, stew," the sergeant say. Then he kind of get hold of himself and grabbed a meat cleaver off the wall. "Gump, boiler, stew!" He screamed and come after me with the cleaver. I done run out the door, and he be chasing me all over the parade grounds, even through the officers' club and the motor pool. I outrunned him, 'cause that's my specialty, but let me say this, there ain't no question in my mind that I am up the crick for sure. One night, the next fall, the phone rung in the barracks, and it was Bubba. He say they done dropped his athletic scholarship 'cause his foot broke worse than they thought, and so he's leaving school too. But he asks if I can get off to come up to Birmingham to watch the university play them geeks from Mississippi. But I am confined to quarters that Saturday, as I have been every weekend since the stew blowed up, and that's nearly a year. Anyway, I can't do it, so I listen to the game on the radio while I'm scrubbing out the latrine. The score is very close at the end of the third quarter, and Snake is having himself a big day. It's 38-37 our way, but the geeks from Mississippi score a touchdown with only 1 minute to go. Suddenly, it's fourth down and no more timeouts for us. I praying silently that Snake don't do what he done at the Orange Bowl, which is to throw the ball out of bounds on fourth down and lose the game again. But that is exactly what he done. My heart sunk low, but suddenly there's all sorts of cheering so's you can't hear the radio announcer, and when it's all quieted down, what happened was this. The Snake done faked an out-of-bounds pass on fourth down to stop the clock, but he actually give the ball to Curtis, who run it in for the winning touchdown. That'll give you some idea just how crafty Coach Bryant is. He done already figured them geeks from Mississippi is so dumb they will assume we is stupid enough to make the same mistake twice. I'm real happy about the game, but I'm wondering if Jenny Curran is watching and if she's thinking of me. As it turned out, it don't matter anyhow, 'cause a month later, we shipped out. For nearly a year we has been trained like robots and are going to somewhere 10,000 miles away, and that is no exaggeration. We is going to Vietnam, but they says it's not nearly as bad as what we've gone through this past year. As it turned out, though, that is an exaggeration. We got there in February and was trucked on cattle cars from Quy Nhon on the South China Sea coast up to Pleiku in the highlands. It wasn't a bad ride, and the scenery was nice and interesting, with banana trees and palms and rice paddies with little gooks plowing in 'em. Everybody on our side is real friendly, too, waving at us and all. We could see Pleiku almost half a day away on account of a humongous cloud of red dust that hovered over it. On its outskirts was sad little shanties that is worse than anything I seen back in Alabama, with folks huddled neath cloth lean-tos, and they ain't got no teeth, and they children ain't got no clothes, and basically they is beggars. When we get to the brigade headquarters and fire base, it don't look real bad either, except for all that red dust. Ain't nothing much going on that we can see, and the place is all neat and clean, with tents stretched far as you can see in rows, and the dirt and sand around 'em raked up nice and tidy. Don't hardly look like a war going on at all. We might's well been back at Fort Benning. Anyhow, they says it's real quiet 'cause it's the beginning of the Gook New Year's, Tet or some such, and they's a truce going on. All of us is tremendously relieved, because we's frightened enough as it is. The peace and quiet, however, didn't last very long. After we get squared away in our area, they tell us to go down to Brigade Showers and clean ourselves. Brigade Showers is just a shallow pit in the ground where they's put 3 or 4 big water tank trucks, and we told to fold our uniforms up on the edge of the pit and then get down in there and they'll squirt us with water. Even so, it ain't half bad, account of we been for nearly a week without a bath, and was beginning to smell pretty ripe. We is assing around in the pit, getting hosed down and all, and it's just about getting dark, and all of a sudden there's this funny sound in the air, and some jackoff who's squirting us with the hose holler, "Incoming!" and everybody on the edge of the pit vanish into thin air. We standing there butt naked, looking at each other, and then there's a big explosion close by, and then another one, and everybody starts shouting and cussing and trying to get to their clothes. Them incoming explosions falling all around us, and somebody shouting, "Hit the dirt," which was kind of ridiculous, since we was all pressed so flat in the bottom of the pit by now, we resemble worms rather than people. One of them explosions sent a bunch of shit flying into our pit, and them boys on the far side get hit with it and start screaming and yelling and bleeding and grapping at themselves. It was all too apparent that the pit was not a safe place to be hiding. Sergeant Krantz suddenly appeared over the edge of the pit, and he hollered for us all to get the hell out of there and follow him. There's a little break between explosions, and we haul ass out of the pit. I come over the top and look down, and God Almighty, lying there's 4 or 5 of the fellers who was squirting the hose on us. They's hardly recognizable as people, all mangled up like they's been stuffed through a cotton baler or something. I ain't never seen nobody dead, and it is the most horrible and scary thing ever to happen to me afore or since. Sergeant Krantz motioned for us to crawl after him, which we do. If you could have looked down on it from above, we must have made a sight. 150 or so fellas all butt naked, squirming along the ground in a long line. There's a bunch of foxholes dug in a row, and Sergeant Krantz put 3 or 4 of us in each hole. But as soon as we get in 'em, I realized I'd have almost rather stayed back in the pit. Them foxholes was filled waist stinking deep with slimy old water from the rain. And there was all sorts of frogs and snakes and bugs crawling and leaping and squirming around in 'em. It went on the entire night, and we had to stay in them foxholes and didn't get no supper. Just before dawn, the shelling eased up, and we was told to haul our asses out of the foxholes and get our clothes and weapons and prepare for the attack. Since we was relatively new, there was really not much we could do. They didn't even know where to put us, so they told us to go guard the south perimeter, which is where the officers' latrine was located. But it were nearly worse than the foxholes, on account of one of the bombs has hit the latrine and blowed up about 500 pounds of officer shit all over the area. We had to stay there all day. No breakfast, no lunch, and then at sundown they commenced shelling us again, so we had to lie there in all that shit. My, it were repulsive. Finally, somebody remember we might be getting hungry, and had a bunch of sea ration cases brought over. I got the cold ham and eggs that was dated 1951 on the can. There was all kinds of rumors going on. Somebody said the Gooks was running over the town to play coup. Somebody else says the Gooks got an atomic bomb and is just shelling us with mortars to soften us up. And somebody else says it ain't the Gooks shelling us at all, but Australians, or maybe the Dutch or the Norwegians. I figure, don't matter who it is. Shit on rumors. Anyhow, after the first day, we begun trying to make ourselves a livable place on the south perimeter. We dug us foxholes and used the boards and tin from the officers' latrine to make us little hooches. The attack never come, though, and we never saw no Gooks to shoot at. I figure maybe they smart enough not to attack a shithouse anyway. Every night, for about 3 or 4 days, they shelling us, though, and finally one morning when the shelling stops, Major Balls, the battalion executive officer, come crawling up to our company commander and say we's got to go up north to help out another brigade that is catching hell in the jungle. After a while, Lieutenant Hooper say for us to saddle up, and everybody stuffing as many sea rations and hand grenades in his pockets as he can, which actually present a sort of dilemma, since you can't eat a hand grenade, but you might nevertheless come to need it. Anyway, they load us on the helicopters, and off we flew. You could see the shit 3rd Brigade had stepped into even before the helicopters landed. There was all sorts of smoke and stuff rising up out of the jungle, and huge chunks had been blown out of the ground. We hadn't even got to earth before they commenced shooting at us. They blowed up one of our heliocopters in the air, and it was a dreadful sight. People set on fire and all, and nothing we could do. I am the machine gun ammo bearer, 'cause they figure I can carry a lot of shit on account of my size. Before we left, a couple of other fellas asked if I'd mind carrying some of their hand grenades so's they could carry more sea rations, and I agreed. Didn't hurt me none. Also, Sergeant Krantz made me carry a 10-gallon water can that weighed about 50 pounds. Then, just before we left, Daniels, who carries the tripod for the machine gun, he gets the runs and he can't go, so's I got to tote the tripod too. When it all added up, I might as well have been toting around one of them Nebraska corn shucker jackoffs as well. But this ain't no football game. It is getting to be dusk, and we is told to go up to a ridge and relieve Charlie Company, which is either pinned down by the Gooks or has got the Gooks pinned down, depending on whether you get your news from the Stars and Stripes or by just looking around at what the hell's going on. In any event, when we get up there, all sorts of crap is flying around, and there's about a dozen fellers badly hurt and moaning and crying, and there's so much noise from all quarters that nobody can hardly hear nothing. I be crouching down real low and trying to get all that ammo and the water can and the tripod, plus all my own shit, up to where Charlie Company is, and I'm struggling past the slit trench when this guy down in it pipe up and say to the other, "Look at that big bozo. He looked like the Frankenstein monster or something." And I'm about to say something back, 'cause things seem bad enough already without nobody poking fun at you. But then, I'll be damned, the other guy in the slit trench suddenly jump up and cry out, "Forrest! Forrest Gump!" Lo and behold, it was Bubba. Briefly, what had happened was that even if Bubba's foot was hurt too bad to play football, it weren't bad enough to keep from getting him sent halfway around the earth on behalf of the United States Army. Anyhow, I dragged my sorry butt and everything else up to where I was supposed to be, and after a while Bubba come up there, and in between the shelling, which stop every time our airplanes appear, Bubba and me caught up with each other. He tells me he hear Jenny Curran done quit school and gone off with a bunch of war protesters or something. He also say that Curtis done beat up a campus policeman one day for giving him a parking ticket, and was in the process of drop-kicking his official ass around the campus when the authorities show up and throwed a big net over Curtis and drug him off. Bubba say Coach Bryant made Curtis run 50 extra laps after practice as punishment. Good old Curtis. Chapter 6. That night was long and uncomfortable. We couldn't fly our airplanes, so they got to shell us most of the evening for free. There was a little saddle between two ridges, and they was on one ridge and we on the other, and down in the saddle was where the dispute was taking place. Though what anybody would want with that piece of mud and dirt, I do not know. However, Sergeant Krantz have said to us time and again that we was not brought over here to understand what is going on, only to do what we is told. Pretty soon, Sergeant Krantz come up and start telling us what to do. He says we's got to move the machine gun about 50 meters around to the left of a big old tree sticking up in the middle of the saddle, and find a good safe place to put it so's we's not all blowed away. From what I see and hear, any place, including where we presently are, is not safe, but to go down in that saddle is goddamn absurd. However, I'm trying to do the right thing. Me and Bones, the machine gunner, and Doyle, another ammo bearer, and two other guys crawl out of our holes and start to moving down the little slope. Halfway down, the gooks see us and commence to shooting with their own machine gun. Before anything bad happens, though, we scramble down the slope and into the jungle. I cannot remember how far a meter is exactly, but it is almost the same as a yard. So, when we get near the big tree, I say to Doyle, "Maybe we better move left." And he look at me real hard like and growl, "Shut your ass, Forrest, there's gooks here." Sure enough, there was 6 or 8 gooks squatting under the big old tree having their lunch. Doyle take a hand grenade and pull the pin and sort of lob it into the air toward the tree. It blowed up before it hit the ground, and there's all sorts of wild chattering from where the gooks is. Then Bones opens up with the machine gun, and me and 2 other guys heaving a couple of more hand grenades for good measure. All that gone down in just a minute or so, and when it come quiet again, we be on our way. We found a place to put the gun and stayed there till it got dark. And all night long, too, but nothing happened. We could hear all sorts of shit going on every place else, but we be left to ourselves. Sunup come and we hungry and tired, but there we is. And then a runner come from Sergeant Krantz who say Charlie Company is going to start moving into the saddle soon as our airplanes have totally wiped out the gooks there, which is to be in a few minutes. Sure enough, the planes come and drop they shit, and everything get exploded and wipe out all the gooks. We can see Charlie Company moving off the ridge line, coming down into the saddle, but no sooner does they get over the edge of the ridge and start struggling along the slope than all the weapons in the world commence to shooting at Charlie Company and dropping mortars and all, and it is terrible confusion. From where we is, we cannot see any gooks on account of the jungle is thick as bonfire brush, but somebody sure be in there shooting at Charlie Company. Maybe at the Dutch, or even the Norwegians, who knows? Bones, the machine gunner, looking extremely nervous during all this on account of he's already figured out that the shooting is coming from in front of us, meaning that the gooks is in between us and our own position. In other words, we is out here alone. Sooner or later, he says, if the gooks do not overrun Charlie Company, they will come back this way. And if they find us here, they will not like it one bit. Point is, we got to move our asses. We get our shit together and begin to work back towards the ridge. But as we do, Doyle suddenly looked down off our right to the bottom of the saddle, and he see an entire busload of new gooks, armed to the teeth, moving up the hill toward Charlie Company. Best thing we could have done then was to try and make friends with them and forget all this other shit, but that was not in the cards. So we just hunkered down in some big old shrubs and waited until they got to the top of the hill. Then Bones let loose with the machine gun, and he must have killed 10 or 15 of them gooks right off. Doyle and me and the other 2 guys is throwing grenades, and things is going our way, until Bones runs out of ammo and needs a fresh belt. I feed one in for him, but just as he about to squeeze the trigger, a gook bullet hit him square in the head and blowed it inside out. He lying on the ground, hand still holding to the gun for dear life, which he does not have any more of now. Oh God, it were awful, and getting worse. No telling what them gooks would have done if they caught us. I call out to Doyle to come here, but there's no answer. I jerk the machine gun from poor old Bones' fingers and squirm over to Doyle, but he and the 2 other guys laying there shot. They dead, but Doyle's still breathing, so's I grab him up and throw him over my shoulder like a flour sack and start running through the brush toward Charlie Company, 'cause I scared out of my wits. I running for maybe 20 yards, and bullets whizzing all around me from behind, and I figure I'd be shot in the ass for sure. But then I crashed through a canebrake and come upon an area with low grass, and to my surprise it's filled with gooks, lying down looking the other way and shooting at Charlie Company, I guess. Now what'd I do? I got gooks behind me, gooks in front of me, and gooks right under my feet. I don't know what else to do, so I charge up full speed and start to bellowing and howling and all. I sort of lose my head, I guess, 'cause I don't remember what happened next, except I still be bellowing and hollering loud as I can and running for dear life. Everything was completely confused. Then all of a sudden, I'm in the middle of Charlie Company, and everybody be slapping me on the back, just like I made a touchdown. It seemed like I done frightened off the gooks, and they hightail it back to wherever they live. I put down Doyle on the ground, and the medics come and start fixing him up, and pretty soon the Charlie Company commander come up to me and start pumping my hand and telling me what a good fella I am. Then he say, "How in hell did you do that, Gump?" He be waiting for an answer, but I don't know how I done it myself. So I says, "I got to pee," which I did. The company commander look at me real strange, and then look at Sergeant Krantz, who'd also come up, And Sergeant Krantz say, "Oh, for Christ's sake, Gump, come with me." And he'd take me behind a tree. That night, Bubba and me meet up and share a foxhole and eat our sea rations for supper. Afterward, I get out my harmonica Bubba had gave me. We play a few tunes. Sound real eerie there in the jungle, playing "Oh Susanna" and "Home on the Range." Bubba got a little box of candy his mama sent him, pralines and divinity, and we both ate some. And let me tell you this, that divinity sure brung back some memories. Later on, Sergeant Krantz come over and asked me where's the 10-gallon can of drinking water. I told him I'd done left it out in the jungle when I was trying to carry in Doyle and the machine gun. For a minute I think he gonna make me go back out there and get it, but he don't. He just nod and say that since Doyle is hurt and Bones is killed, now I got to be the machine gunner. I asked him who gonna carry the tripod and the ammo and all, and he say I got to do that too, 'cause nobody else left to do it. Then Bubba say he'll do it if he can get transferred to our company. Sergeant Krantz think about that for a minute. And then he say it can probably be arranged, since there ain't enough left to Charlie Company to clean the latrine anyway. And so it was. Bubba and me is together again. The weeks go by so slow, I almost think time is passing backwards. Up one hill, down the other. Sometimes they be gooks on the hills, sometimes not. Sergeant Krantz say everything okay, though, 'cause actually we be marching back to the United States. He say we gonna march out of Vietnam, through Laos, then up across China and Russia, up to the North Pole, and across the ice to Alaska, where our mamas can come pick us up. Bubba says don't pay no attention to him, 'cause he's an idiot. Things is very primitive in the jungle. No place to shit, sleep on the ground like an animal, eat out of cans, no place to take a bath or nothing. Clothes is all rotten off, too. I get a letter once a week from my mama. She say everything fine at home, but that the high school ain't won no more championships since I done left. I write her back, too, when I can, but what I'm going to tell her that won't start her bawling again. So I just say we's having a nice time and everybody treating us fine. One thing I done, though, was I wrote a letter to Jenny Curran in care of my mama and asked if she can get Jenny's folks to send it to her wherever she is. But I ain't heard nothing back. Meantime, Bubba and me, we has got us a plan for when we get out of the army. We're going to go back home and get us a shrimp boat and get in the shrimping business. Bubba come from Bayou La Battery and work on shrimp boats all his life. He say maybe we can get us a loan and we can take turns being captain and all, and we can live on the boat and we'll have something to do. Bubba's got it all figured out. So many pounds of shrimp to pay off the loan on the boat, so much to pay for gas, so much for what we eat and such, and all the rest is left for us to ass around with. I be picturing it in my head, standing at the wheel of the shrimp boat, or even better, sitting there on the back of the boat eating shrimp. But when I tell Bubba about that, he say, "God damn, Forrest, your big ass lead us out of house and home. We don't be eating none of the shrimp afore we start making a profit." Okay, that makes sense. It all right with me. It commenced raining one day and didn't stop for 2 months. We went through every different kind of rain there is, except maybe sleet or hail. It was little tiny stinging rain sometimes, and big old fat rain at others. It came sideways and straight down, and sometimes even seemed to come up from the ground. Nevertheless, we was expected to do our shit, which was mainly walking up and down the hills and stuff looking for gooks. One day, we found 'em. They must have been holding a gook convention or something, 'cause it seemed like the same sort of deal as when you step on an anthill and they all come swarming around. We can't fly our planes in this kind of stuff either, so in about 2 minutes or so we's back in trouble again. This time, they's caught us with the pants down. We is crossing this rice paddy, and all of a sudden, from everywhere, they start throwing shit at us. People is shouting and screaming and getting shot, and somebody says, "Fall back." Well, I pick up my machine gun and start running alongside everybody else for some palm trees, which at least look like they might keep the rain off'n us. We's formed a perimeter of sorts and is getting ready to start preparing for another long night when I look round for Bubba, and he ain't there. Somebody say Bubba was out in the rice paddy and he's hurt. And I say, "God damn." And Sergeant Grants, he hear me and say, "Gump, you can't go out there." But shit on that. I leave the machine gun behind because it just be extra weight and start pumping hard for where I last seen Bubba. But halfway out I nearly step on a feller from 2nd Platoon who's mighty hurt, and he look up at me with his hand out, and so I think, shit, what can I do? So I grab him up and run back with him fast as I can. Bullets and stuff be flying all over. It's something I simply cannot understand. Why in the hell is we doing all this anyway? Playing football is one thing, but this I do not know why. God damn. I brung that boy back and run out again, and damn if I don't come across somebody else. So I reach down to pick him up and bring him back too. But when I do, his brains fall out on the paddy ground 'cause the back of his head blowed off. Shit. So I drop his ass and kept on going, and sure enough, there's Bubba, who's been hit twice in the chest. And I say, "Bubba, it gonna be okay, you hear? 'Cause we gotta get that shrimp boat and all." And I carry him back to where we set up and laid him on the ground. When I catch my breath, I look down, and my shirt all covered with blood and bluish yellow goo from where Bubba's hurt. And Bubba's looking up at me, and he say, "Fuck it, Forrest. Why this happened?" Well, what in the hell am I gonna say? Then Bubba asks me, "Forrest, you play me a song on the harmonica?" So I get it out, start playing something, I don't even know what. Then Bubba say, "Forrest, would you please play Way Down Upon the Swanee River?" And I say, "Sure, Bubba." I have to wipe off the mouthpiece, and then I start to play, and there's still a terrible lot of shooting going on, and I know I ought to be with my machine gun, but what the hell. I played that song. I hadn't noticed it, but it had quit raining, and the sky done turned a awful pinkish color. Made everybody's face look like death itself. And for some reason, the gooks done quit shooting for a while, and so'd we. I played Way Down Upon the Swanee River over and over again, kneeling next to Bubba while the medic give him a shot and tend to him best he could. Bubba done grabbed a hold of my leg, and his eyes got all cloudy, and that terrible pink sky seemed to drain all the color in his face. He was trying to say something, and so I bent over real close to hear what it was. But I never could make it out. So I asked the medic, "You hear what he say?" And the medic say, "Home." He said home. Bubba, he died. And that's all I got to say about that. The rest of the night was the worst I've ever known. There was no way they could get any help to us since it begun storming again. Them gooks was so close we could hear them talking with each other, and at one point it was hand-to-hand fighting in the 1st platoon. At dawn, they call in a napalm airplane, but it dropped the shit damn near right on top of us. Our own fellas be all singed and burnt up. Come running out into the open, eyes big as biscuits, everybody cussing and sweating and scared, woods set on fire, damn near put the rain out. Somewhere in all this, I got myself shot, and as luck would have it, I was hit in the ass. I can't even remember it. We was all in awful shape. I don't know what happened. Everything all fouled up. I just left the machine gun. I didn't give a shit no more. I went to a place back of a tree and just curl up, start crying. Bubba gone, shrimp boat gone. He the only friend I ever had, except maybe Jenny Curran, and I done messed that up too. Wasn't for my mama, I might as well just died right there, of old age or something, whatever, it didn't matter. After a while, they start landing some relief in heliocopters, and I guess the napalm bomb must have frightened away the gooks. They must have figured that if we was willing to do that to ourselves, then what the hell would we have done to them? They taken the wounded out of here when along comes Sergeant Krantz. Hair all singed off, clothes burnt up, looking like he just got shot out of a cannon. He say, "Gump, you done real good yesterday, boy." Then he asks me if I want a cigarette. I say I don't smoke, and he nod. "Gump," he says, "you are not the smartest fella I've ever had, but you is one hell of a soldier. I wish I had 100 like you." He asks me if it hurt, and I say no, but that ain't the truth. "Gump," he say, "you's gone home. Guess you know that." I ask him where's Bubba, and Sergeant Krantz look at me kind of funny. "He be along directly," he says. I asked if I can ride on the same heliocopter with Bubba, and Sergeant Krantz say, "No, Bubba got to go out last 'cause he got killed." They'd stuck me with a big needle full of some kind of shit that made me feel better. But I remember I reached up and grabbed Sergeant Krantz by the arm, and I say, "I ain't never asked no favors afore, but would you put Bubba on the helicopter yourself and make sure he get there okay?" "Sure, Gump," he say. "What the hell? We'll even get him accommodations in first class." Chapter 7. I was at the hospital at Da Nang for most of 2 months. So far as the hospital went, it weren't much, but we slept on cots with mosquito nets, and they was wooden plank floors that was swept clean twice a day, which is more than you can say for the kind of living I'd got used to. They was some people hurt far worse than I was in that hospital, let me tell you. Poor old boys with arms and legs and feet and hands and who knows what else missing. Boys what had been shot in their stomachs and chests and faces. At night the place sounded like a torture chamber. Them fellas be howling and crying and calling for their mamas. There was a guy next to my cot named of Dan who'd been blowed up inside a tank. He was all burnt and had tubes going in and out of him every place. But I never heard him holler. He talked real low and quiet, and after a day or so, him and me got to be friends. Dan come from the state of Connecticut, and he were a teacher of history when they grabbed him up and throwed him into the army. Because he was smart, they sent him to officer school and made him a lieutenant. Most of the lieutenants I knowed was about as simple-minded as me, but Dan was different. He have his own philosophy about why we was there, which was that we was doing maybe the wrong thing for the right reasons, or vice versa. But whatever it is, we ain't doing it right. Him being a tank officer and all, he said ridiculous for us to be waging a war in a place where we can't hardly use our tanks on account of the land is mostly swamp or mountains. I told him about Bubba and all, and he nodded his head very sadly and say there will be a lot more Bubbas to die before this thing is over. After about a week or so, they moved me to another part of the hospital where everybody be put so they can get well. But every day I gone back to the intensive care ward and sat for a while with Dan. Sometimes I played him a tune on my harmonica, which he liked very much. My mama had sent me a package of Hershey bars, which finally catch up to me at the hospital, and I wanted to share them with Dan, except he can't eat nothing but what going into him through the tubes. I think that sitting there talking to Dan was a thing that had a great impression on my life. I know that being an idiot and all, I ain't supposed to have no philosophy of my own, but maybe it's just because nobody never took the time to talk to me about it. It was Dan's philosophy that everything that happened to us, or for that matter to anything anywhere, is controlled by natural laws that govern the universe. His views on the subject was extremely complicated, but the gist of what he say begun to change my whole outlook on things. All my own life, I ain't understood shit about what was going on. A thing just happened, then something else happened, then something else, and so on. And half the time nothing making any sense. But Dan say it's all part of a scheme of some sort, and the best way we can get along is figure out how we fits into the scheme, and then try to stick to our place. Somehow, knowing this, things get a good bit clearer for me. Anyhow, I was getting much better in the next weeks, and my ass healed up real nice. Doctors say I got a hide like a rhinoceros or something. They got a rec room at the hospital, and since there wasn't much else to do, I wandered over there one day, and there's a couple of guys playing ping pong. After a while, I asked if I could play, and they let me. I lost the first couple of points, but after a while I beat both them fellas. "You sure is quick for such a big guy," one of 'em say. I just nod. I tried to play some every day and got quite good, believe it or not. In the afternoons I'd go see Dan, but in the mornings I was on my own. They let me leave the hospital if I wanted, and there's a bus what took fellas like me into the town so's we could walk around and buy some of the shit they sold in the gook shops in Da Nang. But I don't need any of that, so I just walk around taking in the sights. There's a little market down by the waterfront where folks sells fish and shrimp and stuff, and one day I went down there and bought me some shrimp, and one of the cooks at the hospital boiled 'em for me, and they sure was good. I wished old Dan could have ate some. He say maybe if I squash 'em up they could put 'em down his tube. He say he gonna ask the nurse about it, but I know he just kidding. That night I be lying on my cot, thinking of Bubba, and how much he might have liked them shrimp too, and about our shrimp boat and all. Poor old Bubba. So the next day, I asked Dan how is it that Bubba can get killed, and what kind of half-assed nature law would allow that. He think about it for a while and say, "Well, I'll tell you, Forrest, all of these laws are not specially pleasing to us, but they is laws nonetheless. Like when a tiger pounces on a monkey in the jungle. Bad for the monkey, but good for the tiger. That is just the way it is." A couple of days later, I gone on back to the fish market, and there's a little gook selling a big bag of shrimp there. I asked him where he got them shrimp, and he started jabbering away at me, kind of he don't understand English. Anyway, I make sign language like an Indian or something, and after a while he catch on and motion for me to follow him. I be kind of leery at first, but he's smiling and all, and so's I do. We must have walked a mile or so, past all the boats on the beach and everything, but he don't take me to a boat. It's a little place in a swamp by the water, kind of a pond or something, and he got wire nets laid down where the water from the China Sea come in at high tide. That sumbitch be growing shrimp in there. He took a little net and scooped up some water, and sure enough, 10 or 12 shrimp in it. He give me some in a little bag, and I give him a Hershey bar. He's so happy he could shit. That night, they's a movie outdoors near Field Force headquarters, and I go on over there, excepting some fellas in the front row start a great big fight over something, and somebody get hisself heaved through the screen, and that be the end of the movie. So afterwards I be laying on my cot, thinking, and suddenly it come to me. I know what I gotta do when they let me out of the army. I goin' home and find me a little pond near the Gulf and raise me some shrimp. So maybe I can't get me a shrimp boat now that Bubba's gone, but I sure can go up in one of them marshes and get me some wire nets, and that's what I'll do. Bubba would have liked that. Every day for the next few weeks, I go down in the morning to the place where this little gook is growing his shrimp. Mr. Chi is his name. I just sat there and watched him, and after a while he showed me how he was doing it. He'd catched some baby shrimps round the marshes in a little hand net and dumped them in his pond. And when the tide come in, he throwed all sorts of shit in there, scraps and stuff, which caused little teensy slimy things to grow, and the shrimps eat them and get big and fat. It was so simple, even an imbecile could do it. A few days later, some muckety-mucks from Field Force headquarters come over to the hospital all excited and say, "Private Gump, you has been awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor for extreme heroism and is being flown back to the USA day after tomorrow to be decorated by the President of the United States." Now that was early in the morning, and I'd just been lying there thinking about going to the bathroom. But here they are, expecting me to say something, I guess, and I'm about to bust my britches. But this time, I just say thanks and keep my big mouth shut. Perhaps it be in the natural scheme of things. Anyhow, after they's gone, I go on over to the intensive care ward to see Dan. But when I get there, his cot is empty and the mattress all folded up, and he's gone. I'm so scared something has happened to him, and I run to find the orderly, but he ain't there either. I seen a nurse down the hall, and I asked her what happened to Dan, and she say he gone. And I say, gone where? And she say, I don't know. Didn't happen on my shift. I found the head nurse and asked her, and she say Dan been flown back to America on account of they can take better care of him there. I asked her if he's okay, and she say, yeah, if you can call 2 punctured lungs, a severed intestine, spinal separation, a missing foot, a truncated leg, and 3rd-degree burns over half the body okay, and he's just fine. I thanked her and went on my way. I didn't play no ping-pong that afternoon 'cause I was so worried about Dan. It come to me that maybe he went and died and nobody wants to say so, 'cause of that business about notifying next of kin first or something. Who knows? But I'm down in the dumps and go wandering around by myself, kicking rocks and tin cans and shit. When I finally get back to my ward, there's some mail left on my bed for me that finally catch up with me here. My mama have sent a letter saying that our house done caught on fire and is totally burnt up, and there's no insurance or nothing, and she's gonna have to go to the poorhouse. She say the fire begun when Miss French had washed her cat and was drying it with a hair dryer, and either the cat or the hair dryer caught a fire, and that was that. From now on, she say, I am to send my letters to her in care of the Little Sisters of the Poor. I figure there will be many tears in the years to come. There's another letter addressed to me which say, Dear Mr. Gump, you have been chosen to win a brand new Pontiac GTO if only you will send back the enclosed card promising to buy a set of these wonderful encyclopedias and an updated yearbook every year for the rest of your life at $75 per year. I throw that letter in the trash. What the hell would an idiot like me want with encyclopedias anyway? And besides, I can't drive. But the third letter is personally writ to me, and on the back of the envelope it say, J. Curran, General Delivery, Cambridge, Mass. My hands is shaking so bad I can hardly open it. Dear Forrest, it say, my mama has forwarded your letter to me that your mama gave to her, and I'm so sorry to hear that you have to fight in that terrible immoral war. She say she know how horrible it must be with all the killing and maiming going on and all. It must tax your conscience to be involved, although I know you're being made to do it against your will. She write that it must have been awful not to have no clean clothes and no fresh food and all, but that she did not understand what I mean when I wrote about having to lie face down in officer shit for 2 days. It is hard to believe, she say, that even they would make you do such a vulgar thing as that. I think I could have explained that part a little better. Anyhow, Jenny say that we are organizing large demonstrations against the fascist pigs in order to stop the terrible immoral war and let the people be heard. She go on about that for a page or so, and it all sounding sort of the same. But I read it very carefully anyway, for just to see her handwriting is enough to make my stomach turn flip-flops. At least, she say at the end, you have met up with Bubba, and I know you are glad to have a friend in your misery. She say to give Bubba her best, and add in a P.S. that she is earning a little money playing in a little musical band a couple of nights a week at a coffee house near the Harvard University, and if I ever get up that way to look her up. The group, she say, is called the Cracked Eggs. And from then on, I'll be looking for some excuse to get to Harvard University. That night, I'm packing up my shit to go back home to get my Medal of Honor and meet the President of the United States. However, I do not have nothing to pack except my pajamas and the toothbrush and razor they have gave me at the hospital, 'cause everything else I own is back at the fire base at Playcu. But there's this nice lieutenant colonel that has been sent over from field for us, and he say, forget all that shit, Gump. We is going to have a brand new tailor-made uniform sewn up for you this very night by 24 gooks in Saigon, on account of you cannot meet the President wearing your pajamas. The colonel say he's going to accompany me all the way to Washington and see to it that I've got a place to stay and food to eat and a ride to wherever we was going, and also will tell me how to behave and all. Colonel Gooch is his name. That night, I get into one last ping-pong match with a fellow from the headquarters company of Field Force who's supposed to be the best ping-pong player in the Army, or some such as that. He's a little wiry fellow who refused to look me in the eye, and also he bring his own paddle in a leather case. When I be whipping his ass, he stop and say the ping-pong balls ain't no good, 'cause the humidity done ruined them. Then he pack up his paddle and go on home, which be okay with me, 'cause he left the ping-pong balls he brung, and they could really use them at the hospital rec room. The morning I was to leave, a nurse come in and left an envelope with my name written on it. I opened it up, and it was a note from Dan, who's okay after all, and had this to say. Dear Forrest, I'm sorry there was no time for us to see each other before I left. The doctors made their decision quickly, and before I knew it, I was being taken away. But I asked if I could stop long enough to write you this note, because you've been so kind to me while I was here. I sense, Forrest, that you are on the verge of something very significant in your life, some change or event that will move you in a different direction, and you must seize the moment and not let it pass. When I think back on it now, there is something in your eyes, some tiny flash of fire that comes now and then, mostly when you smile. And on those infrequent occasions, I believe what I saw was almost a genesis of our ability as humans to think, to create, to be. This war is not for you, old pal, nor me. And I am well out of it, as I'm sure you will be in time. The crucial question is, what will you do? I don't think you're an idiot at all. Perhaps by the measure of tests or the judgment of fools, you might fall into some category or other. But deep down, Forrest, I have seen that glowing sparkle of curiosity burning deep in your mind. Take the tide, my friend, and as you're carried along, make it work for you. Fight the shallows and the snags, and never give in, never give up. You are a good fellow, Forrest, and you have a big heart. Your pal, Dan. I read over Dan's letter 10 or 20 times, and there is things in it I do not understand. I think I see what he's getting at, but there is sentences and words that I cannot figure out. Next morning, Colonel Gooch come in and say we gotta go now. First to Saigon to get me the new uniform that done been sewn up by the 20 gooks last night, then right off to the United States and all that. I shown him Dan's letter and asked him to tell me what exactly it means. And Colonel Gooch look it over and hand it back and say, "Well, Gump, it's pretty plain to me that he means that you'd better the hell not fuck up when the president pins a medal on you." Chapter 8. We be flying high over the Pacific Ocean, and Colonel Gooch is telling me what a great hero I'm going to be when we get back to the United States. He say people will turn out for parades and shit, and I will not be able to buy myself a drink or a meal on account of everybody else will be wanting to do it for me. He also say that the Army is going to want me to go on a tour to drum up new enlistments and sell bonds and crap like that, and that I will be given the royal treatment. In this, he is correct. When we land at the airport at San Francisco, a big crowd is waiting for us to get off the plane. They's carrying signs and banners and all. Colonel Gooch look out the window of the plane and say he's surprised not to see a brass band there to greet us. As it turned out, the people in the crowd is quite enough. First thing that happened when we come off the plane is the people in the crowd commenced chanting at us. And then somebody throwed a big tomato that hit Colonel Gooch in the face. After that, all hell break loose. They's some cops there, but the crowd busted through and come running toward us, shouting and hollering all kinds of nasty things, and they's about 2,000 of 'em wearing beards and shit, and it was the most frightening thing I've seen since we was back at the rice paddy where Bubba was killed. Colonel Gooch is trying to clean the tomato off his face and act dignified, But I figure the hell with that, 'cause we's outnumbered 1,000 to 1 and ain't got no weapons to boot. So I took off running. That crowd was sure as hell looking for something to chase, too. 'Cause every one of 'em started chasing me just like they used to do when I was little, hollering and shouting and waving their signs. I run damn near all over the airport runway and back again and into the terminal, and it was even scarier than when them Nebraska corn shucker jackoffs was chasing me around the Orange Bowl. Finally, I done run into the toilet and hid up on the seat with the door shut until I figured they had to give up and gone on home. Must have been there an hour or so. When I come out, I walk down to the lobby, and there's Colonel Gooch, surrounded by a platoon of MPs and cops, and he's looking very distressed till he seen me. "Come on, Gump," he say. "They is holding a plane for us to get to Washington." When we get on the plane to Washington, there's a bunch of civilians on it, too, and Colonel Gooch and me's setting a seat up front. We hadn't even took off yet before all the people around us get up and go sit somewhere else in the back of the plane. I asked Colonel Gooch why that was, and he said probably 'cause we smell funny or something. He say not to worry about it. He say things be better in Washington. I hope so, 'cause even a moron like me can figure out that so far it's not like the Colonel say it would be. When the plane get to Washington, I'm so excited I can bust. We can see the Washington Monument and the Capitol and all from out the window. And I've only saw pictures of them things, but there they are, real as rain. The Army have sent a car to pick us up, and we was taken to a real nice hotel with elevators and stuff and people to lug your shit around for you. I've never been in an elevator before. After we get squared away in our rooms, Colonel Gooch come over and say we was going out for a drink to this little bar he remembers where there's a lot of pretty girls. And he said it's a lot different here than in California on account of people in the East civilized and shit. He's wrong again. We sat down at a table, and Colonel Gooch ordered me a beer and something for himself, and he began telling me how I got to act at the ceremony tomorrow when the president pinned a medal on me. About halfway through his talk, a pretty girl come up to the table, and Colonel Gooch look up and asks her to get us 2 more drinks, 'cause I guess he thinks she's the waitress. But she looked down and say, "I wouldn't get you a glass of warm spit, you filthy cocksucker." Then she turned to me and say, "How many babies have you killed today, you big ape?" Well, we gone on back to the hotel after that and ordered some beer from room service. And Colonel Gooch get to finish telling me how to act tomorrow. Next morning, we up bright and early and walk on over to the White House where the president live. It is a real pretty house with a big lawn and all. It look almost as big as City Hall back in Mobile. A lot of Army people be there pumping my hand and telling me what a fine feller I am, and then it's time to get the medal. The president is a great big old guy who talked like he's from Texas or something, and they's assembled a whole bunch of people, some of which look like maids and cleaning men and such, but they's all out in this nice rose garden in the bright sunshine. A Army guy commenced to reading some kind of bullshit, and everybody be listening up keen, except for me, on account of I is starving since we has not had our breakfast yet. Finally, the Army guy is through, and then the president come up to me and take the medal out of a box and pin it on my chest. Then he shake my hand, and all these people started taking pictures and clapping and such as that. I figure it's over then, and we can get the hell out of there, but the president, he's still standing there, looking at me kind of funny. Finally, he say, "Boy, is that your stomach that's growling like that?" I glance over at Colonel Gooch, but he just rolled his eyes up, and so I nod and say, "Uh-huh." And the president say, "Well, come on, boy, let's go and get us something to eat." I follow him inside, and we go into a little round room, and the president tell a guy who's dressed up like a waiter to bring me some breakfast. It's just the two of us in there, and while we was waiting for the breakfast, he started asking me questions, such as, do I know why we's fighting the gooks and all? And is they treating us right in the army? I just nod my head, and after a while he stopped asking me questions, and there's this kind of silence. And then he say, you want to watch some television while we was waiting for your food? I nod my head again, and the president turned on the TV set behind his desk, and we watched the Beverly Hillbillies. The president is most amused, and say he watches it every day, and that I sort of remind him of Jethro. After breakfast, the president asks me if I want him to show me around the house, and I say, yeah, and off we go. When we get outside, all them photographer fellas are following us around, and then the president decided to sit down on a little bench, and he say to me, boy, you was wounded, wasn't you? And I nod, and then he say, well, look at this. And he pull up his shirt, show me a big old scar on his stomach where he's had an operation of some kind, and he asks, where was you wounded? And so I pull down my pants and show him. Well, all them photographer fellas rush up and start to take pictures, and several folks come running over, and I'm hustled away to where Colonel Gooch is waiting. That afternoon, back at our hotel, Colonel Gooch suddenly come busting into my room with a handful of newspapers, and boy, is he mad. He begun hollering and cussing at me and flung the papers down on my bed, and there I am on the front page, showing my big ass, and the president is showing his scar. One of the papers has drawn a little black mask over my eyes so they can't recognize me, like they do with dirty pictures. The captions say, President Johnson and war hero relaxing in the Rose Garden. Gump, you idiot, Colonel Gooch say. How could you do this to me? I am ruined. My career is probably finished. I don't know, I says. But I'm trying to do the right thing. Anyhow, after that, I'll be in the doghouse again. But they's not give up on me yet. The Army have decided that I will go on a recruitment tour to try to get fellers to sign up for the war. And Colonel Gooch has gotten somebody to write up a speech that they expect me to make. It's a long speech, and filled with such things as, in time of crisis, nothing is more honorable and patriotic than to serve your country in the armed forces, and a whole bunch of shit like that. Trouble was, I could not ever get the speech learnt. Oh, I could see all the words in my head okay, but when it come time to say it, everything get all muddled up. Colonel Gooch is beside himself. He make me stay up till almost midnight every day trying to get the speech right, but finally he throwed up his hands and say, I can see this is not going to work. Then he come up with an idea. Gump, he say, here's what we's going to do. I'm going to cut this speech shorter, and so all you'll have to do is say a few things. Let's try that. Well, he cut it shorter and shorter and shorter, till he is finally satisfied that I can remember the speech and not look like an idiot. In the end, all I've got to say is, join the Army and fight for your freedom. Our first stop on the tour is a little college, and they've got some reporters and photographers there, and we is in a big auditorium up on the stage. Colonel Gooch get up, and he begin giving the speech I done supposed to have made. When he's through, he say, and now we will have a few remarks from the latest Congressional Medal of Honor winner, PFC Forrest Gump. and he motioned for me to come forward. Some people are clapping, and when they stop, I lean forward and say, "Join the army and fight for your freedom." I reckon they be expecting something more, but that's all I've been told to say. So I just stand there, everybody looking at me looking back at them. And then all of a sudden, somebody in the front shout out, "What do you think of the war?" And I say, first thing that come into my mind, which is, "It's a bunch of shit." Colonel Gooch come and grabbed the microphone away from me and set me back down, but all the reporters be scribbling in their notebooks, and the photographers be taking pictures, and everybody in the audience going wild, jumping up and down and cheering. Colonel Gooch get me out of there pronto, and we be in the car driving fast out of town, and the colonel ain't saying nothing to me, but he is talking to himself and laughing this weird, nutty little laugh. Next morning, we was in a hotel ready to give our second speech on the tour when the phone rang. It's for Colonel Gooch. Whoever on the other end of the line seemed to be doing all the talking, and the colonel is doing the listening and saying, "Yes, sir," a whole lot, and ever so often he's glaring over at me. When he finally put the phone down, he be staring at his shoes, and he say, "Well, Gump, now you has done it. The tour is canceled. I've been reassigned to a weather station in Iceland, and I do not know or care what is to become of your sorry ass." I asked Colonel Gooch if we could get ourselves a Coca-Cola now, and he'd just look at me for a minute, and then start that talking to himself again and laughing that weird, nutty laugh. They sent me to Fort Dix after that, and assigned me to the Steam Heat Company. All day and half the night I'd be shoveling coal into the boilers that keep the barracks warm. The company commander is a kind of old guy who doesn't seem to give much of a damn about nothing, and he say when I get there, I's just got 2 more years left in the army before I'm discharged, and to keep my nose clean, and everything'll be okay. And that is what I'm trying to do. I be thinking a lot about my mama, and about Bubba, and the little shrimp business, and Jenny Curran up at Harvard, and I'm playing a little ping-pong on the side. One day, next spring, there's a notice that they's going to have a post-ping-pong tournament, and the winner will get to go to Washington to play for the All-Army Championship. I signed myself up, and it was pretty easy to win on account of the only other guy that was any good had his fingers blowed off in the war and kept dropping his paddle. Next week, I'm sent to Washington, and the tournament is being held at Walter Reed Hospital, where all the wounded fellas can sit and watch us play. I won pretty easy the first round, and the second too, but in the third, I've drawn a little bitty feller who puts all sorts of spin on the ball, and I'm having a terrible time with him and getting my ass whipped. He's leading me 4 games to 2, and it looked like I'm going to lose, when all of a sudden I look over in the crowd, and who should be sitting there in a wheelchair but Lieutenant Dan from the hospital back at Da Nang. We have a little break between games, and I go over to Dan and look down at him, and he ain't got no legs no more. "They had to take them off, Forrest," he say. "But other than that, I'm just fine. They've also taken off the bandages from his face, and he's terrible scarred and burnt from where his tank caught fire. Also, he still have a tube running into him from a bottle hooked onto a pole on his wheelchair. They say they're going to leave that like it is," Dan say. "They think it looks good on me." Anyhow, he leaned forward and looked me in the eye and say, "Forrest, I believe that you can do any damn thing you want to. I have been watching you play, and you can beat this little guy because you play a hell of a game of ping pong, and it is your destiny to be the best." I nod, and it's time to go on back out there. And after that, I did not lose a single point, and I go on to the finals and win the whole tournament. I was there for about 3 days, and Dan and me got to spend some time together. I'd roll him around in his wheelchair, sometimes out in the garden where he could get some sun. And at night, I'd play my harmonica for him like I did for Bubba. Mostly, he liked to talk about things, all sorts of things, such as history and philosophy. And one day, he is talking about Einstein's theory of relativity and what it means in terms of the universe. Well, I got me a piece of paper, and I drawed it out for him, the whole formula, 'cause it was something we had to do in the intermediate light class back at the university. He look at what I've done, and he say, "Forrest, you never cease to amaze me." One day, when I was back at Fort Dix shoveling coal in the steam heat company, a feller from the Pentagon showed up with a chest full of medals and a big smile on his face, and he said, "PFC Gump, it is my pleasure to inform you that you has been chosen as a member of the United States ping pong team to go to Red China and play the Chinese in ping pong. This is a special honor because for the first time in nearly 25 years, our country is having anything to do with the Chinamen, and it is an event far more important than any damn ping-pong game. It is diplomacy, and the future of the human race might be at stake. Do you understand what I am saying?" I shrug my shoulders and nod my head, but something down in me is sinking fast. I'm just a poor old idiot, and now I've got the whole human race to look after. Chapter 9. Here I am, halfway round the world again, this time in Peking, China. The other people that play on the ping-pong team are real nice fellows what come from every walk of life, and they is specially nice to me. The Chinamen is nice too, and they is very different sorts of gooks from what I seen in Vietnam. First off, they's neat and clean and very polite. Second, they isn't trying to murder me. The American State Department have sent a fellow with us who is there to tell us how to behave around the Chinamen, and of all I have met, he is the only one not so nice. In fact, he's a turd. Mr. Wilkins is his name, and he have a little thin mustache, and always carry a briefcase and worry about whether or not his shoes is shined, and his pants is pressed, or his shirt is clean. I bet in the morning he get up and spit shines his asshole. Mr. Wilkins is always on my case. "Gump," he say, "when a Chinaman bow to you, you gotta bow back. Gump, you gotta quit adjusting yourself in public. Gump, what are them stains on your trousers? Gump, you have got the table manners of a hog." Well, in that last, maybe he's right. Them Chinamen eat with 2 little sticks, and it's almost impossible to shovel any food in your mouth with them, so a lot of it wind up on my clothes. No wonder you don't see a lot of fat Chinamen around. You'd think they would have learned to use a fork by now. Anyway, we is playing a whole lot of matches against the Chinamen, and they's got some very good players, but we's holding our own. At night, they's almost always got something for us to do, such as go out for supper someplace or listen to a concert. One night, we's all supposed to go out to a restaurant called the Peking Duck, and when I get down to the lobby of the hotel, Mr. Wilkins say, "Gump, you has got to go back to your room and change that shirt. It looked like you been in a food fight or something." He take me over to the hotel desk and get a Chinaman who speak English to write a little note for me, saying in Chinese that I'm going to the Peking Duck restaurant, and tell me to give it to the cab driver. "We are going ahead," Mr. Wilkins say. "You give the driver the note, and he will take you there." So I gone on back to my room, put on a new shirt. Anyhow, I find a cab in front of the hotel and get in, and he drive away. I be searching for the note to give him, but by the time I figure out I must have left it in my dirty shirt, we's long gone in the middle of town. The driver keep jabbering back at me. I reckon he's axing me where I want to go, and I keep saying, "Peking Duck, Peking Duck." But he be throwing up his hands and give me a tour of the city. All this go on for about an hour, and let me tell you, I have seen some sights. Finally, I tap him on the shoulder, and when he turn round, I say, "Peking Duck," and start to flap my arms like there's duck's wings. All of a sudden, the driver get a big old smile, and he start nodding and drive off. Every once in a while, he look back at me, and I start flapping my wings again. About an hour later, he stop, and I look out the window, and damn if he ain't took me to the airport. Well, by this time it's getting late, and I ain't had no dinner or nothing, and I'm getting about starved. So we passed this restaurant, and I told the driver to let me out. I hand him a wad of this gook money they give us, and he hand me some back, and away he go. I went in the restaurant and sat down, and I might as well have been on the moon. This lady come over and look at me real funny and hand me a menu, but it's in Chinese. So after a while, I just point to 4 or 5 different things and figure one of them has to be eatable. Actually, they was all pretty good. When I'm through, I paid up and went out on the street and tried to find my way back to the hotel, but I be walking for hours, I guess, when they picked me up. Next thing I knowed, I's been thrown in jail. There's a big old Chinaman what speak English, and he's axing me all sorts of questions and offering me cigarettes, just like they did in them old movies. It was the next afternoon before they finally got me out. Mr. Wilkins come down to the jail, and he's talking for about an hour, and they let me go. Mr. Wilkins is hopping mad. "Do you realize, Gump, that they think you are a spy?" he say. "Do you know what this can do to this whole effort? Are you crazy?" I started to tell him no, I was just an idiot, but I let it go. Anyhow, after that, Mr. Wilkins buy a big balloon from a street vendor and tied it on my shirt button so he can tell where I is at all times. Also, from then on, he pinned a note on my lapel saying who I was and where I'm staying. Made me feel like a fool. One day, they load us up in a bus and take us way out of town to a big river, and there's a lot of Chinamen standing around looking official and all, and the reason, we find out soon enough, is that the head Chinaman of them all, Chairman Mao, is there. Chairman Mao is a big old fat Buddha-looking guy, and he's taken off his pajamas and is in his swimming trunks, and they says Chairman Mao, at the age of 80, is going to swim this river by himself, and they want us to watch him do it. Well, the chairman, he wade on in and start swimming, and folks is taking pictures, and all them other Chinamen be chattering away and looking pleased. He is about halfway across the river when he stop and raise his hand and wave at us. Everybody wave back. About a minute later, he wave again, and everybody wave back. Not too long after that, Chairman Mao waved for a third time, and suddenly it begun to dawn on everybody that he ain't waving. He's drowning. Well, the shit done hit the fan, and I finally understand what a Chinese fire drill is. People's jumping in the water, and boats is racing out from the other side of the river, and everybody on shore is crying and leaping up and down and smacking their palms against the side of their heads. I say the hell with this, 'cause I saw where he went under, and I throwed off my shoes and into the river I went. I passed all the Chinamen who was swimming out there and got to the place where Chairman Mao had gone under. The boat be circling, and people looking over the sides like they's going to see something, which was kind of silly since the river is about the same color as sewer water back home. Anyhow, I dived down 3 or 4 times, and sure enough, I bumped into the old bastard floating around underwater. I hauled him up, and some Chinamen grabbed him and throwed him in the boat and took off. Didn't even bother to take me along, so's I've got to swim all the way back by myself. When I get to the bank, all the people there be jumping up and down and crying and slapping me on the back, and they pick me up and carry me on their shoulders to the bus. But when we's on the road again, Mr. Wilkins come up to me and be shaking his head. "You big dumb goof," he say, "do you not realize that the best thing that could have happened for the United States was to let that sumbitch drown? You, Gump, has lost us the opportunity of a lifetime." So, I guess I done screwed up again. Oh no, I'm still just trying to do the right thing. We's about through with the ping-pong games, and I've lost count of who's winning or losing. But what has happened in the meanwhile is that on account of my pulling old Chairman Mao out of the river, I has become a sort of national hero to the Chinamen. "Gump," Mr. Wilkins say, "your stupidity seems to have turned into an advantage. I have received a report that the Chinese envoy would like to start discussions about the possibility of reopening foreign relations with us. Furthermore, the Chinese wish to throw you a big parade through downtown Peking, and so I expect you to be on your good behavior." They held the parade 2 days later, and it were a sight to see. There's about 1 billion Chinamen along the streets, and there's waving and bowing and all when I went by. The thing was supposed to wind up at the Kuomintang, which is like the capital of China, and I'm supposed to get thanked by Chairman Mao personally. When we get there, the chairman's all dried out and glad to see me. They's put on a big spread for lunch, and I get to sit next to the chairman himself. In the middle of the lunch, he lean over to me and say, "I have heard you was in Vietnam. May I ask what you think of the war?" An interpreter translate that for me, and I think about it for a moment or two. But then I figure, what the hell, if he didn't want to know, he wouldn't have asked. And so I say, "I think it's a bunch of shit." The interpreter translate that back to him, and Chairman Mao get an odd expression on his face and look at me funny. But then his eyes light up, and he break out with a big smile and start shaking my hand and nodding his head like one of them little dolls with a spring for a neck. People took pictures of that, and afterward they was in the American newspapers. But I ain't never told nobody till now what I said to make him smile that way. The day we left, We was going out of the hotel, and there's a big crowd watching us leave and cheering and clapping. I look over, and there's this Chinese mama with a little boy on her shoulder, and I can see he is a real Mongolian idiot. Eyes all crossed, tongue hanging out, drooling and babbling like them kinds of idiots do. Well, I can't help myself. Mr. Wilkins have ordered us not to never go up to any Chinaman without first getting his permission. But I went on over there, and I got me a couple of ping-pong balls in my pocket, and I take one of 'em out, and I get a pen and put my X on it and give it to the little boy. First thing he does is put it in his mouth. But then, when that all straightened out, he reach out and grab my fingers with his hand. And then he start to smile. Great big old grin. And all of a sudden, I seen tears in his mama's eyes, and she start chattering, and our interpreter say to me that is the first time the little feller have ever smiled. There's things I could tell her, I guess, but we ain't got time. Anyway, I start to walk away, and the little boy done throwed the ping-pong ball and bounced it off the back of my head. It was just my luck that somebody got a photograph right at that moment, and of course it wound up in the newspapers. Young Chinese displays his hatred of American capitalists, the caption said. Anyway, Mr. Wilkins come up and dragged me away, for I know it was on the plane and flying high. Last thing he says to me before we land back in Washington is, "Well, Gump, I suppose you know about the Chinese custom that if you save a Chinaman's life, you is responsible for it forever." He have a nasty little smile on his face, and he's sitting next to me on the plane, and they's just told us not to get up and to fasten our seat belts. Well, I just look over at him and cut the biggest fart of my life. Sounds something like a buzzsaw. Mr. Wilkins' eyes bugged out, and he say, "Arg!" and start fanning the air and trying to unloosen his seat belt. A pretty stewardess come running up to see what all the commotion is about, and Mr. Wilkins is coughing and choking, and all of a sudden I done started fanning the air myself and holding my nose and pointing at Mr. Wilkins and shouting, "Somebody open the window," and shit like that. Mr. Wilkins, he get all red in the face, and he began protesting and pointing back at me, but the stewardess, she just smiled and gone on back to her seat. After he quit sputtering and all, Mr. Wilkins started adjusting his collar and say to me under his breath, "Gump, that was a extremely crude thing to do." But I just grinned, looked straight ahead. They sent me back to Fort Dix after that, but instead of putting me in the steam heat company, I'm told they is letting me out of the army early. It don't take but a day or so, and then I'm gone. They give me some money for a ticket home, and I've got a few dollars myself. Now I got to decide what to do. I know I ought to go on home and see my mama, 'cause she's in the poorhouse and all, and I think maybe I ought to get started with a little shrimp business too, and begin to make something of my life. But all this time, in the back of my mind, I have been thinking of Jenny Curran up at Harvard University. I got a bus to the train station, and all the way there I'm trying to figure what is the right thing to do. But when the time come to buy my ticket, I told 'em I wanted to go to Boston. There are just times when you can't let the right thing stand in your way. Chapter 10. I didn't have no address for Jenny except a post office box, but I did have her letter with the name of the little place where she said she was playing with a band, the Cracked Eggs. It was called the Ho Daddy Club. I tried to walk there from the train station, but I kept getting lost, so I finally took a taxicab. It was in the afternoon, and there was nobody in there but a couple of drunk guys and about a half-inch of beer on the floor from the night before. But there's a fella behind the bar say Jenny and them will be there about 9 o'clock. I ask if I can wait, and the guy says sure, so I sat down for 5 or 6 hours and took a load off my feet. Directly, the place begun to fill up. There's mostly college-looking kids, but was dressed like geeks at a sideshow. Everybody wearing dirty blue jeans and T-shirts, and all the guys had beards and wore glasses, and all the girls have hair that looked like a bird gonna fly out of it any second. Presently, the band come out on stage and start setting up. There's 3 or 4 fellers, and they's got all this huge electric stuff plugging it in everywhere. It certainly is a far cry from what we done in the Student Union building back at the university. Also, I don't see Jenny Curran no place. After they get the electric stuff set up, they start to play, and let me say this. Them people was loud. All sorts of colored lights begin to flash, and the music they's making sounds sort of like a jet airplane when it taking off. But the crowd loving it, and when they's done, everybody begin to cheer and yell. Then, a light fall on the side of the stage, and there she is. Jenny herself. She's changed from the way I known her. First, she's got hair down to her ass, and is wearing sunglasses inside at night. She's dressed in blue jeans and a shirt with so many spangles on it, she looked like a telephone switchboard. The band start up again, and Jenny begun to sing. She's grabbed hold of the microphone and is dancing all around the stage, jumping up and down and waving her arms and tossing her hair around. I'm trying to understand the words to the song, but the band is playing too loud for that, beating on the drums, banging on the piano, swatting them electric guitars till it seemed like the roof gonna cave in. I'm thinking, what the hell is this? After a while, they take a break, and so I got up and tried to get through a door. They go backstage, but there's a fella standing there who say I cannot come in. When I go walking back to my seat, I notice everybody staring at my army uniform. "That is some costume you've got on there," somebody says, and somebody else say, "Far out," and another one says, "He for real?" I'm beginning to feel like an idiot again, and so I gone on outside, thinking maybe I can walk around and figure things out. I guess I must have walked for half an hour or so, and when I get back to the place, there's a long line of people waiting to get in. I go up to the front and try to explain to the guy that all my stuff is in there, but he say to go wait at the end of the line. I guess I stood there an hour or so and listened to the music coming from inside, and I have to tell you, it sounded a little better when you got away from it like that. Anyway, after a while I got bored and went down an alley and round to the back of the club. There's some little steps, and I sat down there and watched the rats chasing each other in the garbage. I had my harmonica in my pocket, so as to pass the time, I got it out and started to play a little. I could still hear the music from Jenny's band, and after a while I found myself being able to play along with them, sort of using the chromatic stop to get half out of key so it would fit in with what they was playing. I don't know how long it was, but it didn't take much before I was able to make runs of my own, way up in C major, and to my surprise it didn't sound half bad when you was playing it, as long as you didn't have to listen to it too. All of a sudden, the door behind me busts open, and there's Jenny standing there. I guess they had taken their break again, but I wasn't paying no attention and had kept on playing. "Who is that out there?" she say. "It's me," I say. But it's dark in the alley, and she stick her head out the door and say, Who is playing that harmonica? I stand up, and I'm kind of embarrassed on account of my clothes, but I say, it's me, Forrest. It is who? She say, Forrest. Forrest? Forrest Gump? And suddenly she rushed out the door and throwed herself into my arms. Jenny and me, we sat around backstage and caught up on things till she had to play her next set. She hadn't exactly quit school. She had got throwed out when they found her in a fellow's room one night. That was a throwing out offense in them days. The banjo player had run off to Canada rather than go in the army, and the little band had broke up. Jenny had gone out to California for a while and weared flowers in her hair, but she say them people is a bunch of freaks who is stoned all the time, and so she met this guy and come with him to Boston, and they'd done some peace marches and all, but he turned out to be a fairy, so she split up with him and took up with a real serious peace marcher who was into making bombs and stuff and blowing up buildings. That didn't work out neither, so she met up with this guy what teached at Harvard University, but it turned out he was married. Next, she went with a guy that had seemed real nice, but one day he got both their asses arrested for shoplifting, and she decided it was time to pull herself together. She fell in with the Cracked Eggs, and they started playing a new kind of music and got real popular around Boston, and they was even going to go to New York and make a tape for an album next week. She says she is seeing this guy that goes to Harvard University and is a student in philosophy, but that after the show tonight I can come home and stay with them. I'm very disappointed that she's got herself a boyfriend, but I don't have no place else to go, so that's what I done. Rudolph is the boyfriend's name. He's a little guy, about 100 pounds or so, and has hair like a dust mop, and wears a lot of beads around his neck, and is sitting on the floor when we get to their apartment, meditating like a guru. Rudolph, Jenny say, this is Forrest. He's a friend of mine from home, and he's going to be staying with us a while. Rudolph don't say nothing, but he wave his hand like the Pope when he's blessing something. Jenny ain't got but one bed, and she made up a little pallet for me on the floor, and that's where I slept. It wasn't no worse than a lot of places I slept in the army, and a damn sight better than some. Next morning, I get up, and there's Rudolph still sitting in the middle of the room, meditating. Jenny fixed me some breakfast, and we left old Rudolph sitting there, and she took me on a tour of Cambridge. First thing she says is that I've got to get myself some new clothes, on account of people up here does not understand and will think I'm trying to put them on. So we go to a surplus store, and I get me some overalls and a lumber jacket and change into them right there and take my uniform in a paper bag. We was walking around Harvard University, and who does Jenny run into but the married professor she used to date. She's still friends with him, even though in private she liked to refer to him as a degenerate turd. Dr. Quackenbush is his name. Anyway, he's all excited on account of he's beginning to teach a new course next week that he thunk up all by himself. It is called The Role of the Idiot in World Literature. I pipe up and say I think it sounds pretty interesting, and he say, well, Forrest, why don't you sit in on the class? You might enjoy it. Jenny look at both of us kind of funny like, but she don't say nothing. We going on back to the apartment, and Rudolph is still squatting on the floor by himself. We was in the kitchen, and I asked her real quiet if Rudolph could talk, and she say, yes, sooner or later. That afternoon, Jenny took me to meet the other guys in the band, and she tell 'em I play the harmonica like heaven itself, and why don't they let me sit in with 'em at the club tonight? One of the guys asked me what I like to play best, and I say Dixie, and he say he don't believe he's heard what I say, and Jenny jump in and say it don't matter. He'll be fine once he's got an ear for our stuff. So, that night I be playing with the band, and everybody agree I'm making a good contribution, and it is very enjoyable getting to sit there and watch Jenny sing and throw herself all over the stage. That next Monday, I've decided to go ahead and set in on Dr. Quackenbush's class, Role of the Idiot in World Literature. The title alone is enough to make me feel sort of important. Today, Dr. Quackenbush says to the class, we has a visitor who is going to be auditing this course from time to time. Please welcome Mr. Forrest Gump. Everybody turn and look at me, and I give a little wave, and then the class begin. The idiot, Dr. Quackenbush say, has played an important role in history and literature for many years. I suppose you has all heard of the village idiot, who was usually some retarded individual living in a village someplace. He was often the object of scorn and mockery. Later it became the custom of nobility to have in their presence a court jester, a sort of person that would do things to amuse the royalty. In many instances this individual was actually an idiot, or moron. In others, he was merely a clown or jokester. He go on like this for a while, and it begun to become apparent to me that idiots was not just useless people, but was put here for a purpose. Sort of like Dan had said. And the purpose is to make people laugh. At least that's something. The object of having a fool for most writers, Dr. Quackenbush say, is to employ the device of double entendre, permitting them to let the fool make a fool of himself, and at the same time allow the reader the revelation of the greater meaning of the foolishness. Occasionally a great writer, like Shakespeare, would let the fool make an ass out of one of his principal characters, thereby providing a twist for the reader's enlightenment. At this point, I'm becoming somewhat confused, but that's normal. Anyhow, Mr. Quackenbush say that to demonstrate what he's been talking about, we're going to do a scene from the play King Lear, where there's a fool and a madman in disguise, and the king himself is crazy. He tells this guy named Elmer Harrington III to play the part of Mad Tom of Bedlam, and for this girl called Lucille to play the fool. Another guy called Horace somebody was to be crazy old King Lear. Then he say, First, why doesn't you play the role of the Earl of Gloucester? Mr. Quackenbush say he'll get a few stage props from the drama department, but he want us to get up our own costumes just so the thing would be more realistic. How I got into this deal I do not know, is what I'm thinking. Meantime, things is happening with our band, the Cracked Eggs. A feller from New York have flown up and listened to us, and he says he wants to get us in a recording studio and make a tape of our music. All the fellers is excited, including Jenny Kern and me, of course. The feller from New York, Mr. Feeblestein is his name, he say if everything go well, we could be the hottest thing since the invention of night baseball. Mr. Feeblestein say all we got to do is sign a piece of paper and then start getting rich. George, the guy who plays keyboard for us, has been teaching me a little bit of how to play it, and Mose, the drummer, is also letting me beat on his drums some. It's kind of fun, learning how to play all them things, and my harmonica too. Every day I practice some, and every night the band play at the Hodaddy Club. Then, one afternoon, I come home from class, and there's Jenny, settin' by herself on the couch. I asked her where's Rudolph, and she say he's split. I asked what for, and she say, 'Cause he's a no-good bastard like all the rest. And so I says, why don't we go out and get ourselves some supper and talk about it? Naturally, she does most of the talking, and it's really just a string of gripes about men. She say we are lazy, unresponsible, selfish, low-down lying shits. She's gone on that way for a while, and then she start to cry. I says, "Oh, Jenny, don't do that. It ain't nothing. That old Rudolph didn't look like the kind of feller for you nohow, squatting on the floor like that and all." And she say, "Yes, Forrest, probably is right. I'd like to go home now." And so we do. When we get home, Jenny begun taking off her clothes. She's down to her underpants, and I'm just sitting on the couch trying not to notice. But she come up and stand in front of me, and she say, "Forrest, I want you to fuck me now." You could have knocked me over with a feather. I just sat there and gawked up at her. Then she sat down next to me and started fooling with my breeches, and next thing I knowed, she'd got off my shirt and was hugging and kissing me and all. At first, it was just a little odd, her doing all that. Of course, I'd dreamed about it all along, but I hadn't expected it quite this way. But then, well, I guess something come over me, and it didn't matter what I'd expected, 'cause we was rolling around on the couch and had our clothes nearly off. And then Jenny pulled down my undershorts, and her eyes get big, and she say, "Woo, look at what you got there." And she grabbed me, just like Miss French had that day. But Jenny never said nothing about me keeping my eyes closed, so I didn't. Well, we done all sorts of things that afternoon that I never even dreamt of in my wildest imagination. Jenny showed me shit I never could have figured out on my own. Sidewise, crosswise, upside down, bottomwise, lengthwise, dogwise, standing up, sitting down, bending over, leaning back, inside out and outside in. Only way we didn't try it was apart. We rolled all over the living room and into the kitchen, stove in furniture, knocked shit over, pulled down drapes, mussed up the rug, and even turned the TV set on by accident. Wound up doing it in the sink, but don't ask me how. When we was finally finished, Jenny just lie there a while, and then she look at me and say, "God damn, Forrest, where has you been all my life?" "Oh, I been around," I says. Naturally, things are a bit different between Jenny and me after that. We commenced to sleep in the same bed together, which was also kind of strange for me at first, but I sure got used to it. When we was doing our act at the Hodaddy Club, ever so often Jenny would pass by me and muss up my hair or run her fingers down the back of my neck. All of a sudden, things start to change for me, like my whole life has just begun, and I am the happiest fella in the world. Chapter 11. The day arrived when we was to give our little play in Professor Quackenbush's class at Harvard. The scene we is to do is when King Lear and his fool go out onto the heath, which is like a marsh or a field back home, and a big storm done blowed up, and everybody run into a shack called a hovel. Inside the hovel there is a guy called Mad Tom of Bedlam, who's actually a character named of Edgar, disguised up as a crazy person on account of being fucked over by his brother, who's a bastard. Also, the king is gone totally nuts by this time, and Edgar is playing a nut too, and the fool, of course, is acting like one. My part is to be the Earl of Gloucester, who is Edgar's father, and sort of a straight man for them other stooges. Professor Quackenbush have rigged up a old blanket or something to resemble a hovel, and he's got some kind of wind machine to sound like a storm. Big electric fan with clothespins holding pieces of paper to the blades. Anyway, here come Elmer Harrington III as King Lear, dressed in a gunny sack and wearing a colander on his head. The girl they got to play the fool has found a fool's costume someplace with a little cap that has bells tied to it, and them kinds of shoes that curl up in front like Arabs wear. The guy playing Tom of Bedlam has found himself a beetle wig and some clothes out of the garbage, and has painted his face with dirt. They's taking it all very seriously. I'm probably the best looking of the bunch, though, 'cause Jenny done set down and sewed me up a costume out of a sheet and a pillowcase that I'm wearing like a diaper, and she's also made me a cape out of a tablecloth, just like Superman wears. Anyway, Professor Quackenbush start up his wind machine and say for us to begin at page 12, where Mad Tom is telling us his sad story. "Do poor Tom some charity, whom the foul fiend vexes," Tom say. And King Lear say, "What? Have his daughters brought him to this pass? Couldst thou save nothing? Didst thou give them all?" And the fool say, "Nay, he reserved a blanket, else we'd all been shamed." This shit go on for a while. Then the fool say, "This cold night will turn us all to fools and madmen." In this, the fool is correct. Just about this time, I'm supposed to enter into the hovel carrying a torch, which Professor Quackenbush had borrowed from the drama department. The fool call out, "Look, here come a walking fire," and Professor Quackenbush light my torch, and I go across the room into the hovel. "This is the foul fiend Flibberty-Gibbet," Tom of Bedlam say. "What's he?" the king axes, and I say, "What are you there? Your names?" Mad Tom say he's just po Tom that eats the swimming frog, the toad, the tadpole, and the newt, and a bunch of other shit. Then I supposed to suddenly recognize the king and say, "What? Hath your grace no better company?" And Mad Tom he answer, "The Prince of Darkness is a gentleman, Modo he's called, and Mahu." The wind machine be blowing hard now, and I reckon Professor Quackenbush have not considered that I am 6 feet 6 inches tall when he built the hovel, 'cause the top of my torch is bumping against the ceiling. Mad Tom, he's now supposed to say, "Poor Tom's a cold," but instead he say, "Watch that torch." I look down at my book to see where that line come from, and Elmer Harrington III say to me, "Look out for that torch, you idiot." And I say back to him, "For once in my life I am not the idiot, you is." And then, all of a sudden, the roof to the hovel catch on fire and fall on Mad Tom's beetle wig and set it on fire too. "Turn off the goddamn wind machine," somebody shout, but it's too late, everything burning up. Mad Tom is hollering and yelling at King Lear to take off his colander and jamming on Mad Tom's head to put the fire out. People is jumping around and choking and coughing and cussing. and the girl playing the fool gets hysterical and commences to shriek and cry, "We'll all be killed!" For a moment or two it actually looks that way. I turn behind me, and damn if my cape ain't caught on fire. So I throwed open the window and grabbed the fool around her waist, and out we leaped. It was only from the second-story window, and there's a bunch of shrubs down there that broke off fall, but it was also lunchtime, and hundreds of people was wandering around the yard. There we was, all afire and smouldering. Black smoke come pouring from up in the open window of the class, and all of a sudden there's Professor Quackenbush leaning out and looking around, shaking his fist, face all covered up with soot. "Gump, you fucking idiot, you stupid asshole! You will pay for this!" he's shouting. The fool is groveling around on the ground and bawling and wringing her hands, but she's okay, just singed up a bit, so I just took off. Bounded across the yard fast as I could run, cape still on fire, smoke trailing behind me. I didn't stop till I got home, and when I get into the apartment, Jenny say, "Oh, Forrest, how was it? I bet you was wonderful." Then she get a peculiar look on her face. "Say, you smell something burning?" she axes. "It's a long story," I say. Anyhow, after that I did not attend the role of the idiot in world literature no more, as I have seen quite enough. But every night I and Jenny are playing with the cracked eggs, and all day long we is making love and taking walks and having picnics on the banks of the Charles River, and it is heaven. Jenny has written a nice tender song called "Do It To Me Hard and Fast," in which I get to take about a 5-minute ride on my harmonica. It were a splendid spring and summer, and we went down to New York and made the tapes for Mr. Fieblestein, and a few weeks later he called up to say we was going to have a record album. And not too long after that, everybody be calling us up to play in their towns, and we took the money we got from Mr. Fieblestein and bought us a big bus with beds and shit in it and go on the road. Now, there is something else during that period that played a great role in my life. One night, after we was finished the first set at the Ho Daddy Club, Mose, the drummer for the Cracked Eggs, take me aside and say, "Forrest, you is a nice clean-cut feller and all, but there's something I want you to try that I think will make you play that harmonica better." I ask what it is, and Mose say, "Here." And he give me a little cigarette. I tell him I don't smoke, but thanks, and Mose say, "It is not a regular cigarette, Forrest. It have got something in it to expand your horizons." I told Mose I ain't sure I need my horizons expanded, but he sort of insisted. "At least try it," he say, and I thought for a minute, and conclude that one cigarette ain't gonna hurt none. And so I do. Well, let me say this. My horizons indeed become expanded. Everything seemed to slow down and get rosy keen. That second set we played that night was the best of my life. I seemed to hear all the notes 100 times as I was playing them. And Mose come up to me later and say, "Forrest, you think that's good? Use it when you're screwing." I did. And he's right about that, too. I used some of my money to buy me some of that stuff, and before you know it, I was doing it day in and day out. The only problem was it kind of made me stupider after a while. I'd just get up in the morning and light up one of them joints, which is what they called them, and lie there all day till it was time to go and play. Jenny didn't say nothing for a while, 'cause she been known to take a puff or two herself. But then, one day she say to me, "Forrest, don't you think you been doing too much of that shit?" "Oh, no," I says. "How much is too much?" And Jenny say, "As much as you are doing is too much." But I didn't want to stop. Somehow it got rid of everything I might be worried about, though there wasn't too much of that at that time anyway. At night I'd go out between sets at the Hodaddy Club and sit in a little alley and look up at the stars. If there weren't any stars, I'd look up anyway. And one night, Jenny come out and find me looking up at the rain. "Forrest, you has got to quit this," she say. "I am worried about you, 'cause you ain't doing nothing except playing and lying around all day. It ain't healthy. I think you need to get away for a while. We ain't got no concerts booked after tomorrow down in Provincetown, so I think maybe we ought to go someplace and take a vacation. Go up to the mountains, maybe." I just nod my head. I ain't even sure I heard all she said. Well, the next night in Provincetown, I find the backstage exit and go on outside and light up a joint. I'm sitting there by myself, minding my business, when these two girls come up. One of 'em say, "Hey, ain't you the harmonica player with the cracked eggs?" I nod, yes. And she just plop herself down in my lap. The other girl is grinning and squealing, and suddenly she take off her blouse. And the other girl is trying to unzip my pants and have her skirt pulled up, and I'm just sitting there blowed away. Suddenly the stage door opened, and Jenny called out, "Forrest, it's time to—" And she stopped for a second. And then she say, "Oh, shit," and slammed the door. I jumped up then, and the girl in my lap fell on the ground, and the other one is cussing and all, but I went inside, and there's Jenny leaned up against the wall crying. I went up to her, but she say, "Keep away from me, you shithead. You men is all alike, just like dogs or something. You got no respect for anybody." I ain't never felt so bad. I don't remember much about that last set we played. Jenny went up to the front of the bus on the trip back and wouldn't speak to me none at all. That night she slept on the sofa, and the next morning she said maybe it's time for me to find my own place. And so I packed up my shit and left, my head hanging very low. Couldn't explain it to her or nothing. Throwed out again. Jenny, she took off someplace after that. I asked around, but nobody knowed where she was. Mose say I can bunk with him till I find a place. But it is a terrible lonely time. Since we ain't playing none for the moment, there ain't nothing much to do. And I be thinking maybe it's time I go on back home and see my mama. Maybe start up that little shrimp business down where poor old Bubba used to live. Perhaps I was not cut out to be a rock and roll star. Perhaps, I think, I ain't nothing but a bumbling idiot anyhow. But then, one day Mose come back, and he say he was over to a saloon on the corner watching the TV news. And who should he see but Jenny Curran? She is down in Washington, he say, marching in a big demonstration against the Vietnam War. And Mose say he wondering why she bothering with that shit when she ought to be up here making us money. I say I's got to go see her, and Mose say, "Well, see if you can bring her back." He say he knows where she probably is staying on account of there's this group from Boston that has taken an apartment in Washington to demonstrate against the war. I packed up all my shit, everything I own, and thanked Mose, and then I'm on my way. Whether I come back or not, I do not know. When I get down to Washington, everything is a mess. There's police everywhere, and people be shouting in the streets and throwing things like in a riot. Police be bonging folks on the head what throw things, and the situation look like it be getting out of hand. I find the address of the place Jenny might be at, and go over there, but ain't nobody home. I waited on the steps for most of the day. Then about 9 o'clock at night, a car pull up and some folks get out. And there she is. I get up from the steps and walk towards her, but she turned away from me and run back to the car. Them other people, 2 guys and a girl, they didn't know what to do or who I was, but then one of 'em say, "Look, I wouldn't fool with her right now. She's awful upset." I asked why, and the feller take me aside and tell me this. Jenny has done just got out of jail. She had been arrested the day before and spent the night in the women's jail, and this morning, before anybody could get her out, the people at the jail done said she might have lice or something in her hair, 'cause it's so long and all, and they had all her hair shaved off. Jenny is bald. Well, I reckon she don't want me to see her this way, 'cause she's done got into the back seat of the car and is lying down. So I crawled up on my hands and knees so I couldn't see in the window, and I says, "Jenny, it's me, Forrest." She don't say nothing. So I start telling her how sorry I am about what's happened. I tell her I ain't gonna smoke no more dope, nor play in the band no more on account of all the bad temptations. And I say I'm sorry about her hair. Then I crawled back to the steps where my shit is, and looked in my duffel bag and found an old watch cap from the army, and crawled back to the car and stuck it on a stick and poked it through the window. She took it and put it on and come out of the car and say, "Oh, get up off the ground, you big bozo, and come into the house." We sat and talked for a while, and them other people been smoking dope and drinking beer, but I ain't having none. They's all discussing what they's going to do tomorrow, which is that there is a big demonstration at the U.S. Capitol, at which a bunch of Vietnam veterans is going to take off their medals and throw them on the steps of the Capitol. And Jenny suddenly say, "Do you know Forrest here done won the Congressional Medal of Honor?" And everybody get completely quiet and be looking at me, then at each other, and one of 'em say, "Jesus Christ have just sent us a present." Well, the next morning, Jenny come into the living room where I was sleeping on the sofa and say, "Forrest, I want you to go with us today, and I want you to wear your army uniform." When I asked why, she say, "Because you is going to do something to stop all the suffering over in Vietnam." And so I get into my uniform, and Jenny come back after a while with a bunch of chains she's bought at the hardware store and say, "Forrest, wrap these around you." I asked why again, but she said, "Just do it. You will find out later. You want to make me happy, doesn't you?" And so off we went. Me in my uniform and the chains, and Jenny and the other folks. It's a bright, clear day, and when we get to the Capitol, there's a mob there with TV cameras and all the police in the world. Everybody be chanting and hollering and giving the finger to the police. After a while, I seen some other guys in army uniforms, and they's bunched together, and then, one by one, they commenced to walk as close as they can get to the steps of the Capitol, and they took off their medals and throwed 'em. Some of the fellows was in wheelchairs, and some was lame, and some was missing arms and legs. Some of 'em just tossed their medals onto the steps, but others really throwed 'em hard. Somebody tapped me on the shoulder and say it's my turn now. I look back at Jenny, and she nod, so I go on up there myself. It gets sort of quiet. Then somebody on a bullhorn announced my name and say I was going to throw away the Congressional Medal of Honor as a token of my support for ending the Vietnam War. Everybody cheer and clap, and I can see the other medals lying there on the steps. High above all this, up on the porch of the Capitol, is a little bunch of people standing around, a couple of cops and some guys in suits. Well, I figure I got to do the best I can. So I take off the medal and look at it for a second, and I be remembering Bubba and all, and Dan. And I don't know, something come over me, but I got to throw it. So I rear back and heave that metal hard as I can. A couple seconds later, one of the guys on the porch that is wearing a suit, he just keel over. Unfortunately, I done throwed the metal too far, knocked him in the head with it. All hell break loose then. Police be charging into the crowd, and people be shouting all sorts of things, and tear gas bust open. Suddenly 5 or 6 police pounded on me and commenced knocking me with their billy sticks. Bunch more police come running up, and next thing you know, I'm handcuffed and throwed in a police wagon and hauled off to jail. I am in jail all night long. And in the morning, they come and take me in front of the judge. I've been there before. Somebody tell the judge that I was accused of assault with a dangerous weapon, a metal, and resisting arrest, and so on, and hand him a sheet of paper. Mr. Gump, the judge say, do you realize that you've conked the clerk of the U.S. Senate on the head with your metal? I ain't saying nothing, but it looked like I am in serious trouble this time. Mr. Gump, the judge say, I do not know what a man of your stature, a man what has served his country so well, is doing mixed up with a bunch of tutti-fruities that has thrown away their medals, but I will tell you what, I was going to order you committed for psychiatric observation for 30 days to see if they can figure out why you's done such a idiotic thing. They took me back to my cell after that, and a while later loaded me on a bus and trucked me off to St. Elizabeth's Mental Hospital. Finally, I am put away. Chapter 12. This place is a loony bin. They put me in a room with a fella called Fred that's been there for almost a year. He begun to tell me right off what kind of nuts I gotta contend with. There's one guy that poisoned 6 people, somebody else that used a meat cleaver on his mama. There's people who've done all sorts of shit from murder and rape to saying they's the King of Spain or Napoleon. Finally, I asked Fred why he's in there, and he say because he is an axe murderer, but they's letting him out in another week or so. The second day I'm there, I was told to report to the office of my psychiatrist, Dr. Walton. Dr. Walton, it turned out, is a woman. First, she said she gonna give me a little test. Then I was gonna have a physical examination. She set me down at a table and started showing me cards with ink blots on them, asking me what I thought they were. I kept saying, ink blot, till she finally get mad and tell me I got to say something else. So I started making things up. Then I'm handed a long test and told to take it. When I'm done, she say, take off your clothes. Well, with 1 or 2 exceptions, every time I take off my clothes, something bad happened to me. So I says, I'd rather not. And she make a note of this and then tell me either I do it myself or she will get the attendants to help me. It was that kind of deal. Well, I go on and do it, and when I was butt naked, she come into the room, look me up and down, and say, my, you is a fine specimen of a man. Anyhow, she start bonging me on the knee with a little rubber hammer like they done back at the university, and poking me in all sorts of places. But she ain't never said for me to bend over, and for this I'm grateful. Afterwards, she say I can get dressed and go back to my room. On the way there, I passed by a room with a glass door, and inside there's a bunch of little guys setting and lying around, drooling and spasmoing and beating on the floor with their fists. I just stood there for a while looking in, and I'm feeling real sorry for 'em. Kind of remind me of my days back at the nut school. A couple of days later, I'm told to report to Dr. Walton's office again. When I get there, she's with two other guys dressed up as doctors, and she say there's Dr. Duke and Dr. Earl, both with the National Institute of Mental Health, and they is very interested in my case, she say. Dr. Duke and Dr. Earl set me down and started asking me questions, all kinds of questions, and both of 'em took turns bonging me on the knees with the hammer. Then Dr. Duke say, "Look here, Forrest, we's got your test scores, and it is remarkable how well you has done on the math part, so we would like to give you some other tests." They produce the tests and make me take 'em, and they's a lot more complicated than the first one, but I figure I done okay. Had I known what was going to happen next, I would have fucked 'em up. "Forrest," Dr. Earl say, "this is phenomenal. You has got a brain just like a computer. I do not know how well you can reason with it, which is probably why he's in here in the first place, but I have never seen anything quite like this before." "You know, George," Dr. Duke say, "this man is truly remarkable. I have done some work for NASA a while back, and I think we ought to send him down to Houston to the Aeronautics and Space Center and have them check him out. They's been looking for just this sort of fellow." All the doctors be staring at me and nodding their heads. Then they bonged me on the knees with a hammer one more time, and it looked like here I go again. They flown me down to Houston, Texas, in a big old plane with nobody on it but me and Dr. Duke. But it's a pleasant sort of trip, except they got me chained to my seat, hand and foot. "Look here, Forrest," Dr. Duke say, "the deal is this. Right now, you's in a shit pot of trouble for throwing that medal at the clerk of the U.S. Senate. You can go to jail for 10 years for that, but if you cooperates with these people at NASA, I will personally see to it that you is released. Okay?" I nod my head. I knowed I gotta get out of jail and find Jenny again. I'm missing her something terrible. I'm at the NASA place at Houston for about a month. They's examined me and tested me and questioned me so much I feel like I'm going on the Johnny Carson show. I ain't. One day they haul me into a big room and tell me what they has in mind. "Gump," they say, "we wants to use you on a flight to outer space. As Dr. Duke has pointed out, your mind is just like a computer, only better. If we can program it with the right stuff, you will be extremely useful to America's space program. What do you say?" I thought for a minute. Then I says I'd better ask my mama first. But then they make an even stronger argument, like spending the next 10 years of my life in the slammer. And so I says yes, which is usually what gets me in trouble every time. The idea they's thought up is to put me in a spaceship and shoot me up around the Earth about 1,000,000 miles. They's already shot people up to the moon, but they didn't find nothing there worth a shit, so what they's planning next is a visit to Mars. Fortunately for me, Mars is not what they got in mind at the moment. Instead, this is to be a sort of training mission in which they're going to try to figure out what kind of folks would be suited best for the Mars trip. Besides me, they's picked a woman and an ape to go along. The woman is a crabby-looking lady called Major Janet Fritch, who's supposed to be America's first woman astronaut, only nobody knows about her 'cause all this be pretty top secret. She's a sort of short lady with hair look like it been cut by putting a bowl over her head, and she don't seem to have much use for either me or the ape. The ape ain't so bad, actually. It's a big old female orangutan called Sue, what has been captured in the jungles of Sumatra or someplace. Actually, they's got a whole bunch of them apes down there and have been shooting them up into space for a long time. But they says Sue will be the best on this trip on account of she's a female and will be friendlier than a male ape. And also, this will be her third space flight. When I find this out, I'm wondering how come they going to send us way up there with the only experienced crew member being an ape. Kind of makes you think, don't it? Anyhow, we got to go through all kinds of training before the flight. They putting us in cyclotrons and spinning us around in little rooms with no gravity and such as that. And all day long they be cramming my mind with shit they want me to remember, such as equations to figure the distance between wherever we is and wherever they wants us to go, and how to get back again, and all kinds of crap like coaxial coordinates, cosine computations, spheroid trigonometry, Boolean algebra, anti-logarithms, Fourier analysis, quadrats, and matrix math. They say I was to be the backup for the backup computer. I have read a bunch of letters to Jenny Curran, but all of 'em done come back, addressee not known. Also, I done wrote to my mama, and she sent me back a long letter, the gist of which is how can you do this to your poor old mama when she's in the poorhouse and you's all she got left in the world. I dared not tell her that I am facing a jail sentence if I don't, so I just write her back and say not to worry on account of we has an experienced crew. Well, the big day finally come, and let me say this, I'm not just a little bit nervous, I am scared half to death. Even though it was top secret, the story done leaked to the press, and now we're going to be on TV and all. That morning, somebody brought us the newspapers to show us how famous we was. Here's some of the headlines. Woman, ape, and idiot in next U.S. space effort. America launching odd messengers toward alien planets. Girl, goon, and gorilla to lift off today. There's even one in the New York Post that say, up they go, but who's in charge? The only one that sounded halfway nice was the headline in the New York Times, which say, New space probe has varied crew. Well, as usual, everything is all confusion from the minute we get up. We go to get our breakfast, and somebody say, they ain't supposed to eat no breakfast on the day of the flight. Then somebody else say, yes, we is. Then somebody else say, no, they ain't. And it go on like that for a while till ain't nobody hungry anymore. They get us into our space suits and take us out there to the launching pad in a little bus with old Sue riding in back in a cage. The spaceship is about 100 stories tall and is all foaming and hissing and steaming and look like it's about to eat us alive. An elevator takes us to the capsule we used to be in, and they strap us in and load old Sue in her place and back. Then we wait. And we wait some more. And we wait some more. And we wait some more. All along the spaceship be boiling and hissing and growling and steaming. Somebody say 100 million people out there watching us on television. I reckon they be waiting too. Anyhow, about noon, somebody come up and knock on the spaceship door and say we is temporarily canceling this mission till they get the spaceship fixed. So, we all get to go back down in the elevator again, me, Sue, and Major Fridge. She be the only one moaning and bitching 'cause Sue and me is very relieved. Our relief wasn't to last long, however. About an hour later, somebody run into the room where we was just about sitting down to lunch and say, get in your spacesuits again right now, they's fixing to shoot you up in space. Everybody be hollering and shouting again and rushing around. I reckon maybe a bunch of the TV viewers are called in to complain or something, and so they decide to light that fire under our asses no matter what. Whatever it is, it don't matter now. Anyhow, We was put back on the bus and taken to the spaceship, and we was halfway up the elevator when somebody suddenly say, "Jesus, we forgot the goddamn ape." And he start hollering down to the fellas on the ground to go back and get old Sue. We was strapped in again, and somebody's counting backwards from 100 when they come through the door with Sue. We was all leaned back in our seats, and the count is down to about 10, when I be hearing some strange growling noises from behind us where Sue is. I sort of turn around, and lo and behold, it ain't Sue sitting there at all. It's a big old male ape what has got his teeth bared and is grabbing hold of his seatbelt straps like he's about to bust loose any second. I tell Major Fritch, and she look around and say, "Oh my God," and get on the radio to whoever it is in the ground control tower. "Listen," she say, "you has made a mistake and put one of them male apes in here with us, so we better call this thing off till it is straightened out." But all of a sudden, the spaceship start to rumbling and quaking, and the guy in the control tower says over the radio, "That's your problem now, sister. We got a schedule to meet." And away we go. Chapter 13. My first impression is of being squashed under something, such as my daddy was when them bananas fell on him. Can't move, can't yell, can't say nothing, can't do nothing. We're strictly here for the ride. Outside, looking through the window, all I can see is blue sky. The spaceship is moving out. After a little while, we seem to slow down some, and things ease up. Major Fritch say we can unbuckle our seat belts now and get on about our business, whatever it is. She say we is now traveling at a speed of 15,000 miles an hour. I look back, and sure enough, the earth is only a little ball behind us, just like it look in all them pictures from outer space. I look around, and there's a big old ape, all sour-looking and glum, glaring at Major Fritch and me. She say maybe he wants his lunch or something, and for me to go on back there and give him a banana before he gets angry and does something bad. They's packed a little bag of food for the ape, and it contained bananas and some cereals and dried berries and leaves and shit like that. I get it open and start rummaging through it, looking for something that will make the ape happy. And meantime, Major Fritch is on the radio with Houston ground control. "Now listen here," she say. "We has got to do something about this ape. It ain't Sue. It is a male ape, and he don't look none too glad to be here. He might even be violent." It took a while for the message to get there and a reply to get back to us, but some fella down there say, "Oh, pooh, one ape is just like any other." "The hell it is," Major Fritch say. "If you was in this little bitty compartment with that big old thing, you'd be singing a different tune." And after a minute or two, a voice come crackling over the radio, say, "Look, you is ordered not to tell anybody about this, or we will all be made laughing stocks. As far as you or anybody else is concerned, that ape is Sue, no matter what it's got between its legs." Major Fritch look at me and shake her head. Aye, sir," she say. "But I'm going to keep that fucker strapped in as long as I'm in here with him. You understand that?" And from the ground control, there come back one word: Roger. Actually, after you get used to it, being in outer space is kind of fun. We was without gravity, and so can float all over the spaceship, and the scenery is remarkable. Moon and sun, earth and stars. I wonder where Jenny Curran is down there and what she's doing. Around and around the earth we go. Day and night go by every hour or so, and it sort of put a different perspective on things. I mean, here I am doing this, and when I get back, or should I say if I get back, what then? Go and start up my little shrimp growing business? Go find Jenny again? Play in the cracked eggs? Do something about my mama being in the poorhouse? It's all very strange. Major Fritz be catching a wink or two of sleep whenever she can, but when she ain't sleeping, she is bitching. Crabbing about the ape, crabbing about what kind of jackoffs they is down at ground control, crabbing about she got no place to put on her makeup, crabbing about me eating food when it ain't supper or lunchtime. Hell, all we got to eat is granola bars anyway. I don't want to be complaining too much, but it seemed like they might have picked a good-looking woman. Or at least one that don't bitch all the time. And furthermore, let me say this. That ape ain't no dreamboat either. First, I'll give it a banana, okay? It grabbed the banana and started peeling it, but then it put the banana down. Banana started floating all around the cabin of the spaceship, and I gotta go find it. I give it back to the ape, and he started mushing it up and flinging the mush every place, and I gotta go clean that up. Wants attention all the time, too. Every time you leave it alone, it commences to put up an enormous racket and clack its jaws together like a set of them wind-up teeth. Drive you nuts after a while. Finally, I got out my harmonica and started playing a little something. Home on the Range, I think it was, and the ape started to calm down a little. So I played some more. Stuff like The Yellow Rose of Texas and I Dream of Jeannie with the light brown hair. Ape is lying there looking at me, peaceful as a baby. I forget there's a TV camera in the spaceship, and they's picking all this up down there at ground control. Next morning, when I wake up, somebody hold up a newspaper in front of the camera down in Houston for us to see. The headlines say, "Idiot plays space music to soothe ape." That's the sort of shit I's got to contend with. Anyhow, things are going along pretty good, but I've been noticing that old Sue is looking at Major Fritz in a kind of strange way. Every time she get near him, Sue sort of perk up and be reaching out like he wants to grab her or something. And she start bitching at him, "Get away from me, you awful thing. Keep your hands to yourself." But old Sue has got something in mind. That much I can tell. It ain't long before I find out what it is. I have gone behind this little partition to take a pee in a jar in private when all of a sudden I hear this commotion. I stick my head around the partition, and Sue has managed to grab a hold of Major Fritz, and he's got his hand down in her spacesuit. She's yelling and hollering to beat the band and is cracking Sue over the head with the radio microphone. Then it dawns on me what the problem is. While we've been up in space for nearly 2 days, old Sue been strapped into his seat and ain't had a chance to take a leak or nothing. And I sure remember what that's like. He must be about to bust. Anyhow, I go over and got him away from Major Fritz, and she's still hollering and yelling, calling him a filthy animal and shit like that. When she get loose, Major Fritz go up to the front of the cockpit and put her head down and start sobbing. I unstrap Sue and take him behind the partition with me. I find an empty bottle for him to pee in, But after he finished, he take the bottle and heave it into a panel of colored lights, and it busts to pieces, and all the pee starts floating around in the spaceship. I say to hell with this and start leading Sue back to his seat when I see a big glob of pee heading straight for Major Fritch. It looked like it gonna hit her in the back of the head. So I turn Sue loose and try to head off the pee with a net they've give us for catching stuff that's floating around. But just as I'm about to net the glob of pee, Major Fritch sit back up and turn around, and it caught her right in the face. She started hollering and bawling again, and in the meantime, Sue's done gone and started ripping out wires from the control panel. Major Fritch is screaming, "Stop him! Stop him!" But before you know it, sparks and stuff is flying all around inside the spaceship, and Sue is jumping from ceiling to floor, tearing shit up. A voice come over the radio wanting to know what in hell is going on up there. But by then it's too late. The spaceship is weaving all around and going end over end, and me, Sue, and Major Fritch is tossed around like corks. Can't grab hold of nothing, can't turn off nothing, can't stand up or sit down. The voice at ground control come over the radio again, say, "We is noticing some kind of minor stabilization trouble with your craft. Forrest, will you manually insert the D6 program into the starboard computer?" Shit, he gotta be joking. I'm spinning around like a top, and I got a wild ape loose in here to boot. Major Fritch is hollering so loud I can't hear or even think nothing, but the gist of what she's hollering seems to be that we's about to crash and burn. I managed to get a glance out of the window, and in fact things don't look so good. That Earth coming up on us mighty fast. Somehow I managed to get to where the starboard computer is and hold on to the panel with one hand, and I'm putting D6 into the machine. It's a program designed to land the spaceship in the Indian Ocean in case we get in trouble, which we certainly is now. Major Fritch and old Sue be holding on for dear life, but Major Fritch holler out, "What is you doing over there?" When I told her, she say, "Forget that, you stupid turd. We's already done passed over the Indian Ocean. Wait till we go round again and see if you can set us down in the South Pacific." Believe it or not, it don't take much time to go around the world when you's in a spaceship. And Major Fritch has grabbed hold to the radio microphone and is hollering at them people at ground control that we's headed for either a splashdown or a crashdown in the South Pacific Ocean, and to come get us as soon as they can. I'm punching buttons like crazy, and that big old Earth is looming closer. We fly over something Major Fritch thinks looks like South America, and then there'll be only water again, with the South Pole off to our left and Australia up ahead. Then everything gets scorching hot, and funny little sounds are coming from the outside of the spaceship, and it starts shaking and hissing, and the Earth is dead up ahead. Major Fritch shout to me, "Pull the parachute lever," but I'm pinned in my seat, and she's pressed up against the ceiling of the cabin, and so it looked like it's curtains for us, since we're going about 10,000 miles an hour and headed straight for a big old green blob of land in the ocean. We hit that going this fast, ain't even gonna be a grease spot left. But then, all of a sudden, something go pop, and the spaceship slow down. I look over, and damn if old Sue ain't pulled the parachute lever himself and saved our asses. I remind myself then and there to feed him a banana when all this shit is over. Anyhow, the spaceship be swinging back and forth under the parachute, and it looked like we was going to hit the big old green blob of land, which apparently ain't so good neither, since we's supposed to only hit water, and then ships will pick us up. But ain't nothing gone right from the time we set foot in this contraption, so why should anybody expect it to now? Major Fritch is on the radio and saying to ground control, "We's about to land on some place north of Australia, out in the ocean, but I ain't sure where we is." A couple seconds later, a voice come back, say, "If you ain't sure where you is, why don't you look out the window, you dumb broad?" So Major Fritch put the radio down and go look out the window, and she say, "Jesus, this look like Borneo or someplace." But when she tried to tell that to ground control, the radio done gone dead. We be getting real close to the Earth now, and the spaceship still swinging under the parachute. There's nothing but jungle and mountains beneath us, except for a little bitty lake that's kind of brown. We can barely make out something going on next to the lake down there. The three of us, me, Sue, and Major Fritch, all got our noses pressed to the window looking down, and all of a sudden Major Fritch cry out, "Good God, this ain't Borneo. This is fucking New Guinea, and all that shit on the ground must be one of them cargo cults or something." Sue and me looking down hard, and there on the ground next to the lake looking back at us is about 1,000 natives, all with their arms raised up toward us. They's wearing little grass skirts and has their hair all flayed out, and some is carrying shields and spears. "Damn," I say. "What you say they is?" "Cargo cult," Major Fritch say. "In World War II, we used to drop packages of candy and stuff like that on these jungle bunnies to keep 'em on our side, and they ain't never forgot it. Figured it was God or somebody doing it, and ever since they's waiting for us to come back. Even built crude runways and all, see down there? They's got a landing zone all marked off with them big round black markers. Them things look more like cooking pots to me," I says. "Yeah, they do, sort of," Major Fritch say curiously. "Ain't this where cannibals come from?" I asked. "I reckon we will soon find out," she say. Spaceship is gently swinging towards the lake, and just afore we hit, they start beating their drums and moving their mouths up and down. We can't hear nothing on account of being in the capsule, but our imagination's doing just fine. Chapter 14. Our landing in the little lake wasn't too bad. There was a splash and a bounce, and then we was back on Earth again. Everything got real quiet, and me and Sue and Major Fritch peek out the window. There's a whole tribe of natives standing about 10 feet away on the shore looking at us. And they's about the fiercest looking folks imaginable, scowling and leaning forward so's to see what we is. Major Fritch say maybe they's upset 'cause we didn't throw them nothing from the spaceship. Anyhow, she say she's gonna sit down and try to figure out what to do now, on account of we has somehow got this far okay, and she don't want to make no false moves with these spooks. 7 or 8 of the biggest fellas jumps into the water and begin pushing us over to land. Major Fritch still be sitting there figuring when there's a big knock at the door of the spaceship. We all look at each other, and Major Fritch say, "Don't nobody do nothing." And I say, "Maybe they be getting angry if we don't let 'em in." "Just be quiet," she say, "and maybe they think nobody's in here and go away." So we waited. But sure enough, after a while there's another knock on the spaceship. I say, it ain't polite not to answer the door. And Major Fritch hissed back at me, "Shut up, your dumb fool ass. Can't you see these people is dangerous?" And then, all of a sudden, old Sue go over and open the door hisself. Standing there outside is the biggest coon I has seen since we played them Nebraska corn shucker jackoffs in the Orange Bowl. He got a bone through his nose, and is wearing a grass skirt and carrying a spear, and has a lot of beads strung around his neck, and his hair looks something like that beetle wig Mad Tom of Bedlam wore in the Shakespeare play. This feller seemed extremely startled to find Sue staring back at him from inside the spaceship door. As a matter of fact, he's so surprised that he keeled over in a dead faint. Major Fritch and me is peeping out the window again, and when all them other natives seen this feller keel over, they run off in the shrubs and hide. I guess to wait and see what's going to happen next. Major Fritch say, "Hold still now. Don't make a move." But old Sue, he grabbed hold of a bottle that was setting there, and he jumped out on the ground and pour it in the feller's face to revive him. All of a sudden, the feller set up and started sputtering and coughing and spitting and shaking his head from side to side. He is revived all right, but what Sue had grabbed and poured in his face was the bottle what I used to pee in. Then the feller recognized Sue again, and he throwed his hands up and fall over on his face and begin bowing and scraping like a Arab. And then out from the bushes come the rest of 'em, moving slow and scared-like, eyes big as saucers, ready to throw they spears. The feller on the ground stopped bowing for a moment and look up, and when he seen the others, he holler out something, and they put down their spears and come up to the spaceship and gather round it. "They look friendly enough now," Major Fritch say. "I suppose we better go on out and identify ourselves. The people from NASA will be here in a few minutes to pick us up." As it turns out, that is the biggest piece of bullshit I've ever heard in my life, before or since. Anyhow, Major Fritch and me, we walk on out of the spaceship, and all them natives going ooh and ah. That old boy on the ground, he look at us real puzzled like, but then he get up and say, "Hello, me good boy, who you?" And he stick out his hand. I shake his hand, but then Major Fritch start trying to tell him who we is, saying we is participants in the NASA multi-orbital pre-planetary subgravitational interspheroid spaceflight training mission. The fella just stand there gaping at us like we was spacemen. So I says, "We's Americans." And all of a sudden, his eyes light up, and he say, "Do tell, Americans! What a jolly fine show, I say." "You speak English?" Major Fritch asked. "Why, hell yes," he say. "I've been to America before. During the war, I was recruited by the Office of Strategic Services to learn English, and then sent back here to organize our people in guerrilla warfare against the Japanese." At this, Sue's eyes get big and bright. It seemed kind of funny to me, though. Big old Boone like this speaking such good American out in the middle of no place. So I says, "Where'd you go to school?" "Why, I went to Yale, old sport," he says, "Boola boola, and all that." When he say boola boola, all them other Sambos start chanting it too, and the drums start up again until the big guy wave 'em quiet. My name is Sam, he say. At least that's what they called me at Yale. My real name's quite a mouthful. What a delight you dropped in. Would you like some tea? Me and Major Fritch be looking at each other. She's damn near speechless, so I says, yeah, that'd be good. And then Major Fritch get a voice back and speak up kind of high-pitched. You ain't got a phone we can use, do you? She say. Big Sam sort of scowl and wave his hands, and the drums start up again, and we be escorted into the jungle with everybody chanting boola boola. They's got theyselves a little village set up in the jungle with grass huts and shit just like in the movies, and Big Sam's hut is the grandest of all. Out in front he got a chair look like a throne, and 4 or 5 women wearing nothing on top are doing whatever he say. One of the things he say is for them to get us some tea, and then he point to a couple of big stones for Major Fritch and me to set down on. Sue has been following along behind us all the way, holding on to my hand, and Big Sam motioned for him to sit on the ground. That's a terrific ape you have there, Sam says. Where'd you get him? He works for NASA, Major Fritch says. She ain't looking none too happy about our situation. You don't say, says Big Sam. Is he paid? I think he'd like a banana, I says. Big Sam said something, and one of the woman natives brung Sue a banana. I'm awfully sorry, Big Sam say. I think I haven't asked your names. Major Janet Fritch, United States Air Force, serial number 045345573. That is all I'm going to tell you. Oh, my dear woman, says Big Sam, you are not a prisoner here. We're just poor backward tribesmen. Some say we've not progressed much since the Stone Age. We mean you no harm. I ain't got nothing else to say till I can use the phone, Major Fritch say. Very well, then, says Big Sam. And what of you, young man? My name is Forrest, I tell him. Really? He say. Is that taken from your famous Civil War General Nathan Bedford, Forrest? Yep, I says. How very interesting. I say, Forrest, where did you go to school? I started to say I went up to the University of Alabama for a while, but then I decided to play it safe, and so I told him I went to Harvard, which wasn't exactly a lie. Ah, Harvard, the old Crimson, Big Sam says. Yes, I knew it well. Lovely bunch of fellas, even if they couldn't get into Yale. And then he start to laugh real loud. Actually, you do look sort of like a Harvard man at that, he say. Somehow, I figured that trouble lay ahead. It was late in the afternoon, and Big Sam told a couple of them native women to show us where we was going to stay. It's a grass hut with a dirt floor and a little entranceway, and it sort of remind me of the hovel where King Lear went. 2 big old fellas with spears come up and be standing guard outside our door. All night long, them natives be beating on their drums and chanting boola boola, and we could see out the entrance that they've set up a great big cauldron and built a fire under it. Me and Major Fritch don't know what to make of all this, but I reckon old Sue does, 'cause he's setting over in the corner by hisself, looking glum. 'Bout 9 or 10 o'clock, they still ain't fed us no food, and Major Fritch say maybe I ought to go ask Big Sam for supper. I start to go out the door of the hovel, but them 2 natives cross they spears in front of me, and I get the message and go back inside. Suddenly, it dawned on me how come we ain't been invited to supper. We is the supper. It is a bleak outlook. Then the drums quit, and they stop chanting Boola Boola. Outside we hear somebody squawking, and he's answered by somebody else squawking that sound like Big Sam. That go on for a while, and the argument get real heated up, and just as it seemed like they can't shout any louder, we hear this big conk, which sound like somebody get hit over the head with a board or something. Everything get quiet for a moment. And then the drums start up again, and everybody chanting Boola Boola once more. Next morning, we sitting there, and Big Sam come through the door, and he say, "Hello, did you have a nice sleep?" "Hell no," Major Fritz say. "How in God's name does you expect us to sleep with all that racket out there?" Big Sam get a pained look on his face and say, "Oh, I'm sorry about that. But you see, my people were sort of expecting a gift of some sort when they saw your vehicle drop from the sky. We have been waiting since 1945 for the return of your people and their presents to us. When they saw that you had no presents, naturally they assumed that you were the present, and they were prepared to cook you and eat you until I persuaded them otherwise." "You're shitting me, Buster," Major Fritz say. "To the contrary," says Big Sam. "You see, my people are not exactly what you would call civilized, at least by your standards, as they have a particular affection for human flesh, especially white meat." "Do you mean to tell me you people are cannibals?" Major Fritz say. Big Sam shrugged his shoulders. "That's about the size of it." "That's disgusting," says Major Fritz. "Listen, you has got to see to it that we is not harmed, and that we get out of here and back to civilization. There's probably a search party from NASA about to arrive any minute. I demand that you treat us with the dignity you would accord any allied nation." "Oh," Big Sam say, "that was precisely what they had in mind last night." "Now see here," says Major Fritz, "I demand that we be set free this instant and allowed to make our way to the nearest city or town where there is a telephone." "I am afraid," Big Sam say, "that would be impossible. Even if we did turn you loose, the pygmies would get you before you went 100 yards into the jungle." "Pygmies?" say Major Fritz. "We have been at war with the pygmies for many generations. Somebody stole a pig once, I think. Nobody remembers who or where. It is lost in legend. But we are virtually surrounded by the pygmies, and have been ever since anyone can remember." "Well," says Major Fritz, "I'd rather us take our chances with pygmies than with a bunch of fucking cannibals." "The pygmies ain't cannibals, is they?" "No, madam," Big Sam say. "They are headhunters." "Terrific," Major Fritz say sourly. "Now, last night," Big Sam says, "I managed to save you from the cooking part, but I am not sure how long I can keep my people at bay. They are determined to turn your appearance into some sort of gain." "That's so," Major Fritz says. "Like what?" "Well, for one thing, your ape. I think they would at least like to be able to eat him." "That ape is the sole property of the United States of America," says Major Fritz. "Nonetheless," Big Sam says, "I think it would be a diplomatic gesture on your part." Old Sue be frowning and nodding his head slowly and looking sorrowfully out the door. And then, Big Sam continued, I think that while you are here, you could perhaps do some work for us. What sort of work? Major Fritz say suspiciously. Well, say Big Sam, farming work, agriculture. You see, I have been trying to improve the ignominious lot of my people for many years, and not too long ago I stumbled on an idea. If we can simply turn the fertile soil here to our advantage, and bring to it some of the modern techniques of agronomy, we might thus begin to haul ourselves out of our tribal predicament and assume a role in the world marketplace. In short, turn ourselves away from this backward and stale economy and become a viable, cultured race of peoples. What kind of farming? Major Fritz asked. Cotton, my dear woman, cotton, king of cash crops, the plant that built an empire in your own country some years ago. You expecting us to grow cotton? Major Fritz squawked. You bet your sweet ass I do, sister, Big Sam say. Chapter 15. Well, here we is, planting cotton. Acres and acres and acres of it, all up and down the whole creation. If there's anything sure in my life, it is that if we ever get our asses out of here, I don't never want to be no cotton farmer. Several things done happened after that first day in the jungle with Big Sam and the cannibals. First, Major Fritz and me has convinced Big Sam not to make us give poor old Sue to his tribe to eat. We has persuaded him that Sue would be of a lot more use helping us to plant the cotton than he would be as a meal. And so every day there's old Sue out there with us, wearing a big straw hat and carrying a gunny sack, planting cotton. Also, about the third or fourth week we was there, Big Sam come into our hovel and say, Look here, Forrest, old boy, do you play chess? And I says, No. And he say, Well, you're a Harvard man. You might like to learn. And I nod my head, and that's how I learnt to play chess. Every evening, when we was through work in the cotton fields, Big Sam would get out his chess set, and we'd sit around the fire and play till late at night. He showed me all the moves, and for the first few days he taught me strategy. But after that he quit doing it, 'cause I beat him a game or two. After a while the games get longer. Sometimes they last for several days, as Big Sam cannot make up his mind where to move to. He'd sit and study them chess men, and then he'd do something with one of them, but I always managed to beat him. Sometimes he'd get real angry with himself and pound on his foot with a stick, or butt his head against a rock or something. For a Harvard man, you is a pretty good chess player, he'd say. Or he'd say, See here, Forrest, why did you make that last move? I wouldn't say nothing, or just shrug my shoulders, and that would send Big Sam into a rage. One day he say, You know, Forrest, I am surely glad you have come here so I can have somebody to play chess with, and I am glad to have saved you from that cooking pot. Only thing is, I really would like to win just one chess game from you. At that, Big Sam be licking his chops, and it didn't take no idiot to figure out that if I let him win just one game, he was going to be satisfied and have me for his supper then and there. Kind of kept me on my toes, if you know what I mean. Meantime, a very strange thing has happened with Major Fritz. One day, she was walking back from the cotton fields with Sue and me, when a big old black arm poke out from a clump of bushes and beckon her over. Me and Sue stopped, and Major Fritch walk over to the clump of bushes and say, "Who's that in there?" All of a sudden, the big old arm reached out and grabbed a hold of Major Fritch and snatched her into the bush. Sue and me looked at each other, then run over to where she was. Sue got there first, and I was about to leap into the bushes myself when Sue stopped me. He started shaking his head and waving me away, and we walked off a little bit and waited. There was all sorts of sounds coming from in there, and the bushes is shaking like crazy. I finally figured out what was going on, but from the sound of Major Fritch's voice, it didn't appear she was in no danger or nothing. So Sue and me went on back to the village. About an hour later, here come Major Fritch and this great big old fella who is grinning ear to ear. She's got him by the hand, leading him along. She bring him into the hovel and say to me, "Forrest, I want you to meet Gurk." And she lead him forward. "Hi," I say. I'd seen this fella around the village before. Gurk be grinning and nodding, and I nodded back. Sue, he be scratching his balls. "Gurk done asked me to move in with him," she say, "and I think I will, since it is sort of crowded in here for the three of us, wouldn't you say?" I nod my head. "Forrest, you wouldn't tell nobody about this, would you?" Major Fritch asked. Now, who in hell was she thinking I would tell, is what I want to know. But I just shook my head, and Major Fritch got her shit and went off with Gurk to his place. And that's the way it was. The days and months and finally the years come and go, and every day me and Sue and Major Fritch be working in the cotton fields, and I'm beginning to feel like Uncle Remus or somebody. At night, after I finish whooping Big Sam at chess, I go into the hovel with old Sue, and we sit around for a while. It's got to where Sue and me can sort of talk to each other, grunting and making faces and waving our hands. After a long time, I'm able to piece together his life story, and it turned out to be about as sorry as mine. When he was just a little bitty ape, Sue's mama and papa was walking in the jungle one day when these guys come along and throwed a net over 'em and drug 'em off. He managed to get on with an aunt and uncle till they kicked him out for eating too much, and then he was on his own. He was okay, just swinging in the trees and eating bananas, till one day he got curious about what is going on in the rest of the world, and he swung himself through tree after tree till he come on a village near the edge of the jungle. He's thirsty and come down and sat by a stream to drink some water when this fella come by paddling a canoe. Sue ain't never seen a canoe, so he sat there watching it, and the fella paddled over to him. He think the feller wanted to give him a ride, but instead the feller conked Sue over the head with his oar and hog-tied him, and next thing he knew, he was sold to some guy that put him in an exhibit in Paris. There was this other orangutan in the exhibit, name of Doris, what was one of the finest looking apes he'd ever seen, and after a while they fell in love. The guy that had the exhibit took 'em around the world, and every place he'd go, the main attraction was to put Doris and Sue together in a cage so's everybody could watch 'em screw. That was the kind of exhibit it was. Anyway, it was kind of embarrassing for old Sue, but it were the only chance they had. Then, one time they was on exhibit in Japan, and some guy come up to the feller running the show and offered to buy Doris. So off she went, Sue knowed not where, and he was by hisself. That caused a definite change in Sue's attitude. He got grouchy, and when they put him on display, he took to growling and snarling, and finally he begun taking a shit, and then flinging the shit through the cage bars all over them people what had paid their good money to see what an orangutan acts like. After a while of this, the exhibit feller got fed up and sold Sue to the NASA people, and that's how come he wind up here. I know how he feels a little, 'cause he's still lonesome for Doris, and I'm still lonesome for Jenny Curran, and ain't a day go by I ain't wondering what's become of her. But here we both is, stuck out in the middle of nowhere. The cotton farming adventure of Big Sam's is beyond anyone's wildest dreams. We has sowed and harvested bale after bale, and they're storing it in big grass shacks built up off the ground. Finally one day, Big Sam say they is fixin' to construct a big boat, a barge, to load up the cotton and fight our way through pygmy country down to where we can sell the cotton and make a fortune. I have got it all figured out, Big Sam says. First, we auction off the cotton and get our money. Then we will use it to buy the kinds of things my people need. I asked him what was that, and he say, "Oh, you know, old sport, beads and trinkets, perhaps a mirror or two, a portable radio, and maybe a box of good Cuban cigars, and a case or two of booze." So, this is the kind of deal we's in. Anyhow, the months go by, and we's harvesting the last cotton crop of the season. Big Sam has done just about finished the river barge that's to take us through pygmy country to the town, and the night before we is to leave, they hold a big hoedown to celebrate everything and also ward off evil spirits. All the tribe is sitting round the fire chanting boola boola and beating on their drums. They's also drug out that big cauldron and got it on the fire steaming and boiling, but Big Sam say it is only a symbolic gesture. We're sitting there playing chess, and let me tell you this, I'm so excited I am about to bust. Just let us get near a town or city and we is long gone. Old Sue knows the deal too, 'cause he's sitting over there with a big grin on his face, tickling himself under the arms. We has played 1 or 2 games of chess and is about to finish another, when suddenly I look down, and damned if Big Sam ain't got me in check. He's smiling so big, all I can see in the dark is his teeth, and I figure I'd better get out of this situation quick. Only problem is, I can't. While I've been assing around counting my chickens before they're hatched, I have put myself in an impossible situation on the chessboard. There ain't no way out. I studied that thing for a while. My frown lit up plain as day from the fire's reflection off Big Sam's smiling teeth. And then I says, "Look here, I gotta go pee." Big Sam nods, still grinning. And I'll tell you this was the first time I can remember when saying something like that got me out of trouble instead of in it. I went on back behind the hovel and took a pee. But then, instead of going back to the chess game, I went in and got old Sue and explained to him what the deal was. Then I snuck up on Gurk's hut and whispered for Major Fritch. She come out, and I told her too, and say we'd better get our butts out of here, for we's all parboiled or something. Well, we all decided to make a break for it. Gurk, he say he's coming with us on account of he's in love with Major Fritch, or however he expressed it. Anyway, the 4 of us started creeping out of the village, and we got down to the edge of the river and was just about to get in one of the native canoes, when all of a sudden I look up, and standing there over me is Big Sam with about 1,000 of his natives, looking mean and disappointed. "Come now, old sport," he say, "did you really think you could outsmart this old devil?" And I tell him, "Oh, we was just going for a canoe ride in the moonlight. You know what I mean?" "Yeah," he say. He knowed what I meant. And then his men grabbed us up and hauled us back to the village under armed guard. The cooking cauldron is bubbling and steaming to beat the band, and they's got us tied to stakes in the ground, and the outlook is something less than rosy. "Well, old sport," Big Sam say, "this is an unfortunate turn of events indeed. But look at it this way. You will at least be able to console yourself by the knowledge that you have fed a hungry mouth or two. And also, I must tell you this, you are without a doubt the best chess player I have ever encountered, and I was chess champion of Yale for 3 of the 4 years I was there. As for you, madam," Big Sam say to Major Fretch, "I am sorry to have to bring your little affair d'amour with old Gurk here to an end, but you know how it is." "No, I don't know how it is, you despicable savage," Major Fritz say. "Where do you get off anyway? You ought to be ashamed of yourself." "Perhaps we can serve you and Gurk on the same platter," Big Sam chuckled. "A little light and dark meat. Myself, I'll take a thigh, or possibly a breast. Now that would be a nice touch." "You vile, unspeakable ass," say Major Fritch. "Whatever," Big Sam says. "And now let the feast begin." They begun untying us, and a bunch of them jigaboos hauled us toward the cooking pot. They lifted up poor old Sue first, 'cause Big Sam say he will make good stock, and they's holding him above the cauldron, about to throw him in, when lo and behold, a arrow come out of no place and strike one of the fellers hoisting up Sue. The feller fall down and Sue drop on top of him. Then more arrows come raining down on us from the edge of the jungle, and everybody's in a panic. "It is the pygmies!" shout Big Sam. "Get to your arms!" And everybody run to get their spears and knives. Since we ain't got no spears or knives, Major Fritch, me, and Sue, and Gurk start running down towards the river again. But we ain't no more than 10 feet down the path, when all of a sudden we is snatched up feet first by some kind of snares set in the trees. We is hanging there, upside down like bats, and all the blood rushing to our heads, when this little guy come out of the brush, and he be laughing and giggling at us all trussed up. All sorts of savage sounds are coming from the village, but after a while everything quiet down. Then a bunch of other pygmies come and cut us down and tie our hands and feet and lead us back to the village. It is a sight. They's captured Big Sam and all his natives and has them tied up hand and foot too. Looks like they's about to throw them into the boiling pot. "Well, old sport," Big Sam say, "seems like you were saved in the nick of time, doesn't it?" I nod my head, but I ain't sure if we isn't just out of the frying pan and into the fire. "Tell you what," says Big Sam, "looks like it's all over for me and my fellers, but maybe you have a chance. If you can get to that harmonica of yours and play a little tune or two, it might save your life. The king of the pygmies is crazy for American music." "Thanks," I say. "Don't mention it, old sport," Big Sam say. They lifted him up high and was holding him over the boiling cauldron, and suddenly he called out to me, "Knight to bishop 3, then rook 10 to king 7. That's how I beat you." There was a big splash. Then all Big Sam's trussed up natives begun chanting Boola Boola again. things are looking down for us all. Chapter 16. After they done finished cooking Big Sam's tribe and shrinking the heads, the pygmies slung us between long poles and carried us off like pigs into the jungle. "What do you suppose they intend to do with us?" Major Fritz called out to me. "I don't know, and I don't give a shit," I called back, and that were about the truth. I'm tired of all this crapola. Man can take just so much. Anyhow, after about a day or so, we come to the village of the pygmies, and as you might expect, they's got a bunch of little tiny huts in a clearing in the jungle. They took us up to a hut in the center of the clearing, where there's this bunch of pygmies standing around, and one little old fellow with a long white beard and no teeth, setting up in a high chair like a baby. I figure him to be the king of the pygmies. They dumped us out onto the ground and untied us, and we stood up and dusted ourselves off, and the king of the pygmies commenced jabbering some gibberish, and then he get down from his chair and go straight up to Sue and kick him in the balls. "How come he done that?" I asked Gurk, who'd learned to speak some English while he was living with Major Fritz. "Him want to know if Ape is boy or girl." I figure there must be a nicer way to find that out, but I ain't saying nothing. Then the king, he come up to me and start talking some of that gibberish, Pygmalion or whatever it is, and I'm preparing to get kicked in the balls too, but Gurk say, "Him want to know why you living with them awful cannibals." "Tell him it weren't exactly our idea," Major Fritz pipe up and say. "I got an idea," I says. "Tell him we's American musicians." Gurk say this to the king, and he be peering at us real hard. Then he asks Gurk something. "What's he say?" Major Fritz want to know. Him asks what the ape plays. "Tell him the ape plays the spears," I say, and Gurk do that, and then the king of the pygmies announce he want to hear us perform. I get out my harmonica and start playing a little tune, the Camptown Races. King of the pygmies listened for a minute, and then he started clapping his hands and doing what looked to be a clog dance. After I'm finished, he say he wants to know what Major Fritz and Gurk plays, and I tell Gurk to say Major Fritz plays the knives and that Gurk don't play nothing. He's the manager. King of the pygmies look sort of puzzled and say he ain't never heard of nobody playing knives or spears before, but he tell his men to give Sue some spears and Major Fritz some knives, and let's see what sort of music we come up with. Soon as we get the spears and knives, I say, "Okay, now." And old Sue conked the king of the pygmies over the head with his spear, and Major Fritz threatened a couple of pygmies with the knives, and we run off into the jungle with the pygmies in hot pursuit. The pygmies be throwing all sorts of rocks and shit at us from behind, and shooting their bows and arrows and darts from blowguns and such. Suddenly, we come out on the bank of a river and ain't no place to go, and the pygmies are catching up fast. We was about to jump into the river and swim for it, when suddenly from the opposite side of the river, a rifle shot ring out. The pygmies are right on top of us, but another rifle shot ring out, and they turn tail and run back into the jungle. We be looking across the river, and lo and behold, on the other bank, there's a couple of fellas wearing bush jackets and them white pith helmets like you used to see in Raymar of the Jungle. They step into a canoe and be paddling toward us, and as they get closer, I seen one of 'em is got NASA stamped on his pith helmet. We is finally rescued. When the canoe reached our shore, the guy with NASA stamped on his helmet get out and come up to help us. He go right up to old Sue and stick out his hand and say, Mr. Gump, I presume? "Where the fuck has you assholes been?" hollered Major Fritch. "We been stranded in the jungle nearly 4 goddamn years." "Sorry about that, ma'am," the feller say, "but we has got our priorities too, you know." Anyway, we is at last saved from a fate worse than death, and they loaded us up in the canoe and started paddling us down river. One of the fellers say, "Well, folks, civilization just around the corner. I reckon you'll be able to sell your stories to a magazine and make a fortune." "Stop the canoe!" Major Fritz suddenly called out. The fellers look at one another, but they paddle the canoe over to the bank. "I have made a decision," Major Fritz say. "For the first time in my life I have found a man that truly understands me, and I am not going to let him go. For nearly 4 years, Gurk and I have lived happily in this land, and I have decided to stay here with him. We'll go off in the jungle and make a new life for ourselves and raise a family and live happily ever after." "But this man is a cannibal," one of the fellows say. "Eat your heart out, Buster," says Major Fritch, and she and Gurk get out of the canoe and start back into the jungle again, hand in hand. Just before they disappeared, Major Fritch turned round and give Sue and me a little wave, and then off they go. I look back to the end of the canoe, and old Sue is sitting there twisting his fingers. "Wait a minute," I says to the fellers. I go back and sit down on the seat next to Sue and say, "What you thinking about?" Sue ain't saying nothing, but there's a little bitty tear in his eye, and I knowed then what was about to happen. He grabbed me round the shoulders in a big hug, and then leaped out of the boat and ran up a tree on the shore. Last we seen of him, he's swinging away through the jungle on a vine. The feller from NASA be shaking his head. "Well, what about you, numbnuts? You gonna follow your friends there into Bonzo Land?" I looked after them for a minute. Then I said, and sat back down in the canoe. While they was paddling us away, don't you believe I didn't think about it for a moment. But I just couldn't do it. I reckon I got other weenies to roast. They flown me back to America and told me on the way how there was to be a big welcome home reception for me. But it seems like I've heard that before. Sure enough, though, as soon as we landed in Washington, about 1 million people was on hand, cheering and clapping and acting like they was glad to see me. They drove me into town in the back seat of a big old black car and said they was taking me to the White House to see the president. Yep, I've been there before, too. Well, when we get to the White House, I'm expecting to see the same old president what fed me breakfast, let me watch the Beverly Hillbillies. But they've got a new president now. Fellow with his hair all slicked back, puffy little cheeks, and a nose looked like Pinocchio's. "Tell me now," this president say, "did you have an exciting trip?" Feller in a suit standing next to the president lean over and whisper something to him, and suddenly the president say, Actually what I meant was how great it is that you've escaped from your ordeal in the jungle." The feller in the suit whisper something else to the president, and he say to me, "Now, what about your companion?" "Sue," I say. "Was that her name?" Now he be looking at a little card in his hand. "It says here it was a Major Janet Fritch, and that even as you were being rescued, she was dragged off into the jungle by a cannibal." "Where it say that?" I asked. "Right here," the president say. "That's not so," I says. Are you suggesting I'm a liar? Said the President. I'm just saying it ain't so, I says. Now look here, said the President. I am your Commander-in-Chief. I'm not a crook. I do not lie. I'm very sorry, I says, but it ain't the truth about Major Fritch. You just take that off a card, but... Tape! The President shouted. Huh? I says. No, says the feller in the suit. He said take, not tape, Mr. President. Tape! Screamed the President. I told you never to mention that word in my presence again. You're all a bunch of disloyal communist swines. The President be pounding himself on the knee with his fist. None of you understand. I don't know anything about anything. I never heard of anything, and if I did, I either forgot it or it is top secret. But, Mr. President, say the feller in the suit, he didn't say it. He only said, now you are calling me a liar, he say. You're fired. But you can't fire me, the feller say. I'm the Vice President. Well, pardon me for saying so, says the President, but you are never going to make President if you go around calling your Commander-in-Chief a liar. No, I guess you're right, say the Vice President. I beg your pardon. No, I beg yours, the President say. Whatever, say the Vice President, kind of fiddling with itself. If you will all excuse me now, I have to go pee. That's the first sensible idea I've heard all day, say the President. Then he turned to me and asked, Say, aren't you the same fellow that played ping-pong and saved the life of old Chairman Mao? I says, yup. And the President say, well, what did you want to do a thing like that for? And I says, 'cause he was drowning. And the President say, you should have held him under instead of saving him. Anyway, it's history now because the son of a bitch died while you were away in the jungle. You got a TV set? I asked. The President looked at me kind of funny. Yeah, I have one, but I don't watch it much these days. Too much bad news. You ever watch the Beverly Hillbillies? I say. It's not on yet, he say. What is? I asked. To tell the truth. But you don't want to look at that. It's a bunch of shit. Then he say, look here, I have a meeting to go to. Why don't I just walk you to the door? When we get outside on the porch and the President says in a very low voice, listen, you want to buy a watch? I say, huh? And he step over close to me and shove up the sleeve on his suit, and lo and behold, he must have had 20 or 30 wristwatches round his arm. I ain't got no money, I says. The President, he rolled down his sleeve and pat me on the back. Well, you come back when you do, and we'll work something out, okay? He shook my hand, and a bunch of photographers come up and started taking our picture, and then I'm gone. But I'll say this, that President seemed like a nice feller after all. Anyhow, I'm wondering what they're going to do with me now, but I don't have to wonder long. Took about a day or so for things to quiet down, and they had put me up in a hotel, but then a couple of fellas come in one afternoon and say, listen here, Gump, the free ride's over. The government ain't paying for none of this anymore. You're on your own now. Well, okay, I say, but how about giving me a little traveling money to get home on? I'm kind of light right now. Forget it, Gump, they say. You're lucky not to be in jail for conking the clerk of the Senate on the head with that medal. We done you a favor to get you off that rap, but we's washing our hands of your ass as of right now. So, I had to leave the hotel. Since I ain't got no things to pack, it wasn't hard, and I just went out on the street. I walked a while down past the White House where the President lived, and to my surprise, there's a whole bunch of people out front got on rubber masks of the President's face, and they're carrying some kind of signs. I figure he must be pleased to be so popular with everybody. Chapter 17. Even though they said they wouldn't give me no money, one of the fellas did loan me $1 before I left the hotel. First chance I got, I phoned home to the poorhouse where my mama was staying to let her know I'm okay. But one of them nuns says, "We ain't got no Mrs. Gump here no longer." When I asked where she was, the nun say, "Dunno. She done run off with some Protestant." I thanked her and hanged up the phone. In a way, I'm sort of relieved. At least Mama done run off with somebody, and ain't in the poorhouse no more. I figure I got to find her, but to tell the truth, I ain't in no big hurry, 'cause sure as it's going to rain, she'll be bawling and hollering and fussing at me on account of I done left home. It did rain. Rained cats and dogs, and I found me a awning to stand under till some guy come out and run me off. I was soaking wet and cold, and walking past some government building in Washington, when I seen a big old plastic garbage bag setting in the middle of the sidewalk. Just as I get close to it, the bag commenced to move a little bit like there's something in there. I stopped and went up to the bag and nudged it a little with my toe. Suddenly the bag jumped about 4 feet back, and a voice come out from under it say, "Get the fuck away from me." "Who is that in there?" I asked. And the voice say back, "This is my grate. You go find your own." "What are you talking about?" I say. "My grate," the voice say. "Get off my grate." "What grate?" I asked. All of a sudden, the bag lift up a little, and a feller's head peek out, squinting up at me like I'm some kind of idiot. "You new in town or something?" the feller says. "Sort of," I answered. "I'm just trying to get out of the rain." The feller under the bag is pretty sorry looking, half bald-headed, ain't shaved in months, eyes all red and bloodshot, and most of his teeth gone. "Well," he say, "in that case, I reckon it's okay for a little while. Here." He reach up and hand me another garbage bag all folded up. "What I'm supposed to do with this?" I asked. "Open it up and get under it, you damn fool. You said you wanted to get out of the rain." Then he pulled his bag back down over himself. Well, I did what he said, and to tell you the truth, it wasn't so bad, really. There was some hot air coming up out of the grate, and it made the bag all warm and cozy inside, and kept off the rain. We be squatting side by side on the grate, with the bags over us, and after a while, the feller says over to me, "What's your name, anyway?" "Forrest," I says. "Yeah? I knew a guy named Forrest once. Long time ago." "What's your name?" I asked. "Dan," he say. "Dan? Dan? Hey, wait a minute," I says. I throwed off my garbage bag and went and lifted up the bag off the feller, and it was him. Ain't got no legs, and he's setting on a little wood cart with roller skate wheels on the bottom. Must have aged 20 years, and I could hardly recognize him. But it was him. It was old Lieutenant Dan. After he'd got out of the Army hospital, Dan went back to Connecticut to try to get back his old job teaching history. But there wasn't no history job available, so they made him teach math. He hated math, and besides, the math class was on the second floor of the school, and he had a hell of a time making it up the stairs with no legs and all. Also, his wife done run off with a TV producer that lived in New York, and she sued him for divorce on grounds of incompatibility. He took to drinking and lost his job and just didn't do nothing for a while. Thieves robbed his house of everything he had, and the artificial legs they'd give him at the VA hospital were the wrong size. After a few years, he said, he just give up and took to living like a bum. There was a little money every month from his disability pension, but most of the time he just give it away to the other bums. I don't know, Forrest, he say. I guess I'm just waiting to die or something. Dan hand me a few bucks and say to go around the corner and get us a couple of bottles of Red Dagger wine. I just got one bottle, though, and used the money for mine to get one of them ready-made sandwiches. 'Course I ain't had nothing to eat all day. Well, old pal, Dan say, after he's polished off half his wine, tell me what you been doing since I saw you last. So I did. I told him about going to China and playing ping pong and finding Jenny Curran again and playing in the Cracked Eggs band and the peace demonstration where I throwed my medal away and got put in jail. Yeah, I remember that one all right. I think I was still here in the hospital. I thought about going down there myself, but I guess I wouldn't have thrown my medals away. Look here, he say. He unbuttoned his jacket, and inside on his shirt is all his medals. Purple Heart, Silver Star, must have been 10 or 12 of 'em. They remind me of something, he said. I'm not quite sure what. The war, of course, but that's just part of it. I have suffered a loss, Forrest, far greater than my leg. It's my spirit, my soul, if you will. There's only a blank there now. Medals, where my soul used to be. But what about the natural laws that's in charge of everything? I asked him. What about the scheme of things that we's all got to fit ourselves into? Fuck all that, he say. It was just a bunch of philosophic bullshit. But ever since you told it to me, that's what I've been going by. I've been letting the tide carry me and trying to do my best, do the right thing. Well, maybe it works for you, Forrest. I thought it was working for me, too. But look at me. Just look at me, he say. What good am I? I'm a goddamn legless freak, a bum, a drunkard, a 35-year-old vagrant. It could be worse, I says. Oh, yeah? How? He say. And I reckon he got me there. So I finished telling him about myself, getting throwed in the loony bin and then being shot up in the rocket and landing down with the cannibals, and about old Sue and Major Fritch and the pygmies. Well, my God, Forrest, my boy, you sure as hell have had some adventures, Dan say. So how come you're sitting here with me on the grates under a garbage bag? I don't know, I says, but I ain't planning to stay here long. What you got in mind, then? Soon as this rain stops, I say, I'm gonna get off my big fat butt and go looking for Jenny Curran. Where is she? Don't know that either, I says, but I'll find out. Sounds like you might need some help, he say. I look over at Dan, and his eyes is gleaming from behind his beard. Something is telling me he's the one needs some help. But that's okay with me. Old Dan and me, we went to a mission flophouse that night on account it didn't stop raining, and Dan, he paid 'em 50 cents apiece for our suppers and a quarter for our beds. You could have got supper free for setting and listening to a sermon or some such, but Dan say he'd sleep out in the rain afore wasting our precious time hearing a Bible thumper give us his view of the world. Next morning, Dan loaned me $1, and I found a payphone and called up Boston to old Mose that used to be the drummer for the Cracked Eggs. Sure enough, he's still there in his place, and is damn surprised to hear from me. "Forrest, I don't believe it," Mose say. "We'd given your ass up for lost." "The Cracked Eggs," he says, "have broken up. All the money that Mr. Feeblesteiner promised them is eaten up by expenses or something, and after the second record they didn't get no more contracts. Mose say people is listening to a new kind of music now, Rolling Stones or the Eagles or something, and most of the fellers in the Cracked Eggs is gone someplace and found real jobs. Jenny, Mose say, hasn't been heard of in a long while. After she'd gone down to Washington for the peace demonstration where I was arrested, she went back with the Cracked Eggs for a few months, but Mose says something in her just wasn't the same. One time, he say, she broke up crying on the stage and they had her play an instrumental to get through the set. Then she started drinking vodka and showing up late for performances, and they was about to speak to her about it when she just done up and quit. Mose say he personally feel her behavior has something to do with me, but she never would talk about it. She moved out of Boston a couple of weeks later, saying she was gone to Chicago, and that's the last he's seen of her in nearly 5 years. I asked if he knew any way for me to reach her, and he say maybe he have a old number she give him just before she left. He leave the phone and come back a few minutes later and give the number to me. Other than that, he say, I ain't got a clue. I told him to take care, and if I ever get up to Boston, I will look him up. "You still playing your harmonica?" Mose asked. "Yeah, sometimes," I say. I went and borrowed another $1 from Dan and called the number in Chicago. "Jenny Curran." "Jenny?" Guy's voice say. "Oh, yeah, I remember her. Nice little piece of ass, been a long time. You know where she's at?" "Indianapolis is where she says she was going when she left here. Who knows? Got herself a job at Temperer." "At what?" "Temperer. The tire factory. You know, they make tires for cars." I thanked the guy and went back and told Dan. "Well," he say, "I never been to Indianapolis. Heard it's nice there in the fall." We started trying to thumb a ride out of Washington, but didn't have no luck to speak of. Guy gave us a ride to the city limits on the back of a brick truck, but after that nobody didn't want to pick us up. I guess we was too funny looking or something. Dan sitting on his little roller dolly, and my big old ass standing next to him. Anyhow, Dan say, why don't we take a bus? 'Cause he's got enough money for that. To tell you the truth, I felt bad about taking his money, but somehow I figured that he wanted to go, and it'd be good to get him out of Washington, too. And so we caught a bus to Indianapolis, and I put Dan in the seat next to me and stowed his little card in the shelf up above. All the way there he be slugging down Red Dagger wine, and saying what a shitty place the world is to live in. Maybe he's right. I don't know. I'm just an idiot anyhow. The bus left us off in the middle of Indianapolis, and Dan and me is standing on the street trying to figure out what to do next when a policeman come up and say, "Ain't no loitering on the street." So we moved on. Dan asked the fellow where is the temporary tire company, and it is way outside of town, so we started heading in that direction. After a while, there ain't no sidewalks, and Dan can't push his little cart along, so I picked him up under one arm and the cart under the other, and we kept on going. About noon, we see the big sign say, "Temporary Tires," and figure this be the place. Dan say he'll wait outside, and I go on in, and there's a woman at the desk, and I asked if I could see Jenny Curran. Woman look at a list and say Jenny is working in retreads, but ain't nobody allowed to go there except if they works in the plant. Well, I'm just standing there trying to decide what to do, and the woman say, "Look, honey, they's about to get a lunch break in a minute or so. Why don't you go round to the side of the building? Probably she'll come out." So that's what I did. There was a lot of folks come out, and then, all by herself, I seen Jenny walk through a door and go over to a little spot under a tree and pull a sandwich out of a paper bag. I went over and sort of creeped behind her, and she's sitting on the ground, and I says, "That sure looked like a tasty sandwich." She didn't even look up. She kept staring right ahead and say, "Forrest, it has to be you." Chapter 18. Well, let me tell you, that were the happiest reunion of my life. Jenny is crying and hugging me, and I'm doing the same, and everybody else in retreads is standing there wondering what's going on. Jenny says she's off work in about 3 hours, and for me and Dan to go over to this little tavern across the street and have a beer or something and wait for her. Then she'll take us to her place. We go to the tavern, and Dan is drinking some Ripple wine on account of they got no red dagger, but he say Ripple is better anyhow, 'cause it got a nicer bouquet. Bunch of other fellas is in there too, playing darts and drinking and arm wrestling each other at a table. One big old guy seemed to be the best arm wrestler of the tavern, and every once in a while some fella would come up and try to beat him, but couldn't. They be betting on it too, $5 and $10 a whack. After a little bit, Dan whisper over to me, "Forrest, you think you could beat that big bozo over there at arm wrestling?" And I say, "I don't know." And Dan say, "Well, here's $5, 'cause I'm betting you can." So I go up and say to the feller, "Would you mind if I sat down and arm wrestle with you?" He look up at me, smiling, and say, "Long as you got money, you's welcome to try." So I sat down, and we grabbed each other's hands, and somebody say, "Go," and the wrestle is on. Other feller be grunting and straining like a dog trying to shit a peach seed, but in about 10 seconds I'd smushed his arm down on the table and whooped him at arm wrestling. All the other fellers had come gathering around the table and were going ooh and ah, and I could hear old Dan shouting and cheering. Well, the other feller ain't none too happy, but he paid me $5 and got up from the table. "My elbow slipped," he say, "but next time you come back here, I want to have a go at you again, here?" I nodded, and went back to the table Dan was at and give him the money. "Forrest," he say, "we may have found a easy way to make ourselves some bread. I stand if I could have a quarter to get me a pickled egg from the jar on the counter, and he hand me $1 and say, 'You get anything you want, Forrest. We has now got a way to earn a livelihood.'" After work, Jenny come over to the tavern and take us to her place. She is living in a little apartment not too far from the temporary tire company, and has got it all fixed up nice with things like stuffed animals and strings of colored beads hanging from the bedroom door. We went out to a grocery and bought some chicken, and Jenny cooked supper for Dan and me, and I told her all that had happened since I seen her last. Mostly, she's curious about Major Fritch, but when I say she run off with a cannibal, Jenny seemed more relaxed about it. She say life hadn't exactly been a bowl of cherries for her either during the past few years. After she left the cracked eggs, Jenny done gone to Chicago with this girl she met in the peace movement. They had demonstrated in the streets and got throwed in jail a bunch of times, and Jenny says she's finally getting tired of having to appear in court, and besides she's concerned that she's developing a long police record. Anyhow, she is living in this house with about 15 people, and she says they's not exactly her type of persons. Didn't wear no underwear or nothing, and nobody flushed the toilets. She and this guy decided to take an apartment together 'cause he didn't like where they was living neither. But that didn't work out. "You know, Forrest," she say, "I even tried to fall in love with him, but I just couldn't, because I was thinking of you." She had wrote to her mama and asked her to get in touch with my mama and try to find out where I was being kept. But her mama write back saying our house done burnt up, and my mama's now living in the poorhouse, but by the time the letter get to Jenny, mama done already run off with the Protestant. Anyhow, Jenny said she didn't have no money, and so she heard they was hiring people at the tire company, and she come down to Indianapolis to get a job. About that time, she seen on the television that I'm about to be launched into space, but there's no time for her to get down to Houston. She says she watched with horror as my spaceship crashed, and she give me up for dead. Ever since, she just been putting in her time making retreads. I took her and hold her in my arms, and we stayed like that for a while. Dan rolled himself into the bathroom, say he's got to take a pee. When he's in there, Jenny asks how he gonna do that, and don't he need help? And I say, "No, I seen him do it before, he can manage." She shake her head and say, "This is where the Vietnam War have got us." There ain't much disputing that either. It's a sad and sorry spectacle when a no-legged man have got to pee in his shoe and then dump it over into the toilet. The three of us settle into Jenny's little apartment after that. Jenny fixed up Dan a place in a corner of the living room with a little mattress, and she kept a jar on the bathroom floor so he wouldn't have to use his shoe. Every morning she'd go off to the tar company, and Dan and me would sit around the house and talk, then go down to the little tavern near where Jenny worked to wait till she got off. First week we started doing that, the guy I beat arm wrestling wanted a chance to get back his $5, and I gave it to him. He tried 2 or 3 times more, and in the end lost about $25, and after that he didn't come back no more. But there's always some other feller wanting to try his luck, and after a month or two there's guys coming from all over town, and from other little towns too. Dan and me, we was pulling in about $150 or $200 a week, which weren't bad, let me tell you. And the owner of the tavern, He's saying he's going to hold a national contest and get the TV there and everything. But before that happened, another thing come along that changed my life for sure. One day, a feller come into the tavern that was wearing a white suit and a Hawaiian shirt and a lot of gold jewelry around his neck. He sat up at the bar while I was finishing off some guy at arm wrestling, and then he come and sat down at our table. "Name's Mike," he say, "and I have heard about you." Dan asked what has he heard, and Mike say that this feller here is the strongest man in the world. "What of it?" Dan says, and the feller say, "I think I got an idea how you can make a hell of a lot more money than this nickel and dime shit you're doing here." "How's that?" Dan say. "Wrestling," says Mike, "but not this pissant stuff. I mean the real thing. In a ring with hundreds of thousands of paying customers." "Wrestling who?" Dan asked. "Whoever," says Mike. "There's a circuit of professional wrestlers. The Masked Marvel, the Incredible Hulk, Gorgeous George, Filthy McSwine, you name 'em. The top guys make $100,000 to $200,000 a year. We start your boy here off slow, teach him some of the holds, show him the ropes. Why, I bet in no time he'd be a big star, make everybody pile of money." Dan look at me, say, "What do you think, Forrest?" "I don't know," I says. "I was kind of thinking about going back home and starting a little shrimp business." "Shrimp?" says Mike. "Why, boy, you can make 50 times more money doing this than shrimping. Don't have to do it all your life. Just a few years, then you'll have something to fall back on. Money in the bank, a nest egg." "Maybe I ought to ask Jenny," I say. "Look," Mike say, "I come here to offer you a chance of a lifetime. You don't want it, just say so and I'll be on my way." "No, no," Dan say. Then he turned to me. "Listen, Forrest, some of what this fella say makes sense. I mean, how else you going to earn enough money to start a shrimp business?" "Tell you what," Mike say, "you can even take your buddy here with you. He can be your manager. Any time you want to quit, you're free to do it. What do you say?" I thought about it for a minute or so. Sounded pretty good, but usually there's some catch. Nevertheless, I open my big mouth and say the fatal word. Yes. Well, that's how I become a professional wrestler. Mike had his office in a gymnasium in downtown Indianapolis, and every day me and Dan would catch the bus down there so's I could get taught the proper way to wrestle. In a nutshell, it was this. Nobody is supposed to get hurt, but it's supposed to look like they do. They be teaching me all sorts of things. Half Nelsons, the airplane spin, the Boston crab, the pile driver, hammerlocks, and all such as that. Also, they taught Dan how to yell and scream at the referee so's to cause the greatest commotion. Jenny ain't too keen on the wrestling business on account of she see I might get hurt. And when I say nobody gets hurt 'cause it's all put on, she say, "Then what's the point of it?" It's a good question that I cannot rightly answer, but I'm looking forward to making us some money anyhow. One day, they's trying to show me something called the belly flop, where I was supposed to go flying through the air to land on top of somebody, but at the last minute he rolls away. But somehow I keep screwing it up, and 2 or 3 times I land right on the feller before he gets a chance to move out of the way. Finally, Mike come up into the ring and say, "Jesus, Forrest, you some kind of idiot or something? You could hurt somebody that way, big old moose like you. And I says, yeah, I am an idiot. And Mike say, what you mean? And then Dan, he say for Mike to come over to him for a second, and he explained something to him, and Mike say, good God, is you kidding? And Dan shake his head. Mike look at me and shrug his shoulders and say, well, guess it takes all kinds. Anyway, about an hour later, Mike come running out of his office up to the ring where Dan and me is. I've got it, he's shouting. Got what? Dan asked. His name. We had to give Forrest a name to wrestle under. Just came to me what it is. What might that be? Dan say. The dunce, says Mike. We will dress him up in diapers and put a big old dunce cap on his head. The crowd'll love it. Dan think for a minute. I don't know, he says. I don't much like it. Sounds like you're trying to make a fool out of him. It's only for the crowd, Mike say. He has to have a gimmick of some sort. All the big stars do it. What could be better than the dunce? How about calling him the spaceman, say Dan. That would be appropriate. He could wear a plastic helmet and some antennas. They already got somebody called the spaceman, Mike says. I still don't like it, Dan say. He looks at me and asks, what do you think, Forrest? I don't really give a shit, I says. Well, that was the way it was. After all them months of training, I'm finally about to make my debut as a wrestler. Mike come into the gym the day before the big match, and he has a box with my diaper and a big old black dunce cap. He say to be back at the gym at noon tomorrow so he can drive us to my first wrestling match, which is in Muncie. That night, when Jenny get home, I go into the bathroom and put on the diaper and the dunce cap and come out into the living room. Dan is sitting on his little platform cart watching TV, and Jenny is reading a book. Both of them look up when I walk through the door. Forrest, what on earth? Jenny says. It's his costume, said Dan. It makes you look like a fool, she say. Look at it this way, Dan says. It's like he is in a play or something. He still looks like a fool, says Jenny. I can't believe it. You'd let them dress him up like that and go out in public? It's only to make money, Dan say. They got one guy called the Vegetable. Wears turnip greens for a jockstrap. Puts a hollowed-out watermelon over his head with little eyes cut out for him to see through. Another guy calls himself the Fairy and has wings on his back. Carries a wand. Some bitch probably weighs 300 pounds. You ought to see him. I don't care what the rest of them do, Jenny says. I don't like this one bit, Forrest. You go and get out of that outfit. I gone on back to the bathroom and took off the costume. Maybe Jenny's right, I'm thinking. But a feller's got to make a living. Anyhow, it ain't near as bad as the guy I got to wrestle tomorrow night in Muncie. He calls himself the Turd and dresses in a big old body stocking that is painted to look like a piece of shit. Lord knows what he gonna smell like. Chapter 19. The deal in Muncie is this. I'm to get whooped by the Turd. Mike tell me that on our ride up there. It seemed that the Turd has got seniority over me, and therefore he is due for a win, and being that it's my first appearance, it is necessary for me to be on the losing end. Mike say he just want to tell me how it is from the beginning, so there won't be no hard feelings. That is ridiculous, Jenny say. Somebody calling theyself the turd. He probably is one, Dan say, trying to cheer her up. Just remember, Forrest, Mike says, it's all for show. You can't lose your temper. Nobody's to be hurt. The turd must win. Well, when we finally get to Muncie, there's a big old auditorium where the wrestling is to be held. One bout is already in progress. The vegetable is wrestling a guy that calls himself the Animal. The Animal is hairy as an ape and is wearing a black mask over his eyes, and the first thing he does is to snatch off the hollered-out watermelon that the vegetable's got over his head and drop-kick it into the upper bleachers. Next, he grabbed the vegetable by his head and ram him into the ring post. Then he bite the vegetable on the hand. I was feeling kind of sorry for the poor old vegetable, but he got a few tricks himself. Namely, he reached down into the collard green leaves he's wearing for a jock strap and grabbed a handful of some kind of shit and rubbed it in the animal's eyes. The animal be bellowing and staggering all over the ring, rubbing his eyes to get the stuff out, and the vegetable come up behind him and kick him in the ass. And then he throwed the animal into the ropes and wind them up around him so's he can't move and start beating the hell out of the animal. The crowd be booing the vegetable and throwing paper cups and stuff at him, and the vegetable be giving them back the finger. I was getting kind of curious how it was going to wind up, but then Mike come up to me and Dan and say for us to go on back to the dressing room and get into my costume, 'cause I'm on next against the turd. After I get into my diapers and the dunce cap, somebody knock on the door and asks, "Is the dunce in there?" And Dan say, "Yes," and the feller say, "You is on now, come on out." And off we go. The turd is already in the ring when I come down the aisle, with Dan pushing himself along behind me. The turd is running around the ring making faces at the crowd, and damn if he don't actually look something like a turd in that body stocking. Anyhow, I climbed up in the ring, and the referee get us together and say, "Okay, boys, I want a good clean match here. No gouging eyes or hitting below the belt or biting or scratching or any kind of shit like that." I nod and say, "Uh-huh," and the turd be glaring at me fiercely. When the bell rung, me and the turd be circling each other, and he reached out with his foot to trip me but missed, and I grabbed him by the shoulders and slung him into the ropes. It was then I found out he'd greased himself up with some kind of slippery shit make him hard to hold on to. I tried to grab him round his waist, but he shot out from my hands like an eel. I took a hold of his arm, but he squished away from that, too, and be grinning and laughing at me. And then he come running at me head on to butt me in the stomach, but I stepped aside and the turd go flying through the ropes and land in the front row. Everybody be booing and catcalling him, but he climbed on back up in the ring and brung with him a fold-up chair. He start chasing me around with the chair, and since I got nothing to defend myself with, I start to run away. But the turd, he hit me in the back with the chair, and let me tell you, that hurt. I tried to get the chair away from him, but he conked me on the head with it, and I was in the corner, and there wasn't no place to hide. And then he kicked me in the shin, and when I bent over to hold my shin, he kicked me in the other shin. Dan is sitting on the ring apron yelling at the referee to make the turd put down the chair, but it ain't doing no good. The turd hit me 4 or 5 times with the chair and knocked me down and get on top of me, grab my hair, start banging my head on the floor. And then he grabbed hold to my arm and begun twisting my fingers. I look over at Dan and say, "What the hell is this?" And Dan be trying to get through the ring ropes, but Mike, he stand up and pulled Dan back by his shirt collar. And then all of a sudden, the bell rung, and I get to go to my corner. "Listen," I says, "this bastard is trying to kill me, beating me on the head with a chair and all. I was going to have to do something about it." "What you got to do is lose," Mike say. "He ain't trying to hurt you. He's just trying to make it look good." "It sure don't feel good," I say. "Just stay in there for a few more minutes, and then let him pin you down," Mike says. "Remember, you is making $500 for coming here and losing, not winning." "He hits me with that chair again. I don't know what I'm going to do," I says. I'm looking out in the audience, and there's Jenny looking upset and embarrassed. I'm beginning to think this is not the right thing to do. Anyhow, the bell rung again, and out I go. The turd tried to grab me by the hair, but I flung him off, and he goes spinning into the ropes like a top. And then I picked him up round the waist and lifted him up, but he slid out of my grip and landed on his ass and be moaning and complaining and rubbing his ass, and the next thing I knew, his manager done handed him one of them plumber's helpers with the rubber thing on the end, and he commenced to beat me on the head with that. Well, I grabbed it away from him and busted it in two over my knee and started going after him. But I see Mike there shaking his head, and so I let the turd come and take a hold of my arm and twist it in a hammerlock. And some bitch damn near broke my arm. And then he shoved me down on the canvas and begun to hit me in the back of the head with his elbow. I could see Mike over there nodding and smiling his approval. The turd get off me and commenced to kicking me in the ribs and stomach. And then he got his chair again and whacked me over the head with it 8 or 9 times, and finally he kneed me in the back, and there wasn't a thing I could do about it. I just lay there, and he sat on my head, and the referee counted to 3, and it was supposed to be over. The turd get up and looked down at me, and he spit in my face. It was awful, and I didn't know what else to do, and I just couldn't help it, and I started to cry. The turd was prancing around the ring, then Dan come up and rolled himself over to me and started wiping my face with a towel, and the next thing I knew, Jenny'd come up in the ring too and was hugging me and crying herself, and the crowd was hollering and yelling and throwing stuff into the ring. "Come on, let's get out of here," Dan say. And I got to my feet, and the turd be sticking out his tongue at me and making faces. "You is certainly correctly named," Jenny says to the turd as we was leaving the ring. "That was disgraceful." She could have said it about both of us. I ain't never felt so humiliated in my life. The ride back to Indianapolis was pretty awkward. Dan and Jenny ain't saying nothing much, and I'm in the back seat all sore and skint up. "That was a damn good performance you put on out there tonight, Forrest," Mike says. "Especially the crying at the end. Crowd loved it." "It wasn't no performance," Dan says. "Ah, shucks," Mike say. "Look, somebody's always got to lose. I'll tell you what, next time, I'll make sure Forrest wins. How's that make you feel?" "Ought not to be any next time," Jenny says. "He made good money tonight, didn't he?" Mike say. $500 for getting the shit beat out of him ain't so good," Jenny says. "Well, it was his first match. Tell you what, next time I'll make it 600. "How about 1,200? Dan asked. 900, Mike says. "How about letting him wear a bathing suit instead of that dunce cap and diapers?" says Jenny. "They loved it," Mike says. "It's part of his appeal." How would you like to have to dress up in something like that? Dan says. I ain't an idiot, says Mike. You shut the fuck up about that, Dan say. Well, Mike was good for his word. Next time I wrestled, it was against a feller called the Human Fly. He was dressed up in something with a big pointed snout like a fly have, and a mask with big old bugged-out eyes. I got to throw him about the ring and finally set on his head, and I collected my $900. Furthermore, everybody in the crowd cheered wildly and kept hollering, "We want the dunce! We want the dunce!" It wasn't such a bad deal. Next, I got to wrestle the fairy, and they even let me bust his wand over his head. After that, there's a whole bunch of guys I come up against, and Dan and me had managed to save up about $5,000 for the shrimp business. But also, let me say this, I was getting very popular with the crowds. Women was writing me letters, and they even begun to sell dunce caps like mine as souvenirs. Sometimes I'd go into the ring, and there'd be 50 or 100 people sitting there in the audience wearing dunce caps, all clapping and cheering and calling out my name. Kind of made me feel good, you know. Meantime, me and Jenny is getting along fairly good, except for my wrestling career. Every night when she get back to the apartment, we cook ourselves some supper, and her and me and Dan sit around in the living room and plan about how we're going to start the shrimp business. The way we figured, we's going to go down to Bailabatri, where poor old Bubba come from, and get us some marshland off the Gulf of Mexico someplace. We've got to buy some mesh wire and nets and a little rowboat and something to feed the shrimp while they're growing. And there'd be other things, too. Dan say we's also got to be able to have us a place to live and buy groceries and stuff while we wait for our first profits, and also have some way to get 'em to the market. All told, he figures it's going to take about $5,000 to set everything up for the first year. After that, we'll be on our own. The problem I got now is with Jenny. She say we already got the 5,000, and so why don't we just go ahead and pack up and go down there? Well, she have a point there, but to be perfectly truthful, I just ain't quite ready to leave. You see, it ain't really been since we played them Nebraska corn shucker jackoffs at the Orange Bowl that I's really felt like I'd done accomplished something. Well, maybe for a little bit during the ping pong games in Red China, but that lasted just for a few weeks. But now, you see, every Saturday night, every week, I'm going out there and hearing them cheer. And they's cheering me, idiot or not. You should have heard 'em cheer when I whooped the Grosse Point grinder who come into the ring with $100 bills glued to his body. And then there was Awesome Al from Amarillo that I done put a Boston Crab hold on and won myself the Eastern Division Championship belt. After that, I got to wrestle Juno the Giant, who weighed 400 pounds and dressed in a leopard skin and carried a papier-mâché club. But one day, when Jenny come home from work, she say, "Forrest, you and me has got to have a talk." We went outside and took a walk near a little creek, and Jenny found a place to sit down, and then she say, "Forrest, I think this wrestling business has gone far enough." "What do you mean?" I asked, even though I kind of knew. "I mean, we've got nearly $10,000 now, which is more than twice what Dan says we need to start the shrimp business. And I'm beginning to wonder just why you're continuing to go up there every Saturday night and make a fool of yourself." "I ain't making no fool of myself," I says. "I's got my fans to think of. I'm a very popular person. Can't just up and leave like that." Bullshit, Jenny say. What you callin' a fan? And what you mean by popular? Them people is a bunch of screwballs to be paying money to watch all that shit. Bunch of grown men getting up there in their jock straps and pretending to hurt each other. And who ever heard of people calling themselves the vegetable or the turd and such as that? And you, calling yourself the dunce. What's wrong with that? I asked. Well, how do you think it makes me feel? The feller I'm in love with being known far and wide as the dunce, and making a spectacle of himself every week, and on television, too. We get extra money for the television, I says. Screw the extra money, Jenny says. We don't need no extra money. Whoever heard of nobody didn't need any extra money, I say. We don't need it that bad, Jenny say. I mean, what I want is to find a little quiet place for us to be in and for you to get a respectable job, like the shrimp business. For us to get us a little house and maybe have a garden and maybe a dog or something. Maybe even kids. I done had my share of fame with the cracked eggs and it didn't get me nowhere. I wasn't happy. I'm damn near 35 years old. I want to settle down. Look, I says, it seemed to me that I ought to be the one what say if I quit or not. I ain't gonna do this forever. Just till it's the right time. Well, I ain't gonna wait around forever neither, Jenny say. But I didn't believe she meant it. Chapter 20. I had a couple of matches after that, and won both of them, naturally. And then Mike called Dan and me in his office one day and says, "Look here, this week you're gonna wrestle the professor." "Who is that?" Dan asked. "He comes from California," says Mike, "and it's pretty hot stuff out there. He's the runner-up to the Western Division champion." "Okay by me," I say. "But there's just one other thing," say Mike. "This time, Forrest, you gotta lose." "Lose?" I says. "Lose," say Mike. "Look, you been winning every week for months and months. Don't you see you got to lose every once in a while to keep up your popularity?" "How you figure that?" "Simple. People like a underdog. Makes you look better the next time." "I don't like it," I say. "How much you paying?" Dan asked. $2,000. "I don't like it," I says again. $2,000 a lot of money," Dan say. "I still don't like it," I says. But I took the deal. Jenny's been acting sort of peculiar lately, but I put it down to nerves or something. Then one day she come home and say, "Forrest, I'm at the end of my rope. Please don't go out there and do this." "I got to," I says. "Anyhow, I was gonna lose." "Lose?" she say. I explain it to her, just like Mike explained it to me, and she say, "Oh, shit, Forrest. This is too much." "It's my life," I says, whatever that meant. Anyway, a day or so later, Dan come back from someplace and says him and me got to have a talk. "Forrest, I think I got the solution to our problems." I asked what it was. "I think," says Dan, "we better be bailing out of this business pretty soon. I know Jenny don't like it, and if we're going to start our shrimp thing, we best be on about it. But, he say, I think I got a way to bail out and clean up at the same time. How's that? I asked. I've been talking to a feller downtown. He runs a bookie operation, and the word is out you're going to lose to the professor this Saturday. So, I says, so, what if you win? Win? Kick his ass. I get in trouble with Mike, I says. Screw Mike. Dan say, look, here's the deal. Suppose we take the 10,000 we got and bet it on you to win, 2-to-1 odds. And you kick his ass, and we got 20 grand. But I'll be in all sorts of trouble, I says. We take the 20 grand and blow this town, Dan say. You know what we can do with 20 grand? We can start one hell of a shrimp business and have a pile left over for ourselves. I'm thinking maybe it's time to get out of this wrestling stuff anyway. Well, I'm thinking Dan is the manager. And also that Jenny said I got to get out of wrestling too. And 20 grand ain't a bad deal. What you think? Dan says. Okay, I say. Okay. The day come for me to wrestle the professor. The bout is to be held up at Fort Wayne, and Mike come by to pick us up and is blowing the horn outside, and I asked Jenny if she's ready. I ain't going, she say. I'll watch it on television. But you got to go, I says, and then I asked Dan to explain why. Dan told Jenny what the plan was, and that she had to go on account of we needed somebody to drive us back to Indianapolis after I done whipped the professor. Neither of us can drive, he say, and we're going to have a fast car right outside the arena when it's over to get us back here to collect the 20 grand from the bookie and then hightail it out of town. Well, I ain't having nothing to do with a deal like that, Jenny say. But it's 20 grand, I says. Yeah, and it's dishonest, too, she says. Well, it's dishonest what he's been doing all the time, Dan says, winning and losing all planned out beforehand. I ain't gonna do it, Jenny said. And Mike was blowing his horn again, and Dan say, well, we gotta go. We'll see you back here sometime after it's over, one way or the other. You fellas ought to be ashamed of yourselves, Jenny say. You won't be so highfalutin when we come back with 20,000 smackaroos in our pocket, Dan says. Anyhow, off we go. On the ride to Fort Wayne, I ain't saying much on account I'm kind of embarrassed about what I'm fixing to do to old Mike. He ain't treated me so badly, but on the other hand, as Dan explained, I've made a lot of money for him too, so it's going to come out around even. We get to the arena and the first bout is already on. Juno the Giant is getting the hell kicked out of him by the fairy. And next up is a tag team match between the Lady Midgets. We gone on into the dressing room, and I put on my diapers and dunce cap. Dan, he gets somebody to dial the number of the taxi cab company and arrange for a cab to be there outside with its motor running after my match. They beat on my door, and it's time to go on. Me and the professor is the feature bout of the evening. He's already there in the ring when I come out. The professor is a little wiry guy with a beard and wearing spectacles, and he have on a black robe and mortarboard hat. Damn if he doesn't look like a professor at that. I decided right then to make him eat that hat. Well, I climb on up in the ring, and the announcer say, "Ladies and gentlemen." At this, there'd be a lot of boos, Then he say, "We is proud tonight to have as our main attraction for the North American Professional Wrestling Association title, about two of the top contenders in the country, the Professor versus the Dunce." At this, there's so much booing and cheering that it's impossible to say if the crowd is happy or angry. It don't matter nohow, 'cause then the bell rang, and the match is on. The professor has taken off his robe, glasses, and the mortarboard hat, and is circling me, shaking his finger at me like I'm being scolded. I be trying to grab a hold of him, but every time he jump out of the way and keep shaking his finger. This go on for a minute or two, and then he make a mistake. He run round behind me and try to kick me in the ass, but I done snatched a hold of him by the arm and slung him into the ropes. He come bounding off the ropes like a slingshot ball, and as he go past me, I trip him up and was about to pounce on him with the belly buster maneuver, but he done scrambled out of the way to his corner, and when I look up, he's got a big old ruler in his hand. He be whopping the ruler in his palm like he gonna spank me with it, but instead, when I grabbed for him this time, he done jammed the ruler in my eye, like to gouge it out. I tell you this, it hurt, and I was stumbling around trying to get my sight back when he run up behind me and he put something down my diapers. Didn't take long to find out what it was. It was ants. Where he got 'em, Lord knows, but the ants commenced to biting me, and I was in an awful fix. Dan is there hollering for me to finish him off, but it ain't no easy thing with ants in your pants. Anyhow, the bell rung, and that was the end of the round, and I go on back to my corner, and Dan be trying to get the ants out. "That was a dirty trick," I say. "Just finish him," Dan says. "We can't afford no screw-ups." The professor come out for the second round and be making faces at me. Then he get close enough for me to snatch him up, and I lifted him over my head and begun doing the airplane spin. I spinned him round about 40 or 50 times till I was pretty sure he was dizzy, then heaved him hard as I could over the ropes into the audience. He landed up in about the 5th row of bleachers in the lap of an old woman who was knitting a sweater, and she started beating him with an umbrella. Trouble is, the airplane spin have taken its toll on me, too. Everything's spinning around, but I figure it don't matter 'cause it'll stop pretty soon, and the professor, he's finished anyway. In this, I'm wrong. I'm almost recovered from the spinning when all of a sudden something got me by the ankles. I looked down, and damn if the professor ain't climbed back in the ring and brought with him the ball of yarn the old lady was knitting with, and now he done wrapped it around my feet. I started trying to wriggle out, but the professor be running circles around me with the yarn, wrapping me up like a mummy. Pretty soon I'm tied up hand and foot and can't move or nothing. The professor stop and tie the yarn up in a little fancy knot, and stand in front of me and take a bow like he's a magician just done some trick or something. Then he saunter over to his corner and get a big old book, look like a dictionary, and come back and take another bow. And then he cracked me on the head with the book. Ain't nothing I can do. He must have cracked me 10 or 12 times before I gone down. I'm helpless, and I'm hearing everybody cheer as the professor sat on my shoulders and pinned me and win the match. Mike and Dan, they come in the ring and unraveled the yarn off me and helped me up. "Terrific," Mike say, "just terrific. I couldn't have planned it better myself." "Oh, shut up," Dan say. Then he turned to me. "Well," he say, "this is a fine state of affairs, getting yourself outsmarted by the professor." I ain't saying nothing. I'm miserable. Everything is lost. And the one thing I know for sure is that I ain't going to wrestle never again. We didn't need the getaway cab after that, so Dan and me rode back to Indianapolis with Mike. All the drive back, he be saying how great it was that I lost to the professor that way, and how next time I gonna get to win and make everybody thousands of dollars. When he pulled up in front of the apartment, Mike reached back and handed Dan an envelope with the $2,000 he was gonna pay me for the match. "Don't take it," I says. "What?" says Mike. "Listen," I say. "I gotta tell you something." Dan cut in. "What he wants to say is he ain't gonna be wrestling no more." "You kiddin'?" Mike say. "Ain't kiddin'," says Dan. "Well, how come?" Mike asks. "What's wrong, Forrest?" Before I could say anything, Dan say he don't want to talk about it now. "Well," says Mike, "I understand, I guess. You go get a good night's sleep. I'll be back first thing in the morning and we can talk about it, okay?" "Okay," Dan says, and we get out of the car. When Mike is gone, I says, "You shouldn't have took the money." "Well, it's all the hell we got left now," he say. "Everything else is gone." I didn't realize till a few minutes later how right he was. We get to the apartment, and lo and behold, Jenny is gone too. All her things is gone, 'cept she left us some clean sheets and towels and some pots and pans and stuff. On the table in the living room is a note. Dan found it first, and he read it out loud to me. "Dear Forrest," it says, "I am just not able to take this any more. I've tried to talk to you about my feelings, and you don't seem to care. There is something particularly bad about what you're going to do tonight, because it isn't honest, and I'm afraid I cannot go on with you any longer. Maybe it is my fault, partly because I have gotten to an age where I need to settle down. I think about having a house and a family, and going to church and things like that. I've known you since the first grade, Forrest, nearly 30 years, and have watched you grow up big and strong and fine. And when I finally realized how much I cared for you, when you came up to Boston, I was the happiest girl in the world. And then you took to smoking too much dope, and you fooled with those girls down in Provincetown. And even after that I missed you, and was glad you came to Washington during the peace demonstration to see me. But when you got shot up in the spaceship, and were lost in the jungle nearly 4 years, I think maybe I changed. I'm not as hopeful as I used to be, and think I would be satisfied with just a simple life somewhere. So now I must go and find it. Something is changed in you too, dear Forrest. I don't think you can help it exactly, for you were always a special person. But we no longer seem to think the same way. I am in tears as I write this, but we must part now. Please don't try to find me. I wish you well, my darling. Goodbye. Love, Jenny. Dan handed the note to me, but I let it drop on the floor and just stood there, realizing for the first time in my life what it is truly like to be an idiot. Chapter 21. Well, after that I was one sorry bastard. Dan and me stayed at the apartment that night, but the next morning started packing up our shit and all, 'cause there wasn't no reason to be in Indianapolis no longer. Dan, he come to me and say, "Here, Forrest, take this money," and held out the $2,000 Mike had given us for wrestling the professor. "I don't want it," I says. "Well, you better take it," says Dan, "'cause it's all we got." "You keep it," I says. "At least take half of it," he say. "Look, you gotta have some traveling money. Get you to wherever you're going." "Ain't you going with me?" I asked. "I'm afraid not, Forrest," he says. "I think I done enough damage already. I didn't sleep none last night. I'm thinking about how I got you to agree to bet all our money, and how I got you to keep on wrestling when it ought to been apparent Jenny was about to freak out on us. And it wasn't your fault you got whipped by the professor. You did what you could. I'm the one to blame. I just ain't no good." "Oh, Dan, wasn't your fault neither," I says. "If I hadn't got the big head about being the dunce and begun to believe all that shit they're saying about me, I wouldn't have got in this fix in the first place." "Whatever it is," Dan say, "I just don't feel right tagging along anymore. You got other fish to fry now. Go and fry 'em. Forget about me. I ain't no good." Well, me and Dan talked for a long time, but there wasn't no convincing him. And after a while he got his shed, and I helped him down the steps, and the last I seen of him, he was pushing himself down the street on his little cart, with all his clothes and shit piled in his lap. I went down to the bus station and bought a ticket to Mobile. It was supposed to be a 2-day and 2-night trip down through Louisville to Nashville to Birmingham and then Mobile, and I was one miserable idiot sitting there while the bus rolled along. We passed through Louisville during the night, and the next day we stopped in Nashville and had to change buses. It was about a 3-hour wait, so I decided to walk around town for a while. I got me a sandwich at a lunch counter and a glass of iced tea and was walking down the street when I seen a big sign in front of a hotel say, "Welcome Grandmaster's Invitational Chess Tournament." It sort of got my curiosity up, on account of I'd played all that chess back in the jungle with Big Sam, and so I went on into the hotel. They was playing the chess game in the ballroom and had a big mob of people watching, but a sign say, $5 admission. And I didn't want to spend none of my money, but I looked in through the door for a while, and then just went and sat down in the lobby by myself. They was a chair across from me, and a little old man sitting in it. He's all shriveled up and grumpy looking, and had on a black suit with spats and a bow tie, and he had a chessboard set out on the table in front of him. As I sat there, every once in a while he'd move one of the chessmen, and it begun to dawn on me that he's playing by himself. I figured I had about another hour or so before the bus left, so I asked him if he wanted somebody to play with. He just looked at me, then looked back down at the chessboard and didn't say nothing. A little bit later, the old feller had been studying the chessboard for most of a half hour, and then he moved his white bishop over to black square 7, and was just about to take his hand off it when I says, "Excuse me." The feller jumped like he'd set on a tack and be glaring across the table at me. "You make that move," I says, "and you be leaving yourself wide open to lose your knight, and then your queen, and put your ass in a fix." He looked down at his chessboard, never taking his hand off the bishop, and then he moved it back and say to me, "Possibly you are right." Well, he gone back to studying the chessboard, and I figure it's time to get back to the bus station, but just as I start to leave, the old man say, "Pardon me, But that was a very shrewd observation you made. I nod my head, and then he say, Look, you've obviously played the game. Why don't you sit down and finish this one with me? Just take over the white in their positions now. I can't, I says, 'cause I gotta catch the bus and all. So he just nods and gives me a little salute with his hand, and I went on back to the bus station. Time I get there, the damn bus done left anyway, and here I am, and ain't no other bus till tomorrow. I just can't do nothing right. Well, I got a day to kill, so I walked on back to the hotel, and there's the little old man, still playing against himself, and he seems to be winning. I went on up to him, and he looked up and motioned for me to sit down. The situation I've come into is pretty miserable. Half my pawns gone, and ain't got but one bishop and no rooks, and my queen is about to be captured next. Took me most of an hour to get myself back in an even position, and the old man be kind of grunting and shaking his head every time I improve my situation. Finally, I dangled a gambit in front of him. He took it, and 3 moves later I got him in check. I will be damned, he say. Just who are you, anyway? I told him my name, and he say, No, I mean, where have you played? I don't even recognize you. When I told him I learned to play in New Guinea, and he say, Good heavens, and you mean to say you haven't even been in regional competition? I shook my head, and he says, Well, whether you know it or not, I am a former international Grand Master, and you have just stepped into a game you couldn't possibly have won, and totally annihilated me. I asked how come he wasn't playing in the room with the other people, and he says, Oh, I played earlier. I'm nearly 80 years old now, and there is a sort of senior tournament. The real glory is to the younger fellows now. Their minds are just sharper. I nodded my head and thanked him for the game and got up to go. But he says, Listen, have you had your supper yet? I told him I had a sandwich a few hours ago, and he said, Well, how about letting me buy you dinner? After all, you gave me a superb game. I said that'd be okay, and we went into the hotel dining room. He is a nice man. Mr. Tribble was his name. Look, Mr. Tribble say while we was having dinner, I'd have to play you a few more games, to be sure, but unless your playing this evening was a total fluke, you are perhaps one of the brightest unrecognized talents in the game. I would like to sponsor you in a tournament or two and see what happens. Well, I told him about heading home and wanting to get into the shrimp business and all, but he say, Well, this could be the opportunity of a lifetime for you, Forrest. You could make a lot of money in this game, you know. He said for me to think it over tonight and let him know something in the morning. So me and Mr. Tribble shook hands, and I went on out in the street. I done wandered around for a while, but there ain't a lot to see in Nashville, and finally I wound up sitting on a bench in a park. I was trying to think, which don't exactly come easy to me, and figure out what to do now. My mind was mostly on Jenny and where she is. She say not to try to find her or nothing, but there's a feeling deep down in me someplace that she ain't forgot me. I done made a fool of myself in Indianapolis, and I know it, I think it was that I wasn't trying to do the right thing. And now, I ain't sure what the right thing is. I mean, here I am, ain't got no money to speak of, and I gotta have some to start up the shrimp business, and Mr. Tribble say I can win a good bit on the chess circuit. But it seemed like every time I do something besides trying to get home and get the shrimp business started, I get my big ass in hot water. So here I am again, wondering what to do. I ain't been wondering long when up come a policeman and asks me what I'm doing. I says I'm just sitting there thinking, and he say ain't nobody allowed to sit and think in the park at night, and for me to move along. I go on down the street, and the policeman be following me. I didn't know where to go, so after a while I saw an alley and walked on back in it and found a place to sit down, rest my feet. I ain't been sitting there more'n a minute when the same old policeman come by and see me there. "All right," he say, "come on out there." When I get out to the street, he say, "What you doing in there?" I says, "Nothing." And he say, "That's exactly what I thought. You is under arrest for loitering." Well, he take me to the jail and lock me up. And then in the morning they say I can make one phone call if I want. Of course, I didn't know nobody to phone but Mr. Tribble, so that's what I did. About half an hour later, he shows up at the police station and springs me out of jail. And then he buys me a big old breakfast at the hotel and says, "Listen, why don't you let me enter you in the Interzonal Championships next week in Los Angeles? First prize is $10,000. I will pay for all your expenses, and we will split any money you win. Seems to me you need a stake of some sort, and to tell you the truth, I would enjoy it immensely myself. I will be your coach and adviser. How about it?" I still had some doubts, but I figured it wouldn't hurt to try. So I said I would do it for a while, till I got enough money to start the shrimp thing. And me and Mr. Tribble shook hands and become partners. Los Angeles was quite a sight. We got there a week early, and Mr. Tribble would spend most of the day coaching me and honing down my game. But after a while of this, he just shook his head and said there ain't no sense in trying to coach me, 'cause I got every move in the book already. So what we did was, we went out on the town. Mr. Tribble took me to Disneyland and let me go on some rides. Then he arranged to get us a tour of a movie lot. They's got all sorts of movies going on, and people's running around and shouting, "Take one," and "Cut," and "Action," and shit like that. One of the movies they was doing was a Western, and we seen a feller get himself throwed through a plate glass window about 10 times, till he got it right. Anyway, we was just standing there watching this, when some guy walk up and says, "I beg your pardon, are you an actor?" I says, "Huh?" And Mr. Tribble, he says, "No, we are chess players." And the feller say, "Well, that's kind of a shame, because the big guy here, he looks ideal for a role in the movie I'm doing." And then he turned to me and feel of my arm and say, My, you are a big, strong feller. Are you sure you don't act?" "I did once," I says. "Really?" The feller says, "What in?" "King Lear." "Marvelous, baby," he says. "That's just marvelous. Do you have your SAG card?" "My what?" "Screen Actors Guild." "Oh, no matter. You say, "Listen, baby, we can get that, no trouble. What I want to know is, where have they been hiding you? I mean, just look at you. A perfect, big, strong, silent type, another John Wayne." "He is no John Wayne," Mr. Tribble says sourly. "He is a world-class chess player." "Well, all the better," the feller say. "A smart, big, strong, silent type. Very unusual." "Ain't as smart as I look," I says, trying to be honest. But the fellers say none of that matters anyhow, 'cause actors ain't supposed to be smart, or honest, or nothing like that. Just be able to get up there and say their lines. "My name's Felder," he says, "and I make movies. I want you to make a screen test." "He has to play in a chess tournament tomorrow," Mr. Tribble say. "He has no time for acting or screen tests." "Well, you could squeeze it in, couldn't you? After all, it might be the break you've been looking for. Why don't you come along too, Tribble? We'll give you a screen test as well." "We'll try," Mr. Tribble say. "Now, come along, Forrest. We have a little more work to do." "See you later, baby," say Mr. Felder. "Don't forget now." And off we go. Chapter 22. The next morning is when the chess tournament is being held out at the Beverly Hills Hotel. Me and Mr. Tribble is there early, and he has me signed up for matches all day. Basically, it ain't no big deal. It took me about 7 minutes to whoop the first guy, who was a regional master and also a professor in some college, which made me secretly feel kind of good. I'd beat a professor after all. Next was a kid about 17, and I wiped him out in less than a half an hour. He throwed a tantrum and then commenced to bawling and crying, and his mama had to come and drag him off. Yeah, there was all sorts of people I played that day and the next, but I beat 'em all pretty fast, which was a relief, since when I played against Big Sam, I had to keep setting there and not go to the bathroom or nothing, 'cause if I got up from the chessboard, he would move the pieces around and try to cheat. Anyhow, by that time, I'd got my way into the finals, and there was a day's rest in between. I gone on back to the hotel with Mr. Tribble and found a message to us from Mr. Felder, the movie guy. It say, "Please call my office this afternoon and arrange for a screen test tomorrow morning." And it give a telephone number to call. "Well, Forrest," Mr. Tribble say, "I don't know about this. What do you think?" "I don't know either," I says. "But to tell the truth, it sounds sort of exciting, being in the movies and all. Maybe I even get to meet Raquel Welch or somebody." "Oh, I don't suppose it would hurt anything," Mr. Tribble say. "I guess I'll call and set up an appointment." So he called Mr. Felder's office and be finding out when and where for us to go, and all of a sudden he cupped his hand over the phone and say to me, "Forrest, can you swim?" And I say, "Yep." And he say back into the phone, "Yes, he can." After he done hung up, I asked why they want to know if I can swim, and Mr. Tribble say he don't know, but he reckon we'll find out when we get there. The movie lot we gone to is a different place than the other one, and we was met at the gate by a guard that took us to where the screen test is being held. Mr. Felder is there arguing with a lady that actually looks something like Raquel Welch, but when he seen me, he's all smiles. "Ah, Forrest," he say, "terrific you came. Now, what I want you to do is go through that door to makeup and costuming, and then they will send you back out when they're finished." So I gone on through the door, and there's a couple of ladies standing there, and one of 'em say, "Okay, take off your clothes." Here I go again, but I do as I'm told. When I get through taking off my clothes, the other lady hand me this big blob of rubber-looking clothes with scales and shit all over it, and funny-looking webbed feet and hands. She say to put it on. It'd take the three of us to get me in the thing, but after about an hour we manage. Then they point me in the direction of makeup, and I was told to sit in a chair while a lady and a feller commenced to jam down this big rubber mask over my head and fit it to the costume and start painting over the lines where it showed. When they's through, they say for me to go back out onto the movie set. I can hardly walk on account of the webbed feet, and it's hard to get the door open with the webbed hand, but finally I do, and suddenly I find myself in an outdoor place with a big lake and all sorts of banana trees and tropical-looking shit. Mr. Felder is there, and when he seen me, he jumped back and say, "Terrific, baby! You is perfect for the part." "What part is that?" I asked. And he say, "Oh, didn't I tell you? I'm doing a remake of The Creature from the Black Lagoon." Even an idiot like me could guess what part he had in mind for me to play. Mr. Felder motioned for the lady he'd been arguing with to come over. "Forrest," he say, "I want you to meet Raquel Welch." Well, you could have knocked me over with a feather. There she were, all dressed up in a low-cut gown and all. "Pleased to meet you," I says through the mask. But Raquel Welch turned to Mr. Felder looking mad as a hornet. "What'd he say? Something about my tits, wasn't it?" "No, baby, no," say Mr. Felder. "He just said he was glad to meet you. You can't hear him too well because of that mask he's got on." I stuck out my webbed hand to shake hands with her, but she jumped back about a foot and say, "Ugh, let's get this goddamn thing over with." Anyhow, Mr. Felder say the deal is this. Raquel Welch is to be floundering in the water, and then she faints, and then I'm to come up from under her and pick her up and carry her out of the water. But when she revives, she looks up at me and is scared and commences to scream, "Put me down, help rape," and all that shit. But Mr. Felder say I'm not to put her down, 'cause some crooks is supposed to be chasing us. Instead, I'm to carry her off into the jungle. Well, we tried the scene, and the first time we done it, I thought it come off pretty well, and it's really exciting to actually be holding Raquel Welch in my arms, even though she be hollering, "Put me down, help police," and so on. But Mr. Felder say that ain't good enough, and for us to do it again. And that wasn't good enough either. So we be doing that same scene about 10 or 15 times. In between doing the scene, Raquel Welch is crabbing and bitching and cussing at Mr. Felder, but he just kept on saying, "Beautiful, baby, beautiful," and that sort of thing. And myself, I'm starting to have a real problem, though, on account of I've been in the creature suit nearly 5 hours now, and ain't no zipper or nothing to pee through, and I'm about to bust. But I don't want to say nothing about that, 'cause this is a real movie and everything, and I don't want to make nobody mad. But I gotta do something. So's I decided that the next time I get in the water, I'll just pee in the suit, and it'll run out my leg or something into the lagoon. Well, Mr. Felder, he say action, and I go in the water and start to pee. Raquel Welch be floundering around, then she faints, and I dive under and grab her and haul her onto shore. She wakes up and start to beating on me and hollering help her to put me down and all, but then she suddenly stop hollering and she say, "What is that smell?" Mr. Felder holler, "Cut," and he stand up and say, "What was that you said, baby? That ain't in the script." And Raquel Welch say, "Shit on the script, something stinks around here." Then she suddenly look at me and say, "Hey, you, whoever you are, did you take a leak?" I was so embarrassed, I didn't know what to do. I just stood there for a second, holding her in my arms, and then I shake my head and say, "Uh-uh." It was the first lie I ever told in my life. "Well, somebody sure did," she say, "'cause I know pee when I smell it, and it wasn't me. So it has to be you. How dare you pee on me, you big oaf?" Then she started beating on me with her fists and hollering to put me down and get away from me and all, and I just figured the scene is starting up again, so I begun to carry her back into the jungle. Mr. Felder shout, "Action!" The movie cameras begun to rollin' once more, and Raquel Welch is beatin' and clawin' and yellin' like she never done before. Mr. Felder's back there hollerin', "That's it, baby, terrific, keep it up." I could see Mr. Tribble back there, too, sittin' in a chair kind of shaking his head, trying to look the other way. Well, when I get back in the jungle a little ways, I stop and turn around and see if that's where Mr. Felder is fixin' to yell, "Cut," like he done before. But he was jumping around like a wild man, motioning to keep on going and shouting, "Perfect, baby, that's what I want. Carry her off into the jungle." Raquel Welch is still scratching and flailing at me and screaming, "Get away from me, you vulgar animal," and such as that. But I kept on going like I'm told. All of a sudden she screech, "Oh my God, my dress!" I ain't noticed it till now, but when I look down, damn if her dress ain't caught on some bush back there and done totally unravel itself. Raquel Welch is butt naked in my arms. I stopped and said, "Uh-oh," and started turning around to carry her back, but she began shrieking, "No, no, you idiot, I can't go back there like this." I asked what she wanted me to do, and she said we gotta find some place to hide till she gets things figured out. So I keep on going deeper into the jungle, when all of a sudden out of no place come a big object through the trees, swinging towards us on a vine. The object swung past us once, and I could tell it was an ape of some sort, and then it swung back again and dropped off the vine at our feet. I almost fainted dead away. It was old Sue hisself. Raquel Welch begun to bawlin' and hollerin' again, and Sue has grabbed me round the legs and is hugging me. I don't know how he recognized me in my creature suit, except I guess he smelt me or something. Anyhow, Raquel Welch, she finally say, "Do you know this fucking baboon?" "He ain't no baboon," I says. "He's a orangutan named Sue." She look at me kind of funny and say, "Well, if it's a he, how come its name is Sue?" "That's a long story," I say. Anyhow, Raquel Welch is trying to cover herself up with her hands, but old Sue, he knows what to do. He grabbed hold of a couple of big leaves off one of them banana trees and handed 'em up to her, and she partly covered herself up. What I find out later is that we've gone across our jungle location onto another set where there's filming a Tarzan movie and Sue is being used as an extra. Not long after I got rescued from the pygmies in New Guinea, white hunters come along and captured old Sue and shipped his ass to some animal trainer in Los Angeles. They've been using him in movies ever since. Anyway, we ain't got time to jack around now on account of Raquel Welch is screeching and bitching again. Say, "You got to take me someplace where I can get me some clothes." Well, I don't know where you can find no clothes in the jungle, even if it is a movie set, so we just keep moving along, hoping something'll happen. It does. We suddenly come to a big fence, and I figure there'll probably be some place on the other side of it to get us some clothes. Sue finds a loose board in the fence and lifts it up so as we can get through. But as soon as I step on the other side, ain't nothing to step on, and me and Raquel go tumbling head over heels down the side of this hill. We finally rolled all the way to the bottom, and when I look around, damn if we ain't landed right on the side of a big old road. "Oh, my God," Raquel Welch yelled. "We're on the Santa Monica Freeway." I look up, and here come old Sue loping down the hillside. He finally get down to us, and the three of us be standing there. Raquel Welch is moving the banana leaves up and down, trying to cover herself up. "What we gonna do now?" I asked. Cars are whizzing by, and even though we must have been an odd-looking sight, ain't nobody even paying us the slightest attention. "You gotta take me someplace," she hollers. "I gotta get some clothes on." "Where?" I says. "Anywhere," she screams. And so we started off down the Santa Monica Freeway. After a while, up in the distance, we seen a big white sign up in some hills say Hollywood, and Raquel Welch say, "We gotta get off this damn freeway and get to Rodeo Drive where I can buy me some clothes." She's keeping pretty busy trying to cover herself up. Every time a car come toward us, she put the banana leaves in front, and when a car come up from behind, she moved 'em back there to cover her ass. In mixed traffic, it is quite a spectacular sight. It looked like one of them fan dancers or something. So we got off the freeway and went across a big field. "Has that fucking monkey got to keep following us?" Raquel Welch say. "We look ridiculous enough as it is." I ain't saying nothing, but I look back, and old Sue, he got a pained look on his face. He ain't never met Raquel Welch before neither, and I think his feelings is hurt. Anyhow, we kept going along, and they still ain't nobody paying us much mind. Finally, we come to a big old busy street, and Raquel Welch say, "Good God Almighty, this is Sunset Boulevard. How am I going to explain going across Sunset Boulevard butt naked in broad daylight?" In this, I tend to see her point, and I'm sort of glad I got on the creature suit, so's nobody'll recognize me, even if I am with Raquel Welch. We come to a traffic light, and when it turned green, the three of us walked on across the street. Raquel Welch doing her fan dance, beat the band, and smiling at people in cars and stuff like she's on stage. "I am totally humiliated," she hisses at me under her breath. "I am violated. Just wait till we get out of this. I'm going to have your big ass, you goddamn idiot." Some of the people waiting in their cars at the traffic light commenced to honking their horns and waving, on account of they must have recognized Raquel Welch, and when we get across the street, a few cars turn our way and start to following after us. By the time we get to Wilshire Boulevard, we have attracted quite a sizable crowd. People come out of their houses and stores and all to follow us. Look like the Pied Piper or something. And Raquel Welch's face is red as a beet. "You'll never work in this town again," she said to me, flashing a smile to the crowd, but her teeth is clenched tight. We gone on a bit further, and then she say, "Finally, here is Rodeo Drive." I look over at a corner, and sure enough, there's a woman's clothing store. I tap her on the shoulder and point at it, but Raquel Welch say, "Ooh, that's Papagayo. Nobody would be caught dead these days wearing a Papagayo dress." So we walked some more, and then she say, "There, Johnny's. They got some nice things in there." And so we go inside. There's a sales feller at the door with a little mustache and a white suit with a handkerchief sticking out of the coat pocket, and he's eyeing us pretty carefully as we come through the door. "May I help you, madam?" he asks. "I want to buy a dress," Raquel Welch say. What did you have in mind?" say the feller. "Anything, you fool. Can't you see what's going on?" Well, the sales feller point to a couple of racks of dresses and say there might be something in there her size, so Raquel Welch go over and begin to look through the dresses. "And is there something I can do for you gentlemen?" the feller says to me and Sue. "We's just with her," I say. I look back, and the crowd is all gathered outside, noses pressed to the window. Raquel Welch took about 8 or 9 dresses into the back and tried 'em on. After a while, she come out and say, "What do you think about this one?" It's a sort of brown-looking dress with a bunch of belts and loops all over it, and a low neckline. "Oh, I'm not so sure, dear," say the salesman. "Somehow it just isn't you." So she go back and try on another one, and the salesman say, "Oh, wonderful, you look absolutely precious." "I'll take it," say Raquel Welch, and the salesman say, "Fine. How would you like to pay for it?" "What do you mean?" she asked. "Well, cash, check, credit card," he say. "Look, you bozo. Can't you see I don't have anything like that with me? Where the hell do you think I'd put it?" "Please, madam, don't let's be vulgar," the salesman say. "I am Raquel Welch," she tell the man. "I will send somebody around here to pay you later." "I'm terribly sorry, lady," he say, "but we don't do business that way." "But I'm Raquel Welch," she shout. "Don't you recognize me?" "Listen, lady," the man say, "half the people that come in here say they are Raquel Welch, or Farrah Fawcett, or Sophia Loren, or somebody. You got any ID?" "ID?" she shout. "Where do you think I would keep ID?" "No ID, no credit card, no money, no dress," say the salesman. "I'll prove who the hell I am," Raquel Welch say, and all of a sudden she pulled down the top of the dress. "Who else has got tits like these in this one-horse town?" she screech. Outside, the crowd all be beating on the winders and hollering and cheering. But the salesman, he punched a little button, and some big guy, what was the security detective, come over and he say, "Okay, your asses is all under arrest. Come along quietly and there won't be no trouble." Chapter 23. So, here I am, throwed in jail again. After the security feller corralled us at Gianni's, 2 carloads of cops come screaming up, and this one cop come up to the salesman and say, "Well, what we got here?" "This one says she's Raquel Welch," the salesman say. "Come in here wearing a bunch of banana leaves and wouldn't pay for the dress. I don't know about these other 2, but they look pretty suspicious to me." "I am Raquel Welch," she shout. "Sure, lady," the cop say, "and I'm Clint Eastwood. Why don't you go along with these 2 nice fellas here?" He point to a couple of other cops. "Now," says the head cop, and he be looking at me and Sue, "what's your story?" "We was in a picture," I says. "That why you're wearing that creature suit?" he asks. "Yup," I says. "And what about him?" he say, pointing to Sue. "That's a pretty realistic costume, if I say so myself." "Ain't no costume," I says. "He's a purebred orangutan." "That's so," the cops say. "Well, I tell you what. We got a feller down to the station who makes pictures, too, and he would love to get a couple of shots of you clowns. So you just come along, too, and don't make no sudden moves." Anyhow, Mr. Tribble's got to come down and bail me out again. And Mr. Felder showed up with a whole platoon of lawyers to get out Raquel Welch, who by this time is hysterical. "You just wait," she shrieked back at me as they turned her loose. "When I get finished, you won't be able to find a job as a spear carrier in a nightmare." In this, she's probably correct. It looked like my movie career is over. And that's life, baby. But I'll call you for lunch sometime," Mr. Felder says to me as he's leaving. We'll send somebody by later to pick up the creature suit." "Come on, Forrest," said Mr. Tribble. "You and I have got other fish to fry." Back at the hotel, Mr. Tribble and me and Sue is sitting in our room having a conference. "It is going to pose a problem with Sue here," Mr. Tribble says. "I mean, look how we had to sneak him up the stairs and everything. It is very difficult to travel with an orangutan. We have to face that." I told him how I felt about Sue, about how he saved my ass more than once in the jungle and all. "Well, I think I understand your feelings," he says, "and I'm willing to give it a try, but he's going to have to behave himself or we'll be in trouble for sure." "He will," I say, "and old Sue be nodding and grinning like a ape." Anyhow, next day is the big chess match between me and the international Grand Master Ivan Petrokovich, also known as Honest Ivan. Mr. Tribble have taken me to a clothes store and rented me a tuxedo on account of this is to be a big fashionable deal and a lot of mucky-mucks will be on hand. Furthermore, the winner will get $10,000, and my half of that ought to be enough to get me started in the shrimp business, so I can't afford to make no mistakes. Well, we get to the hall where the chess game is to take place, and there's about 1,000 people milling around, and already sitting at the table is Honest Ivan, glaring at me like he's Muhammad Ali or somebody. Honest Ivan is a big old Russian feller with a high forehead, just like the Frankenstein monster, and long black curly hair such as you might see on a violin player. When I go up and sit down, he grunts something at me, then another feller say, "Let the match begin," and that was it. Honest Ivan has got the white team, and he get to make the first move, starting with something called the Ponziani opening. I move next, using the Reti opening, and everything is going pretty smooth. Each of us make a couple more moves, then Honest Ivan tries something known as the Fault Beer Gambit, moving his knight around to see if he can take my rook. But I seed that coming and set up something called the Noah's Ark Trap, and got his knight instead. Honest Ivan ain't looking none too happy, but he seemed to take it in stride, and employed the Tarash threat to menace my bishop. I ain't having none of that, though, and I throwed up the Queen's Indian defense, and that forced him to use the Shevenigan variation, which lead me to utilize the Benoni counter. Honest Ivan appeared to be somewhat frustrated, and was twisting his fingers and biting on his lower lip. And then he done tried a desperation move, the fried liver attack, to which I applied Alekine's defense and stopped his ass cold. It looked for a while like it gonna be a stalemate, but Honest Ivan, he went and applied the Hoffman maneuver and broke out. I look over at Mr. Tribble, and he sort of smile at me, and he move his lips and mouth the word "now," and I knowed what he mean. You see, they was a couple of tricks Big Sam taught me in the jungle that wasn't in the book, and now was the time to use 'em. Namely, the cooking pot variation of the coconut gambit, in which I use my queen as bait and sucker that bastard into risking his knight to take her. Unfortunately, it didn't work. Honest Ivan must have seen that coming, and he snapped up my queen, and now my ass is in trouble. Next, I pull something called the grass hut ploy, in which I stick my last rook out on a limb to fool him, but he wasn't fooled. Took my rook and my other bishop too, and was ready to finish me off with the Petrov check, when I pulled out all the stops and set up the pygmy threat. Now, the pygmy threat was one of Big Sam's specialties, and he'd taught it to me real good. It depends a lot on surprise and using several other pieces as bait, but if a feller falls victim to the pygmy threat, he might as well hang up his jockstrap and go on home. I was hoping and praying it would work, 'cause if it didn't, I ain't got no more bright ideas, and I'm just about done for already. Well, Honest Ivan, he grunt a couple of times and pick up his knight to move it to square 8, which meant that he would be suckered in by the pygmy threat, and in 2 more moves I would have him in check, and he would be powerless to do anything about it. But Honest Ivan must have smelt something fishy, 'cause he moved that piece from square 5 to square 8 and back again 9 or 10 times, never taking his hand off it, which would have meant the move was final. The crowd was so quiet you could have heard a pin drop, and I'm so nervous and excited I'm about to bust. I look over, and Mr. Tribble is rolling his eyes up in the air like he's praying, and a feller what come in with Honest Ivan is scowling and looking sour. Honest Ivan moved the piece back to square 8 2 or 3 more times, but always he put it back on square 5. Finally, it looked like he gonna do something else. But then he'd lift up the piece one more time and have it hovering above square 8, and I'd be holding my breath and the room as quiet as a tomb. Honest Ivan still be hovering with the piece, and my heart is beating like a drum. And all of a sudden he looks straight at me, and I don't know what happened. I guess I was excited and all, but suddenly I cut a humongous baked bean fart that sounded like somebody's ripping a bedsheet in half. Honest Ivan get a look of surprise on his face, then he suddenly drop his chest piece and throw up his hands and say, "Oh!" and start fanning the air and coughing and holding his nose. Folks standing around us begun to move back and was mumbling and taking out their handkerchiefs and all, and I'm so red in the face I looked like a tomato. But when it all settled down again, I look at the chessboard, and damn if Honest Ivan ain't left his piece right on square 8. So I reach out and snap it up with my knight, and then I grab 2 of his pawns and his queen, and finally his king. Checkmate. I done won the match and the $5,000. The pygmy threat done come through again. All the while, Honest Ivan be making loud gestures and protesting and all, and him and the feller that come with him immediately file a formal complaint against me. Guy in charge of the tournament be thumbing through his rule book till he come to where it say, "No player shall knowingly engage in conduct that is distractive to another player while a game is in progress." Mr. Tribble step up and say, "Well, I don't think you can prove that my man did what he did knowingly. It was a sort of involuntary thing." Then the tournament director thumbed through his book some more and come to where it say, "No player shall behave in a manner that is rude or offensive to his opponent." "Listen," Mr. Tribble say, "haven't you ever had the need to break wind? Forrest didn't mean anything by it. He's been sitting there a long time." "I don't know," the tournament director say. "On the face of it, I think I'm going to have to disqualify him." "Well, can't you give him another chance, at least?" Mr. Tribble asked. The tournament director scratched his chin for a minute. "Well, perhaps," he say, "but he's going to have to contain himself, because we cannot tolerate this sort of thing here, you know." And so it was beginning to look like I might be allowed to finish the game. But all of a sudden, there's a big commotion at one end of the room, and ladies a-screaming and shrieking and all, and then I look up, and here come old Sue, swinging towards me on a chandelier. Just as the chandelier got overhead, Sue let go and dropped right on top of the chessboard, scattering all to pieces in a dozen directions. Honest Ivan fell over backwards across the chair, and on the way down ripped half the dress off a fat lady that looked like an advertisement for a jewelry store. She commenced to flailing and hollering and smacked the tournament director in the nose, and Sue was jumping up and down and chattering, and everybody's in a panic, stomping and stumbling and shouting to call the police. Mr. Tribble grabbed me by the arm and say, "Let's get out of here, Forrest. You have already seen enough of the police in this town." This I could not deny. Well, we get on back to the hotel, and Mr. Tribble say we got to have another conference. "Forrest," he say, "I just do not believe this is going to work out any more. You can play chess like a dream, but things have gotten too complicated otherwise. All that stuff that went on this afternoon was, well, to put it mildly, it was bizarre." I'm nodding, and old Sue is looking pretty sorrowful too. "So, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. You're a good boy, Forrest, and I can't leave you stranded out here in California. So, I'm going to arrange for you and Sue to get back to Alabama, or wherever it is you came from. I know you need a little grub stake to start your shrimp business, and your share of the winnings, after I deduct expenses, comes to a little under $5,000. Mr. Tribble handed me an envelope, and when I look inside, there's a bunch of $100 bills. "I wish you all the best in your venture," he say. Mr. Tribble phoned for a taxicab and got us to the railroad station. He's also arranged for Sue to ride in the baggage car in a crate, and says I can go back there and visit with him and take him food and water when I want. They brung out the crate, and Sue got on inside it, and they took him off. "Well, good luck, Forrest," Mr. Tribble say, and he shake my hand. "Here's my card, so stay in touch and let me know how it's going, okay?" I took the card and shook his hand again, and was sorry to be leaving, 'cause Mr. Tribble was a very nice man, and I'd let him down. I was sitting in my seat on the train, looking out the window, and Mr. Tribble was still standing on the platform. Just as the train pulled out, he raised up his hand at me and waved goodbye. So, off I went again, and for a long time that night, my head was full of dreams. Of going back home again, of my mama, of poor old Bubba, and of the shrimp business, and of course, of Jenny Curran, too. More than anything in the world, I wished I weren't such a Looney Tune. Chapter 24. Well, finally I done come home again. The train got into the Mobile station about 3 o'clock in the morning, and they took off old Sue in his crate and left us standing on the platform. Ain't nobody else around, except some feller sweeping the floor and a guy snoozing on a bench in the depot. So Sue and me walked on downtown and finally found a place to sleep in an abandoned building. Next morning, I got Sue some bananas down by the wharf and found a little lunch counter where I bought a great big breakfast with grits and eggs and bacon and pancakes and all. And then I figured I had to do something to get us squared away. So I begun to walk out to where the Little Sisters of the Poor home was located. On the way, we passed by where our old house used to be, and there wasn't nothing left but a field of weeds and some burnt-up wood. It was a very strange feeling, seeing that, and so we kept on going. When I got to the poorhouse, I told Sue to wait in the yard so as not to startle them sisters none, and I went in and asked about my mama. The head sister, she was real nice, and she says she don't know where mama is, 'cept she went off with the Protestant, but that I might try axing around in the park, 'cause mama used to go and sit there in the afternoon with some other ladies. So I got Sue, and we gone on over there. There's some ladies sitting on the benches, and I went up and told one of 'em who I was, and she looked at old Sue and say, "I reckon I might 'a guessed it." But then she say she's heard that mama was working as a pants presser in a dry cleaning store on the other side of town, and so me and Sue went over there, and sure enough, there's poor old mama sweating over a pair of pants in the laundry. When she seen me, mama dropped everything and throwed herself into my arms. She's crying and twisting her hands and sniffing just like I remembered. Good old mama. "Oh, Forrest," she say, "you have come home at last. There wasn't a day gone by I didn't think about you, and I done cried myself to sleep every night since you been gone." That didn't surprise me none, though, and I asked her about the Protestant. "That low-down polecat," mama say. "I should have knowed better than to run off with a Protestant. When a month went by afore he chucked me for a 16-year-old girl, and him being nearly 60. Let me tell you, Forrest, Protestants ain't got no morals." Just then, a loud voice come from inside the dry-cleaning store. Say, "Gladys, have you done left the steam press on somebody's pants?" "Oh, my God," mama shout and run back inside. All of a sudden, a big column of black smoke blowed out through the window, and people inside is bawling and hollering and cussing, and next thing I knowed, mama's being hauled out of the store by a big old ugly bald-headed guy that is shouting and manhandling her. "Get out! Get out!" he holler. "This is the last straw. You done burnt up your last pair of pants." Mama be crying and weeping, and I stepped up to the feller and I said, "I think you better be taking your hands off my mama." "Who the hell is you?" he asked. "Forrest Gump," I says back, and he say, "Well, you get your ass out of here too, and take your mama with you, 'cause she don't work here no more." "You best not be talking that way around my mama," I says, and he say back, "Yeah? What you gonna do about it?" So I showed him. First, I grabbed him and picked him up in the air. Then I carried him into where there's washing all these clothes in a big old oversized laundry machine they use for quilts and rugs, and I opened the top and stuffed him in and closed the lid shut and turned the dial to spin. Last I seen of him, his ass were headed for the rinse cycle. Mama is bawling and daubing at her eyes with a handkerchief and say, "Oh, Forrest, now I done lost my job." "Don't worry none, Mama," I told her. "Everything gonna be okay, 'cause I have got a plan." "How you gonna have a plan, Forrest?" she say. "You is an idiot. How is a poor idiot gonna have a plan?" "Just wait and see," I says. Anyhow, I'm glad to have got off on the right foot my first day home. We got out of there and started walking towards the rooming house where Mama's staying. I done introduced her to Sue, and she say she is pleased that at least I've got some kind of friend. even if he is a ape. Anyhow, Mama and me ate supper at the rooming house, and she got Sue a orange from the kitchen, and afterwards me and Sue went down to the bus station and got the bus to Beulah Battery, where Bubba's folks lived. Sure as rain, last thing I saw of Mama, she was standing on the porch of the rooming house, wiping her eyes and sobbing as we left. But I'd give her half the $5,000 to sort of tide her over and pay her rent and all till I could get myself established, so I didn't feel so bad. Anyhow, when the bus get to Beulah Battery, we didn't have no trouble finding Bubba's place. It's about 8 o'clock at night, and I knocked on the door, and after a while an old fellow appears and asks what I want. I told him who I was, and that I knowed Bubba from playing football and from the army, and he got kind of nervous, but he invited me inside. I'd told old Sue to stay out in the yard and kind of keep out of sight, since he probably hasn't seen nothing look like him down here. Anyhow, it was Bubba's daddy, and he got me a glass of iced tea and started asking me a lot of questions. He wanted to know about Bubba, about how he got killed and all, and I told him the best I could. Finally, he said, "There's something I've been wondering all these years, Forrest. What do you think Bubba died for?" "'Cause he got shot," I says. But he say, "No, that ain't what I mean. What I mean is why. Why was we over there?" I thought for a minute and say, "Well, we was trying to do the right thing, I guess. We was just doing what we was told." And he said, "Well, do you think it was worth it, what we did? All them boys getting killed that way?" And I says, "Look, I'm just an idiot, see? But if you want my real opinion, I think it was a bunch of shit." Bubba's daddy nodded his head. "That's what I figured," he say. Anyhow, I told him why I had come there. Told him about me and Bubba's plan to open up a little shrimp business, and how I'd met the old gook when I was in the hospital, and he showed me how to grow shrimp, and he was getting real interested and asking a lot of questions, when all of a sudden there's a tremendous squawking set up out in the yard. "Something's after my chickens," Bubba's daddy shout, and he went and got a gun from behind the door and go out on the porch. "There's something I gotta tell you," I says, and I told him about Sue being there, 'cept we don't see hiding a hair of him. Bubba's daddy go back in the house and get a flashlight and shine it around in the yard. He shine it under a big tree, and down at the bottom is a goat, big old billy goat, standing there pawing the ground. He shine it up in the tree, and there's poor Sue, setting on a limb, scared half to death. "That goat'll do it every time," say Bubba's daddy. "Get on away from there," he shout, and he throw a stick at the goat. After the goat was gone, Sue come down from the tree, and we let him inside the house. "What is that thing?" Bubba's daddy asked. "He's a orangutan," I says. "Looks kind of like a gorilla, don't he?" "Little bit," I says, "but he ain't." Anyway, Bubba's daddy say we can sleep there that night, and in the morning he'll go around with us and see if we can find some place to start the shrimp business. There's a nice breeze blowing off the bayou, and you could hear frogs and crickets and even the sound of a fish jumping every once in a while. It was a nice, peaceful place, and I made up my mind then and there that I was not going to get into no trouble here. Next morning, bright and early, we get up, and Bubba's daddy done fixed a big breakfast with homemade sausage and fresh yard eggs and biscuits and molasses, and then he take me and Sue in a little boat and pole us down the bayou. It's calm, and there's a bit of mist on the water. Every once in a while a big old bird would take off out of the marsh. "Now," say Bubba's daddy, "here's where the salt tide comes in." And he point to a slough that runs up in the marsh. "There's some pretty big ponds up in there, and if I was going to do what you planning to do, that's where I'd do it." He pulled us up into the slough. "Now, you see there," he say, "that's a little piece of high ground, and you can just see the roof of a little shack in there. Used to be lived in by old Tom LaForge, but he been dead 4 or 5 years now. Ain't nobody on it. If you wanted, you could fix it up a little and stay there. Last time I looked, you had a couple old rowboats pulled up on the bank. Probably ain't worth a damn, but you caulk 'em up, they'd probably float." He pulled us in further and say, "Old Tom used to have some duck boards running through the marsh down to the ponds. Used to fish and shoot ducks in there. You could probably fix 'em up. It'd be a way of getting around in there." Well, let me tell you, it looked ideal. Bubba's daddy say they get seed shrimp up in them sloughs and bayous all the time, and it wouldn't be no trouble to net a bunch of 'em to start off the business with. Another thing he say is that in his experience, a shrimp will eat cottonseed meal, which is good on account of it is cheap. The main thing we got to do is block off them ponds with mesh nets and get the little cabin fixed up to live in and get some supplies like peanut butter and jelly and bread and all that kind of shit. Then we be ready to start growing our shrimp. So we got started that very day. Bubba's daddy took me back to the house, and we gone into town and begun buying supplies. He say we can use his boat till we got ours fixed up, and that night me and Sue stayed in the little fishing shack for the first time. It rained some, and the roof leaked like crazy, but I didn't mind. Next morning I just went out and fixed it up. It took almost a month to get things going, making the shack nice and fixing up the rowboats and the duck boards in the marsh and laying the mesh nets around one of them ponds. Finally, the day come when we was ready to put in some shrimp. I bought a shrimp net, and me and Sue went out in the rowboat and dragged it around for most of the day. By that night, we had probably 50 pounds of shrimp in the bait well, and we rowed up and dumped 'em into the pond. They be cracking and swimming around and dancing on top of the water. My, it was a lovely sight. Next morning, we got us 500 pounds of cottonseed meal and throwed 100 pounds of it in the pond for the shrimp to eat, and the next afternoon we set about netting in another pond. We done that all summer and all fall and all winter and all spring, and by that time we has got 4 ponds operating and everything is looking rosy. At night I'd sit out on the porch of the shack and play my harmonica, and on Saturday night I'd go into town and buy a 6-pack of beer, and me and Sue would get drunk. I finally feel like I belong someplace and am doing an honest day's work, and I figure that when we get the first shrimp harvested and sold, maybe then it'll be all right to try to find Jenny again and see if she's still mad at me. Chapter 25. It was a very nice day in June When we figured it was time to start our first shrimp harvest, me and Sue got up with the sun and went down to the pond and dragged a net across it till it got stuck on something. Sue tried to pull it loose first, then I tried, then we tried together till we finally figured out the net wasn't stuck. It was just so full of shrimp we couldn't move it. By that evening, we had pulled in about 300 pounds of shrimp, and we spent the night sorting them out in various sizes. Next morning, we put the shrimp in baskets and took 'em down to our little rowboat. They weighed so much we damn near tumped over on the way up to Bayou La Battery. There was a seafood packing house there, and Sue and me hauled the shrimp from the dock to the weighing room. After everything is toted up, we got ourselves a check for $865. It's about the first honest money I ever made since I played harmonica for the cracked eggs. Every day, for nearly 2 weeks, Sue and me harvested shrimp and brought 'em into the packing house. When it was finally over, we had made a total of $9,700.26. The shrimp business was a success. Well, let me tell you, it were a happy occasion. We took up a bushel basket of shrimp to Bubba's daddy, and he was real happy, and say he's proud of us, and that he wished Bubba were there too. Then, me and Sue caught the bus up to Mobile to celebrate. First thing I done was gone to see my mama at the rooming house, and when I told her about the money and all, sure enough, she be clouding up again. "Oh, Forrest," she say, "I'm so proud of you, doing so good and all for being retarded." Anyhow, I told Mama about my plan, which was that next year we was going to have 3 times as many shrimp ponds, and that we needed somebody to watch over the money and look after our expenses and all, and I asked if she would do that. "You mean I gotta move all the way down to Bayou La Battery?" Mama say. "Ain't nothing going on down there. What am I going to do with myself?" "Count money," I says. After that, me and Sue went downtown and got ourselves a big meal. I gone down to the docks and bought Sue a big bunch of bananas, and then went and got myself the biggest steak dinner I could find, with mashed potatoes and green peas and everything. Then I decided to go drink me a beer someplace, and just as I'm walking by this dark old saloon near the waterfront, I hear all this loud cussing and shouting, and even after all these years I knowed that voice. I stuck my head in the door, and sure enough, it were old Curtis from the university. Curtis were very happy to see me, calling me a asshole and a cocksucker and a motherfucker and everything else nice he could think of. As it turns out, Curtis had gone on to play pro football with the Washington Redskins after he left the university, and then he done got put on waivers after biting the team owner's wife on the ass at a party. He played for a couple of other teams for a few years, but after that, he got himself a job on the docks as a longshoreman, which, he say, was suitable for the amount of education he got at the university. Anyway, Curtis bought me a couple of beers, and we talked about old times. The snake, he say, had played quarterback for the Green Bay Packers till he got caught drinking an entire quart of Polish vodka during halftime in the Minnesota Vikings game. Then Snake went and played for the New York Giants till he called a Statue of Liberty play in the 3rd quarter of the Rams game. The Giants coach say ain't nobody used the Statue of Liberty play in pro ball since 1931, and that Snake ain't got no business calling one now. But actually, Curtis say it wasn't no Statue of Liberty play at all. The truth, according to Curtis, was that Snake was so spaced out on dope that when he faded back for a pass, he just done completely forgot to throw the ball, and the left end just happened to see what is going on and run round behind him and take the ball away. Anyhow, Curtis say the snake is now assistant coach for a dynamite team someplace in Georgia. After a couple of beers, I got an idea and told Curtis about it. "How'd you like to come work for me?" I asked. Curtis be cussin' and hollerin', but after a minute or two I figure out he's trying to ask me what I want him to do, so I told him about the shrimp business and that we was going to expand our operation. He cuss and holler some more, but the gist of what he's sayin' is yes. So, all through that summer and fall and the next spring, we be working hard, me and Sue and Mama and Curtis, and I even had a job for Bubba's daddy. That year, we made nearly $30,000 and are getting bigger all the time. Things couldn't have been going better. Mama ain't bawlin' hardly at all, and one day we even seen Curtis smile once, although he stopped and started cussin' again soon as he saw us watchin'. For me, though, it ain't quite as happy as it might be, 'cause I'm thinking a lot about Jenny and what's become of her. One day, I just decided to do something about it. It was a Sunday, and I got dressed up and caught the bus up to Mobile and went over to Jenny's mama's house. She was sitting inside watching TV when I knocked on the door. When I told her who I was, she say, "Forrest Gump! I just can't believe it. Come on in." Well, we sat there a while, and she asked about Mama and what I'd been doing and everything, and finally I asked about Jenny. "Oh, I really don't hear from her much these days," Miss Curran say. "I think they live in some place in North Carolina." "She got a roommate or something?" I asked. "Oh, didn't you know, Forrest?" she say. "Jenny got married." "Married?" I say. "It was a couple of years ago. She'd been living in Indiana. Then she went to Washington, and next thing I knew I got a postcard saying she was married, and they was moving to North Carolina someplace. You want me to tell her anything if I hear from her?" "No," I says. "Not really. Maybe just tell her I wish her good luck and all." "I sure will," Miss Curran say. "And I'm so glad you came by." I don't know. I reckon I ought to been ready for that news, but I wasn't. I could feel my heart pounding, and my hands got cold and damp, and all I could think of was going someplace and curling up into a ball the way I had that time after Bubba got killed. And so that's what I did. I found some shrubs in back of somebody's yard, and I crawled under there and just got myself into a ball. I think I even commenced to suck my thumb, which I ain't done in a long while, since my mama always said it was a sure sign that somebody's an idiot, unless they're a baby. Anyhow, I don't know how long I stayed there. It was most of a day and a half, I guess. I didn't feel no blame for Jenny. She done what she had to. After all, I am a idiot, and while a lot of people say they is married to idiots, they couldn't never imagine what would be in store if they ever married a real one. Mostly, I guess, I'm just feeling sorry for myself, because somehow I had actually got to where I believed that Jenny and me would be together someday. And so when I learned from her mama that she is married, it was like a part of me has died and will never be again. For getting married is not like running away. Getting married is a very serious deal. Sometime during the night, I cried, but it didn't help much. It was later that afternoon when I crawled out of the shrubs and gone on back to buy a laboratory. I didn't tell nobody what had happened, 'cause I figured it wouldn't have done no good. There was some work I needed to do around the ponds, mending nets and such, and I went on out by myself and done it. By the time I get finished, it's dark, and I done made a decision. I am going to throw myself into the shrimp business and work my ass off. It's all I can do. So I did. That year, we made $75,000 before expenses, and the business is getting so big I got to hire some more people to help me run it. One person I get is old Snake, the quarterback from the university. He's not too happy with his present job with the Tynamite football team, and so I put him to work with Curtis in charge of dredging and spillway duties. Then I find out that Coach Fellers from the high school is done retired, and so I give him a job, along with his two goons who's also retired, working on boats and docks. Pretty soon, the newspapers get wind of what's going on and send a reporter down to interview me for a sort of local boy makes good story. It appears the next Sunday with a photo of me and Mama and Sue, and the headlines say, "Certifiable Idiot Finds Future in Novel Marine Experiment." Anyhow, not too long after that, Mama say to me that we need to get somebody to help her with the bookkeeping part of the business and give some kind of advice on financial things on account of his making so much money. I done thought about it a while, and then I decided to get in touch with Mr. Tribble, 'cause he'd made a bunch of money in business before he retired. He was delighted I had called, he say, and will be on the next plane down. A week after he gets here, Mr. Tribble say we got to sit down and talk. "Forrest," he say, "what you have done here is nothing short of remarkable, but you are at a point where you need to begin some serious financial planning." I asked him what about, and he say this: "Investments, diversification. Look, as I see it, this next fiscal year you are going to have profits at about $190,000. The following year it will bear near $250,000. With such profits you must reinvest them, or the IRS will tax you into oblivion. Reinvestment is the very heart of American business." And so, that's what we did. Mr. Tribble took charge of all that, and we formed a couple of corporations. One was Gump's Shellfish Company, another was called Sue's Stuffed Crabs, Inc., and another was Mama's Crawfish Etouffee, Limited. Well, the $250,000 become $500,000, and the year following that, $1,000,000, and so on, till after 4 more years we done become a $5 million a year business. We got nearly 300 employees now, including the turd and the vegetable whose wrestling days were over, and we got them loading crates at the warehouse. We tried like hell to find poor Dan, but he done vanished without a trace. We did find old Mike, the wrestling promoter, and put him in charge of public relations and advertising. At Mr. Tribble's suggestion, Mike done even hired Raquel Welch to do some television ads for us. They dressed her up to look like a crab, and she dance around and say, "You ain't never had crabs till you try Sue's." Anyhow, things has gotten real big time. We got a fleet of refrigerator trucks and a fleet of shrimp, oyster, and fishing boats. We got our own packing house and office building, and have invested heavily in real estate, such as condominiums and shopping centers, and in oil and gas leases. We done hired old Professor Quackenbush, the English teacher from up at Harvard University who'd been fired from his job for molesting a student and made him a cook in Mama's etouffee operation. We also hired Colonel Gooch, who got drummed out of the Army after my Medal of Honor tour. Mr. Tribble put him in charge of covert activities. Mama has gone and had us a big old house built 'cause she said it ain't right for a corporate executive like me to be living in no shack. Mama says Sue can stay on in the shack and keep an eye on things. Every day now I got to wear a suit and carry a briefcase like a lawyer. I got to go to meetings all the time and listen to a bunch of shit that sound like pygmy talk, and people be calling me Mr. Gump and all. In Mobile, they done give me the keys to the city and asked me to be on the board of directors of the hospital and the symphony orchestra. And then, one day, some people come by the office and say they want to run me for the United States Senate. "You're an absolute natural," this one feller say. He's wearing a seersucker suit and smoking a big cigar. "A former star football player for Bear Bryant, a war hero, a famous astronaut, and the confidant of presidents. What more can you ask?" he asks. Mr. Claxton is his name. "Look," I tell him, "I'm just an idiot. I don't know nothing about politics." "And you'll fit in perfectly," Mr. Claxton say. "Listen, we need good men like you. Salt of the earth, I tell you. Salt of the earth." I didn't like this idea any more than I like a lot of the other ideas people have for me. On account of other people's ideas are usually what get me into trouble. But sure enough, when I told my mama, she get all teary-eyed and proud and say it would be the answer to all her dreams to see her boy be a United States Senator. Well, the day come when we was to announce my candidacy. Mr. Claxton and them others hired the auditorium up in Mobile and hauled me out on the stage in front of a crowd that paid 50 cents apiece to come listen to my shit. They began with a lot of long-winded speeches, and then it come my turn. "My fellow Americans," I begin, "Mr. Claxton and the others have written me a speech to give, and later there'll be questions from the audience. TV cameras are rolling, and flash bulbs are popping, and reporters are scribbling in their notebooks. I read the whole speech, which ain't very long, and don't make much sense, but what do I know? I'm just an idiot. When I'm finished talking, a lady from the newspaper stand up and look at her notepad. "We are currently on the brink of nuclear disaster," she say. "The economy is in ruins. Our nation is reviled throughout the world. Lawlessness prevails in our cities. People starve of hunger every day. Religion is gone from our homes. Greed and avarice is rampant everywhere. Our farmers are going broke. Foreigners are invading our country and taking our jobs. Our unions are corrupt. Babies are dying in the ghettos. Taxes are unfair. Our schools are in chaos, and famine, pestilence, and war hang over us like a cloud. In view of all this, Mr. Gump," she asks, "what, in your mind, is the most pressing issue of the moment?" The place was so quiet you could have heard a pin drop. "I got to pee," I says. At this, the crowd went wild. People begun hollering and cheering and shouting and waving their hands in the air. From the back of the room, somebody started chanting, and pretty soon the whole auditorium was doing it. "We got to pee. We got to pee. We got to pee," there's yelling. My mama had been sitting there behind me on the stage, and she got up and come drug me away from the speaker's stand. "You ought to be ashamed of yourself," she say, "talking like that in public." "No, no," Mr. Claxton says, "it's perfect." They love it. This will be our campaign slogan." "What will?" Mama asked, her eyes narrowed down to little beads. "We got to pee," Mr. Claxton said. "Just listen to 'em. No one has ever had such a rapport with the common people." But Mama ain't buying none of it. "Who ever heard of anybody using a campaign slogan like that?" She says. "It's vulgar and disgusting. Besides, what does it mean?" "It's a symbol," Mr. Claxton says. "Just think, we'll have billboards and placards and bumper stickers made up. Take out television and radio ads. It's a stroke of genius, that's what it is. We got to pee is a symbol of riddance of the yoke of government oppression, of evacuation of all that's wrong with this country. It signifies frustration and impending relief." "What?" Mama asked suspiciously. "Is you lost your mind?" "Forrest," Mr. Claxton says, "you are on your way to Washington." And so it seemed. The campaign was going along pretty good, and "We got to pee" had become the byword of the day. People shouted it on the street and from cars and buses. Television commentators and newspaper columnists spent a lot of time trying to tell folks what it meant. Preachers yelled it from their pulpits, and children chanted it in school. It was beginning to look like I was a shoo-in for the election, and in fact the candidate running against me, he got so desperate he made up his own slogan, "I got to pee too," and plastered it all over the state. Then it all fell apart, just like I was afraid it would. The "I got to pay" deal done come to the attention of the national media, and pretty soon the Washington Post and the New York Times sent down their investigating reporters to look into the matter. They asked me a lot of questions and was real nice and friendly sounding, but then they went back and begun to dig up my past. One day the stories broke on the front page of every newspaper in the country. "Senatorial candidate has checkered career," say the headlines. First, they write that I done flunked out of the university my first year. Then they dug up that shit about me and Jenny when the cops hauled me in from the movie theater. Next, they drag out the photograph of me showing my ass to President Johnson in the Rose Garden. They ax around about my days in Boston with the cracked eggs, and quote people saying that I done smoked marijuana, and also mentioned a possible arson incident at Harvard University. Worst, they done find out about the criminal charges I got for throwing my medal at the U.S. Capitol, and that I've been sentenced by a judge to a loony asylum. Also, they knew all about my wrestling career, too, and that I was called the Dunce. They even ran a photo of me being tied up by the professor. Finally, they mentioned several unnamed sources, saying I was involved in a Hollywood sex scandal with a well-known actress. That did it. Mr. Claxton come rushing into campaign headquarters, screaming, "We are ruined! We have been stabbed in the back!" and shit like that. But it was over. I had no choice except to withdraw from the race, and the next day Mama and me and Mr. Tribble sat down for a talk. "Forrest," Mr. Tribble say, "I think it might be good for you to lay low for a while." I knowed he was right. And besides, there's other things that been nagging at my mind for a long time now, though I ain't said nothing about 'em before. When the shrimp business first started up, I kind of enjoyed the work, getting up at dawn and going down to the ponds and putting up the nets, and then harvesting the shrimp and all. and me and Sue setting at night on the porch of the fishing shack playing the harmonica and getting a six-pack of beer on Saturday and getting drunk. Now, it ain't nothing like that. I got to go to all sorts of dinner parties where people serving a lot of mysterious-looking food and the ladies wearing big old earrings and shit. All day long the phone don't never stop ringing and people be wanting to ask me about everything under the sun. In the Senate it would have just been worse. Now I ain't got no time to myself as it is, and somehow things is slipping past me. Furthermore, I look in the mirror now, and I got wrinkles on my face, and my hair is turning gray at the edges, and I ain't got as much energy as I used to. I know things are moving along with the business, but myself, I feel like I'm just spinning in place. I'm wondering just why am I doing all this for? Long time ago, me and Bubba had a plan, which is now gone beyond our wildest dreams, but so what? Ain't half as much fun as the time I played against them Nebraska cornchucker jack-offs in the Orange Bowl, or took a ride on my harmonica up at Boston with the cracked eggs, or for that matter, watched the Beverly Hillbillies with old President Johnson. And I suppose Jenny Curran has something to do with it, too. But since ain't nobody can do nothing about that, I might as well forget it. Anyhow, I realize I got to get away. Mama be weeping and bawling and daubing at her eyes with the handkerchief like I figured she would. But Mr. Tribble understand completely. Why don't we just tell everybody you are taking a long vacation, Forrest? He say. And of course your share of the business will be here whenever you want it. So, that's what I done. One morning, a few days later, I got a little cash and throwed a few things in a duffel bag and then gone down to the plant. I told Mama and Mr. Tribble goodbye and then went around and shook hands with everybody else, Mike and Professor Quackenbush and the Turd and the Vegetable and Snake and Coach Fellers and his goons and Bubba's daddy and all the rest. Then I gone to the shack and found old Sue. "What you gonna do?" I asked. Sue grabbed hold of my hand, and then he picked up my bag and carried it out to the door. We got in the little rowboat and paddled up to Bayou Labatry and caught the bus to Mobile. A lady in the ticket office there say, "Where you want to go?" And I shrugged my shoulders, so she say, "Why don't you go to Savannah? I've been there once, and it's a real nice town." So, that's what we did. Chapter 26. We got off the bus at Savannah, where it was raining to beat the band. Sue and me went in the depot, and I got a cup of coffee and took it out under the eaves and tried to figure out what we was going to do next. I ain't got no plan, really, so after I finished my coffee, I took out my harmonica and begun to play. I played a couple of songs, and lo and behold, a feller that was walking by, he throwed a quarter in my coffee cup. I played a couple of more songs, and after a while the coffee cup is about half full of change. It done quit raining, so Sue and me walked on off, and in a little bit come to a park in the middle of town. I sat down on a bench and played some more, and sure enough, people begun to drop quarters and dimes and nickels in the coffee cup. Then old Sue, he caught on, and when folks had passed by, he'd take the coffee cup and go up to 'em with it. At the end of the day, I'd got nearly $5. We slept in the park that night on a bench, and it was a fine, clear night, and the stars and moon was out. In the morning, we got some breakfast, and I begun to play the harmonica again as folks started showing up for work. We made $8 that day and 9 the next, and by the end of the week we'd done pretty good considering. After the weekend, I found a little music shop and went in there to see if I could find another harmonica in the key of G, on account of playing in C all the time was getting monotonous. Over in a corner, I seen that the fellow had a used keyboard for sale. It looked pretty much like the one old George used to play with the cracked eggs, and that he'd taught me a few chords on. I asked how much he wanted for it, and the feller say $200, but he'll make me a deal. So I bought the keyboard, and the fella even rigged up a stand on it so's I could play my harmonica too. It definitely improved our popularity with the people. By the end of the next week, we was making almost $10 a day. So I gone on back to the music shop and bought a set of used drums. After a few days' practice, I got to where I could play them drums pretty good too. I chucked out the old styrofoam coffee cup and got a nice tin cup for Sue to pass around, and we was doing pretty good for ourselves. I was playing everything from The Night They Drove Old Dixie Down to Swing Low, Sweet Chariot, and I'd also found a rooming house that let old Sue stay there and served breakfast and supper too. One morning, Sue and me is going to the park when it started to rain again. One thing about Savannah, it rains buckets every other day there, so it seems. We was walking down the street in front of an office building when suddenly I seen something that looked vaguely familiar. There is a man in a business suit standing on the sidewalk with an umbrella, and he's standing right in front of a big plastic garbage bag. Somebody is under the garbage bag, keeping out of the rain, and all you can see is a pair of hands reaching out from under the bag, shining the shoes of the man in the suit. I gone across the street and looked closer, and lo and behold, I can just make out the little wheels of one of them dolly wagons sticking out from under the bag, too. I was so happy I could have just about bust, and I went up and throwed the garbage bag off, and sure enough, it was old Dan hisself, shining shoes for a living. "Give me that bag back, you big oaf," Dan say. "I'm getting soaking wet out here." Then he saw Sue. "So, you finally got married, huh?" Dan say. "It's a he," I told him. "You remember from when I went to space?" "You gonna shine my shoes or what?" say the fella in the suit. "Fuck off," Dan says, "'fore I chew your soles in half." The fella, he walked away. "What you doing here, Dan?" I asked. "What does it look like I'm doing?" he say. "I've become a communist." "You mean like them we was fighting in the war?" I asked. "Nah," says he. "Them was gook communists. I'm a real communist. Marx, Lenin, Trotsky, all that bullshit." "Then what you shining shoes for?" I say. "To shame the imperialist lackeys," he answers. "The way I got it figured, nobody with shine shoes is worth a shit, so the more shoes I shine, the more I'll send to hell in a handbasket." "Well, if you say so," I says. And then Dan throwed down his rag and wheeled himself back under the awning to get out of the rain. "Oh, hell, Forrest. I ain't no damn communist," he say. "They wouldn't want nobody like me anyhow, way I am." "Sure they would, Dan," I says. "You always told me I could be anything I wanted to be and do anything I wanted to do. And so can you." "You still believin' that shit?" he asked. "I got to see Raquel Welch buck naked," I says. "Really?" Dan say. "What was it like?" Well, after that, Dan and Sue and me kind of teamed up. Dan didn't want to stay in the boarding house, so he slept outside at night under his garbage bag. Builds character, was how he put it. He told about what he'd been doing since he left Indianapolis. First, he lost all the money from the wrestling business at the dog track, and what was left he drank up. Then he got a job at an auto shop working on the cars 'cause it was easy for him with the little dolly wagon and all. But he said he got tired of oil and grease being dripped on him all the time. I may be a no-legged, no-good drunken bum, he say, but ain't never been no greaseball. Next, he gone back to Washington, where they's having a big dedication for some monument for us what went to the Vietnam War, and when they seen him and found out who he was, they asked him to make a speech. But he got good and drunk at some reception and forgot what he was going to say. So he stole a Bible from the hotel they put him up in, and when it come his time to speak, he read 'em the entire book of Genesis and was fixing to do some excerpts from Numbers when they turned off his mic and hauled his ass away. After that, he tried begging for a while, but he quit 'cause it was undignified. I told him about playing chess with Mr. Tribble, and about the shrimp business being so successful and all, and about running for the United States Senate. But he seemed more interested in Raquel Welch. "You think them tits of hers are real?" he asked. We'd been in Savannah about a month, I guess, and was doing pretty good. I done my one-man band act, and Sue collected the money, and Dan shined people's shoes in the crowd. One day, a guy come from the newspaper and took our pictures and ran 'em on the front page. "Derelicts loitering in public park," says the caption. One afternoon I'm sitting there playing and thinking maybe we ought to go on up to Charleston, when I notice a little boy standing right in front of the drums, just staring at me. I was playing Riding on the City of New Orleans, but the little fella kept looking at me, not smiling or nothing, and there was something in his eyes that kind of shined and glowed, and in a weird way reminded me of something. And then I look up, and standing there at the edge of the crowd was a lady, and when I saw her, I like to fainted. Lo and behold, it was Jenny Curran. She done got her hair up in rollers, and she looked a bit older too, and sort of tired. But it is Jenny all right. I'm so surprised I blowed a sour note on my harmonica by mistake, but I finished the song, and Jenny come up and take the little boy by the hand. Her eyes was beaming, and she say, "Oh, Forrest, I knew it was you when I heard the harmonica. Nobody plays the harmonica like you do." "What you doing here?" I asked. "We live here now," she say. "Donald is assistant sales manager with some people make roofing tiles. We been here about 3 years now." 'Cause I quit playing, the crowd done drifted off, and Jenny sat down on the bench next to me. The little boy be fooling around with Sue, and Sue he done started turning cartwheels so's the boy would laugh. "How come you playing in a one-man band?" Jenny asked. "Mama wrote me you had started a big old shrimp business down at Bayou La Battery and was a millionaire." "It's a long story," I says. "You didn't get in trouble again, did you, Forrest?" she say. "No, not this time," I says. "How about you? You doing okay?" "Oh, I reckon I am," she say. "I suppose I got what I wanted." "That your little boy?" I asked. "Yep," she say. "Ain't he cute?" "Sure is." "What you call him?" Forrest. Forrest, I say. You name him after me? I ought to, she say, sort of quietly. After all, he's half yours. Half what? He's your son, Forrest. My what? Your son, little Forrest. I looked over, and there he was, giggling and clapping 'cause Sue was now doing handstands. I guess I should have told you, Jenny say. But when I left Indianapolis, you see, I was pregnant. I didn't want to say anything, I don't know just why. I felt like, well, there you was, calling yourself the dunce and all, and I was going to have this baby. And I was worried, sort of, about how he'd turn out. You mean, was he going to be an idiot? Yeah, sort of, she say. But look, Forrest, can't you see? He ain't no idiot at all. He's smart as a whip. Gonna go into second grade this year, made all A's last year. Can you believe it? You sure he's mine? I asked. Ain't no question of it, she say. He wants to be a football player when he grows up, or an astronaut. I look over at the little feller again, and he's a strong, fine-looking boy. His eyes is clear, and he don't look like he afraid of nothing. Him and Sue is playing tic-tac-toe in the dirt. Well, I says, now what about, your Donald? Jenny says, well, he don't know about you. You see, I met him just after I left Indianapolis, and I was about to start showing and all, and I didn't know what to do. He's a nice, kind man. He takes good care of me and little Forrest. We got us a house and 2 cars. And every Saturday he takes us someplace like the beach or out in the country. We go to church on Sunday, and Donald is saving up to send little Forrest to college and all. Could I see him? I mean, just for a minute or two? I asked. Sure, Jenny say, and she called the little feller over. Forrest, she says, I want you to meet another Forrest. He's an old friend of mine, and he is who you are named after. The little guy come and sat down by me and say, what a funny monkey you got. That's a orangutan, I say. His name is Sue. How come you call him Sue if it's a he? I knowed right then that I didn't have no idiot for a son. Your mama say you want to grow up to be a football player or an astronaut, I says. I sure would, he say. You know anything about football or astronauts? Yeah, I say. A little bit. But maybe you ought to ask your daddy about that. I'm sure he knows a lot more than me. Then he give me a hug. It weren't a big hug, but it was enough. I want to play with Sue some more, he say, and jumped down from the bench, and old Sue, he done organized a game where little Forrest could throw a coin into the tin cup, and Sue would catch it in the air. Jenny come over and sat next to me inside, and she pat me on the leg. I can't believe it sometimes, she say. We've knowed each other nearly 30 years now, ever since first grade. The sun is shining through the trees, right on Jenny's face. And there might have been a tear in her eyes, but it never come. And yet there is something there. A heartbeat, maybe. But I really couldn't say what it was, even though I knowed it was there. I just can't believe it, that's all, she say. Then she leaned over and kissed me on the forehead. What's that? I asked. Idiots, Jenny says, and her lips is trembling. Who ain't a idiot? And then she's gone. She got up and fetched little Forrest and took him by the hand, and they walked on off. Sue come over and sat down in front of me and drawed a tic-tac-toe thing in the dirt at my feet. I put a X to the upper right corner, and Sue put a O in the middle. And I knowed right then and there, ain't nobody gonna win. Well, after that I'd done a couple of things. First, I called Mr. Tribble and told him that anything I got coming in the shrimp business, to give 10% of my share to my mama and 10% to Bubba's daddy, and the rest send it all to Jenny for little Forrest. After supper, I sat up all night thinking, although that's not something I'm supposed to be particularly good at. But what I was thinking was this. Here I have done found Jenny again after all this time, and she've got our son, and maybe somehow we can fix things up. But the more I think about this, the more I finally understand it cannot work. And also I cannot rightly blame it on my being an idiot, though that would be nice. Nope, it is just one of them things. Just the way it is sometimes, and besides, when all is said and done, I figure the little boy'd be better off with Jenny and her husband to give him a good home and raise him right, so's he won't have no pea-brain for a daddy. Well, a few days later, I gone off with old Sue and Dan. We went to Charleston, and then Richmond, and then Atlanta, and then Chattanooga, and then Memphis, and then Nashville, and finally down to New Orleans. Now, they don't give a shit what you do in New Orleans, and the three of us is having the time of our lives, playing every day in Jackson Square and watching the other fruitcakes do their thing. I done bought a bicycle with 2 little sidecars for Sue and Dan to ride in, and every Sunday we pedal down to the river and set on the bank and go catfishing. Jenny writes me once every month or so and sends me pictures of little Forrest. Last one I got showed him dressed up in a tiny mite football suit. There's a girl here that works as a waitress in one of the strip joints, and every once in a while we get together and ass around. Wanda is the name. A lot of times, me and old Sue and Dan just cruise around the French Quarter and see the sights, and believe me, there's some odd-looking people there besides us. Look like they might be left over from the Russian Revolution or something. A guy from the local newspaper come by one day and say he wanted to do a story on me, 'cause I'm the best one-man band he ever heard. The fellow begun asking me a lot of questions about my life, so I begun to tell him the whole story. But even before I got half through, he done walked off. Say you can't print nothing like that, 'cause nobody wouldn't ever believe it. But let me tell you this. Sometimes, at night, when I look up at the stars and see the whole sky just laid out there, don't you think I ain't remembering it all. I still got dreams like anybody else, and ever so often I'm thinking about how things might have been. And then, all of a sudden, I'm 40, 50, 60 years old, you know. Well, so what? I may be an idiot, but most of the time anyway, I tried to do the right thing. And dreams is just dreams, ain't they? So whatever else has happened, I'm figuring this. I can always look back and say, at least I ain't led no humdrum life. You know what I mean?
The end. You've been listening to Forrest Gump by Winston Groom, narrated by Mark Hammer. We hope you've enjoyed this book and this performance. Borders Audio is produced in partnership with the world's largest audiobook publisher, Recorded Books, LLC. Performed in the acclaimed New York City studios of Recorded Books, they are narrated by actors who are among the very best professionals working in the audiobook industry today. Thank you for listening to Borders Audio.